Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Naruto was pervy aged shopkeeper in DxD? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. There would always be a price to pay, regardless of the outcome, good or bad. Power saved lives and could elevate people to new heights, but it also corrupted them. Money granted prosperity but often lead to unfinished business. Every decision made by anyone who has ever lived came with its own share of consequences and rather hefty burdens. There was no such thing as a perfect choice or outcome in this or any other world. It did not matter how prepared you were, or how strong or smart. The costs would always outweigh the glory. Just as there would always be something that needed to be given up in order for one to gain. Such was the nature of living. When he was unceremoniously thrown through time and space, his body being very painfully pulled apart with every second that passed. He really thought it was the end. Then he woke up here in this new world, alive, but different. He vaguely understood it was still him underneath all of the freshly formed skin, and that at the same time, it wasn't. Memories that weren't his own, at least he didn't think they were, ran through his head. Urges previously never experienced now beckoned to him. Places he could not remember ever seeing before but felt as if he had already visited flashed before his very eyes. Dozens upon dozens of different faces and people, some familiar. Too familiar really, and others completely unknown to him. Even then he still felt as if he knew them well. It was a rather surreal experience to say the least, like remembering a past life. Then he realized he had horns, and that no longer did the multitude of voices that once occupied his mind chat to each other from within the deeper parts of his psyche. It was strangely quiet in his own head now, and that honestly saddened him a bit. He remembered the war, from 9 different perspectives. He remembered the sage, both meeting him for the first time and calling the deity like man father, from 9 different perspectives. He remembered years passing. Hundreds of them in fact. A far cry away from the 17 years of life he had originally experienced. And then suddenly, as if all at once, it made sense to him, and despite knowing that he should have felt saddened, crushed even, by the knowledge that all 9 of the tailed beasts were now gone. Never to return. Having sacrificed all they ever were and would be so that he could survive. He didn't. Whatever remained of them was a part of him now, and that included their final thoughts in those last chaotic moments. To allow himself to wallow would have been an insult of the highest order. They gave him another chance at life, a gift he didn't think he'd ever be able to repay even if he had the chance to do so. They willingly gave their lives for him. He shouldn't have felt guilty at all, at least not with this kind of understanding. It was more than just surprise and sheer grief that slowed him down in the beginning, however. For the first couple of months upon his arrival in this new world he struggled with a lot of different things, survivor's guilt among the top of the list. What truly managed to bother him the most, however, was that he was not even sure who or what he was anymore. Was he really Naruto Uzumaki? Or was he just the scattered remains of a bunch of different personalities, all hastily meshed together with his own in a last-ditch effort to avoid certain death? Through you we will live. Thank you for acknowledging us as something more than beasts. We hope you find happiness. Naruto Uzumaki was still there on the outside. He still had his father's hair and eyes. He still had the marks on his cheeks that would forever link him as Kurama's partner and container. All in all, take away the newly sprouted horns and he was pretty much the same person in terms of appearance. Now power-wise, there was the major difference. Where his chakra was comparable to an ocean before, now it felt almost bottomless. It was a bit off-putting at first, were he to be honest. The sheer power he could feel lurking underneath his skin was unbelievable. All of the tailed beast's collective skill and knowledge was a part of him now. What's more, is the fact that it felt so natural. Just like Shukaku, he could bend sand to his will. Like Son Goku, he could warp his body into an armor of pure magma and create volcanic eruptions on a whim. He could sprout wings and tails and run faster than ever before. Hell, when he first attempted to channel a regular Rasengan, it blew his entire arm clean off, a testimony to just how potent his chakra had become. Seconds later and he was flexing his newly sprouted appendage with something akin to astonishment while watching his old arm dissolve away into nothing. The greatest change undergone wasn't in his strength or appearance though. No, the greatest change was in his mental state. With 9 different personalities fusing with his own all at once, yes, unfortunately. There would always be a price to pay. Chapter 2. Issei Hyodo was down in the dumps. Luck was on his side today, but not the kind of luck he wanted. Being chased down by a swarm of angry women after he was caught admiring their beauty from behind a tiny hole he most definitely did not drill into the bathhouse walls was bad luck. Managing to escape the most likely brutal beating he would have received from the very same infuriated women, however, was good luck. Unfortunately, he would never be able to return to that bathhouse to continue his exploits for a long while after today. Not without some sort of invisibility cloak or the power to fly. Sighing in defeat, Issei rubbed a hand over the back of his head and began a slow walk home, his feet dragging behind with every step taken. Man, that was such a good spot too. All of those girls had huge, supple, perfect breasts. He would have to search low and high for a new place to peep at. School didn't start for another 2 weeks, and without the girls' locker room he was practically running out of prime locations. Unacceptable. As he walked, Issei prayed to whatever god was out there that he would find a solution to his problems soon. The books he kept underneath his bed were nice and all, but they were nothing compared to seeing the real thing in action, and as if answering his earlier prayers, Issei blinked when he noticed something particularly off about today. It was enough to stop him dead in his tracks even. For one, he never escaped the beatings ever. A cold shiver ran up his spine at the thought. Was this some sort of conspiracy? Did the fates have something even worse in store for him? And 2. Since when did an odd brightly painted building set up shop in the Choi district? Orange? Who paints their store orange? Never mind the color. And what kind of name is the Gutsy Toad? The building wasn't anything too special. A typical 2-story shop, with the living quarters most likely being upstairs and the actual store downstairs. The only thing a bit off about it was the bright color and the name. I mean, who would want to buy from a store called the Gutsy Toad? That didn't even make any sense, more so it sounded disgusting. In spite of himself, Issei found his legs already moving without any given mental command, and by the time the chiming bells signaling his entrance died down, it was already too late. The inside of the store was even more eccentric than the outside, the youth noted. A vibrant mix of clashing colors. The counter was blue. The walls were an aging silver. The floor tile was yellow and the tiny oriental lamps hanging from the ceiling were a crimson red. Issei couldn't help but wonder if the interior designer who thought this all up was okay in the head. Probably not. There was no sense of balance or even a shred of normalcy. No matter how hard he tried, he could not even discern what it was the place sold. Even with all of that, however, he did not feel particularly uncomfortable. If anything, he felt at ease here. The store had a mellow, almost welcoming feeling to it. His thought process was abruptly cut off when a deep baritone echoed from almost out of nowhere and everywhere at once. "Ooh. A customer. I'll be right there, sir." Issei deadpanned at the audible sound of things falling and crashing, followed by annoyed grunts and a string of curses. The first thing he noticed when an arguably tall figure stepped out from the now open door in the very center of the back wall was that the floor tile matched his hair. It was blonde. No, it was yellow. Issei had never seen such a striking mop of hair before in his life. What was even stranger was how it seemed to defy all aspects of gravity and spiked about in random directions. Then, muddy brown met ocean blue. At meeting the man's gaze, Issei found himself strangely relaxed. His unintentionally tensed muscles loosening as a comforting aura fell over his entire person. That calming aura helped a lot in toning down his surprise and fear when he noticed 2 very distinct things about the tall blonde's appearance. Namely, the horns on his head. What the hell? 2 very sharp medium-length bone-white horns protruding from his forehead and pointing upward to be exact. "Yo, name's Naruto Uzumaki, and I'm the owner of this place. Whatever you need I've got," But, at this point he delivered a devilish grin and winked. "It'll cost you." Issei blinked, a shaky finger coming up to point at the two white horns over his blonde eyebrows. "You have horns," he mumbled in disbelief. The demon seemed perplexed, blinking right back at him. You can see them?" he asked. The blonde seemed surprised for a moment, before a wide grin spread across tan flesh. A grin so bright and so happy that Issei almost forgot about the horns and would have grinned right back at him. It was that infectious. "Well, what'd you know? You must be one of those special people. I got a visit from one of you guys when I first set up shop here. Can't really remember his name though. Axel? No, Azul? No, that ain't it either. Damn. Any of those sound familiar to you, kid?" Issei could not respond. He was too busy twitching on the ground. 5 minutes later and a lot of fanning on Naruto's part, Issei awoke to the now concerned face of his previous reason for fainting hovering above him. The horns on his head dangerously close to Issei's person. Gulping, he idly realized that they looked very, very pointy. "See, could you not stand so close with those, you Uzumaki-san?" The guy seemed reasonable, no need to be rude. Besides, pissing off someone with horns was the last thing he wanted to do. Another bright grin was his response and the blonde stepped away, rubbing the back of his head rather sheepishly as he offered the downed Issei a hand. "Sorry about that," he started with a light chuckle. "Normal people don't usually see my horns on account of an illusion I placed over them, but so far there's only been one person, the guy the first mentioned, who saw right through it at first glance. 2 if I count yourself. So, what are you, kid? Devil? Angel? Fallen angel? Something else that I don't know about?" "I'm human," Issei stuttered out weakly. He took the extended appendage and shakily stood. "Nope. Don't think so, kid. Not if you can see these babies." Naruto wagged his finger at him and then pointed to the bone matter protruding out of his forehead. "Only the special people with their weirdo abilities can see these. That, or you're another dimensionally misplaced shinobi like myself who can break very detailed genjutsu, but the odds of that are slim." He suddenly leaned down and leveled the boy with a narrowed glare. "You're not, are you?" Issei shook his head nervously. "Great. Because then I would have grilled you to death. I mean, you don't even have any chakra." This guy was ridiculous. Devils? Angels? Dimensionally misplaced shinobi? What the hell was he talking about? Issei's head began to pound from all the seemingly useless and insane dribble spewing out the older man's mouth by the second. Wait, did he say grill to death? As in, kill me? That's it? He was out of here. Without even bothering to respond, Issei took a deep breath and steeled his resolve before promptly turning around and walking off. He blinked once and then the blonde previously behind him was now suddenly in front of the only exit with that same grin spread across his face. "Oh no you don't," he said. "People only find this place when there's something they desperately need, and when you step in here I gotta help you find that something. In return you'll owe me a favor. That's the price you pay, kid, so cough up. What is it that you want, and how can I, the great and most righteously awesome second sage of the 6 paths, Naruto Uzumaki, help you to get it?" A dream. Yeah, that was it. This was all a dream. That explains why he didn't get the life beaten out of him by all of those girls and why there was some crazy weirdo asking to fulfill his desires striking an incredibly awkward pose. Alright, if this was a dream, then he supposed had no choice. Clenching his fists tightly and bracing himself, Issei took a deep breath and opened his mouth wide before shouting his want. With all the passion he could muster. "I want a harem. I want to be surrounded by beautiful buxom women that will cater to my every whim. I want to wake up next to boobs. I want to see boobs. Touch boobs. Worship boobs." He blinked, and braced himself for a rude awakening. Instead of taking a step back in absolute shock or looking at him with disapproving eyes, however, Naruto Uzumaki did the exact opposite of what he had expected and what he normally received by other people on the daily whenever his glorious goal was mentioned. Naruto grinned such a massive grin it looked like his face was going to rip into two, and then promptly soared over him and dived behind the counter, seemingly vanishing. That was the only explanation. The blue wooden counter was only about waist height to him. Someone of Naruto's stature wouldn't be able to hide so easily behind its tiny frame. What the hell is going on here, was about all Issei could manage. What kind of dream was this? Why wasn't he surrounded by beautiful, buxom women like all the previous ones? I'm back. The man called Naruto cried, suddenly coming out of the back room again. Issei didn't even bother to question how. Instead he chose to shift his attention to the small stack of books in his hands, 12 of them to be exact. All colored a bright orange, much like the store, much like the blonde himself. Books. Not just books. He winked. This, my boy, will teach you how to achieve your ultimate goal. The man who wrote these was a legend where I'm from, a super mega ultra class pervert who mastered all the techniques. These 12 volumes are his legacy, a collection of his vast and powerful knowledge. Issei couldn't help but be awed by them. Read them, study them, and you will understand. Look underneath the underneath and find the hidden wisdom. They're yours now. Take good care of them. Like a god delivering divinity to his people, Naruto placed the stack onto Issei's quivering and outstretched hands. Already the teen could feel the sheer aura radiating from these books. It was overbearing. Overwhelming. Suffocating. It was too much, he couldn't take it. Thank you, Uzumaki-san. It was all he could manage. The blonde smiled gently down at him. Please, call me Naruto. Hours later, and Issei's parents would find their son sprawled out over his bed with blood still gushing from his nose and a heated blush over his blissful features. The sad part was he had yet to even get past chapter 1. The week would pass for Issei Hyodo as it normally would. Although with the added benefit that he did not need to peek anymore. His already tarnished reputation would remain just that, tarnished, but it would sink no further. It never helped that his excessive infatuation with the female form lead to his peeping and as a result, a low popularity with the girls he so eagerly sought. Why didn't he need to peek anymore, you ask? It was quite simple really. Those books were a goldmine. A sanctuary. A nirvana. The level of detail, the vivid fluid descriptions, the immersive characters and engaging dialogue. It was amazing, breathtaking even. He found himself staying up all night, night after night reading chapter after chapter. Issei had already read the first 4 volumes 3 times just to make sure he was properly prepared for the next installment. In retrospect, he did muse that on the fact that Naruto and his weird store weren't just a dream, but who cared? He had these books now. Which is why every day he would dedicate an hour to finding that bright orange store again in order to properly praise and thank Naruto Uzumaki. Only to realize that it had all but disappeared, gone entirely like it had never been there in the first place. It brought Issei to his knees out of sheer frustration by the end of his search. For a time he even wondered if he was somehow slowly going insane. Thankfully it seemed his sanity was intact, because exactly a week later, Issei had found the gutsy toad in the very same Choi district. Like it never left. Did it ever leave? Issei figured it was best not to dwell on it. Gulping, he chained his bike to a post while internally wondering how he missed a bike rack the first time over and stepped inside. The familiar chiming infiltrating his ears as he walked in. And there he was, the owner and proprietor of the store, grinning brightly at him, looking as if for all the world like he expected the visit. Yo, pervert-kun. How have you been? The casual way the blonde greeted him somehow irked the dark-haired teen to no ends. Oh, why do you look so mad? Issei didn't bother to contain his groan. You weren't here before, I know you weren't. He paused, his muddy brown orbs widening slightly. Please tell me you weren't. Naruto blinked. I've been here the entire time, pervert-kun. In fact, I saw you just yesterday riding around on that bike of yours. You looked pretty angry too. Issei dropped to the ground once more, twitching lightly and very much unconscious. Another 5 minutes of fanning and the teen awoke to his limp body laying on a soft red velvet couch. Where did he get the couch? Oh goody, you're up. Naruto stepped out of the same centered door in the back wall holding a plate of food and wearing an orange apron with black swirls over it. I made you lunch, we got a lot to talk about, pervert-kun. Issei Hyodo. My name isn't pervert, He trailed off while glancing up to look directly at the blonde. As soon as he made eye contact, that same familiar feeling of calmness swept over him. Naruto grinned brightly as he made his way over and nodded, placing the plate of food over the small table in between them. Where did that table come from? All right, Issei. I want you to eat and listen intently, while I explain some things to ya. Nodding slowly, Issei hefted himself into a sitting position and reached out to grab the arguably delicious-looking spread before he blinked. Realizing that the blonde was now leaning back into another similar couch as the one he sat on with that same grin spread over his face. You know what? He wasn't even going to bother anymore. Did the books help quell your lust and teach you some important lessons? At his eager nod, Naruto thumbed him up. Excellent. Then my part of the deal is complete. I've helped start you on your way. Always remember, the first lesson is learning to control and properly channel your urges. He explained sagely. Now you must fulfill your end, that is if you want it to end here. Fuffle mhy shend? Issei repeated with a full mouth. Naruto nodded while lazily chopping the teen over the head. Don't talk with your mouth full. Even I don't do that anymore. As for what I mean, it's very simple. Last time I told you what this store is all about, right? Only people desperately needing something will find it. The fact that you found it again means your desperation was only increasing. Perhaps you wanted to oh so badly see my strikingly handsome face again? At Issei's dry stare, the blonde coughed. Right. Too bad then. Either way you were led here again, which leads me to believe you have more than one desire. The entire purpose of this place is to help the people that are too far from helping by normal means. So until I've cleared you completely, you won't owe me that favor yet. But know this. The more I do for you, the bigger the price you'll pay by the end of it all. Naruto suddenly leaned over the table and got uncomfortably close to him, their noses almost pressing. A wild look in his eyes. So tell me, Issei, would you like to end this now? All I will ask of you is a simple prize. I want a magical girl action figure in mint condition. Give me that and you'll never see me again. If not, then I will offer you more than your little heart can ever desire. But what you'll end up having to pay may be too great a risk in the end. The dangerous aura that had gradually started to build around the blonde suddenly disappeared and he grinned. So, what'd you say? Issei swallowed the lump of food that lay forgotten in his mouth in all the dramatics. Placing the bowl of rice in his hands down with shaky hands, he considered his options for a moment. You made this place to help people? He repeated warily. It was already too obvious to him that this was no normal store. Naruto nodded in response. When I took a rather painful trip through time and space, I ended up here. Realizing that I was in an entirely new world, I immediately adapted. I traveled for a year, visiting a lot of the new places until I ended up here in this city. Gotta say, so far this has been my most interesting stop. Shaking his head at his own ramblings, he returned to his previous point. Anyway, I made this place with one purpose in mind. If I can't do what I was going to do in my old home, then I might as well try and help the people of this world out in my own little way. Then I realized, I have horns now, and people here don't have chakra like the people back home. So I had to keep everything very hush-hush or risk starting a huge war or something. I only appear to those who really need it. Issei didn't know how to feel about that. Was he really that pathetic that some sort of supernatural helper had to appear before him and help him out? Yeah, that sounded about right. You're very open about all of this, you know, Issei said rather dryly. Naruto only shrugged. If you say no, then the second you give me what I want and leave, all of your memories of this place will be gone. You'll keep the books, of course, only you'll have the vague feeling that you bought them somewhere along the past month instead of getting them from here. If you say yes, well, he grinned like a shark. Just know I'll be watching you. And even if someone is dull enough to believe your explanation of me, I'll just kill you both. Issei shivered at the cheerful way he said that. So, what's it gonna be? Issei stared into those deep blue eyes once more as he thought things over. The smart thing to do would be leave right now, no excuses. This guy sounded serious about the killing and something deep inside of him believed he could do it. Oddly enough, Issei idly wondered exactly why he wasn't freaking out as much as he should have been right now. What do you usually take as compensation? What sort of favors would you be asking of me? Naruto placed a hand under his chin and hummed. Well, like I already told you, if you leave now all I want is a magical girl action figure. Mint condition mind you. Normally I just ask for whatever is interesting to me at the time or catches my eye. Of course, the more you ask of me the bigger that something might be. Issei suddenly found himself having to ask the more dangerous question, and if I can't get a hold of that something, what then? The grin over his face was bright and jolly, a stark contrast to his next words. You'll be in debt to me. Which basically translates to you becoming my slave until I feel that debt is paid off in full. You'll leave behind all you know. Your family, lover, friends, and all material possessions you hold dear and follow me until the day you die if need be. And believe me, I can make that happen. Issei gulped, his eyes marginally widening. That was quite the price to pay. Now I'll ask you again, Issei. What's it gonna be? He should leave now. There was no other choice, he'd buy this lunatic his stupid magical girl doll, action figure, and then wash his hands of this insanity. At least, that's what his brain was saying, but his heart, and his libido, suggested differently. This guy had powers. Strange, weird powers. And horns. What if he really could help him start his harem dream? A chance like this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Could he truly call himself a man if he denied such a proposition? If it would possibly help fulfill his ultimate goal, then should he not be ready to sacrifice everything for it? He could call himself no less than a coward if he backed away now. Yes. Even if he failed and became a slave to this blonde demon, he had to try. His entire body shivered as he hesitantly raised his eyes to meet Naruto's. I'll do it. Make me into a harem king. Naruto couldn't help but crack the first legitimate smile since his first meeting with the perverted teen. The fire and dedication behind those chocolate orbs was unbelievable. If he could mold that, channel it toward something else besides his perverse fantasies, then this boy would become great. Even among those special people, no doubt about it, and he would have a front row seat to it all. Perhaps this new world wouldn't be so boring after all. With a wide grin, Naruto outstretched his fist and waited patiently for Issei to act. You remind me of my old master. You could have rivaled him in the art of the pervert. That's saying something too, since he wrote all of the Makeout Paradise volumes. Issei suppressed his shock at that tiny tidbit of information. You gave me your master's books? He asked cautiously. Naruto grinned in response once again, idly waving him off with his free hand. Issei was already growing used to his antics. I have thousands of copies, kid. You can keep them. There's plenty more where those came from too. The fire behind Issei's eyes only brightened at that, and he instantly brought his own fist up to meet Naruto's. All right. I'm fired up now. There was no turning back. This was his ultimate choice. The beginning of his surefire ascension to haremhood. If only he would have waited till school started, he might have had an easier time accomplishing his goal that way with what was to come. Either way, his prayers had been answered. By a shady, horned blonde guy who thought he was a multi-dimensional traveler. Chapter 3. What a beautiful day. Naruto flipped the closed sign in front of his store to open and then grinned triumphantly, placing both hands over his hips as he relished in the sunny afternoon glow. Reminds me a little bit of home, that it does. He completely ignored the fact that having an open, closed sign was pretty much pointless on his part, due to the fact that his store only ever appeared to a certain type of people, and only if he willed it. Of course, if anyone ever asked, he would always argue the fact that it was all a part of the image, and that despite not really selling anything per se, it was still indeed a shop. Plus, he was more than happy with it just the way it was. This bright orange two-story beauty, it was his pride and joy. There were dimensional storage seals everywhere, and with the help of his newly found absolute control over the creation of all things, making the place was a total breeze. A couple of shadow clones to help paint and decorate, and in less than a day the gutsy toad was brought to life. Idly, he mused on how disgusting the name sounded, not like anyone would notice. The grin on his face sharpened maliciously as a new thought occurred to him. I wonder who'll visit me today. Azaza turned me down the first time he came by, and so far the only other person that's visited me has been Issei. Should I check up on him then? He seemingly pondered the idea for a moment, before deciding against it. Nah, I'll leave him alone for now. He's still gotta finish all of those books before we move on to the next phase anyways. Although it seemed he was now rather short on ideas. What to do, as he pondered on his next course of action, Naruto noticed quite the peculiar sight from the corner of his eye. For a moment he only stared ahead at the old wooden fence across the street from his store. I knew animals were sharp, but this ain't right, he mumbled aloud to himself while scratching his chin. In wonder. Was he perhaps getting soft? Bah! That was preposterous. He'd never been stronger, that couldn't be it. So then, why was there a cat sitting atop that same fence? Not unusual in the slightest, mind you. However, the fact that it was seemingly looking in his general vicinity, no wait, it was definitely somehow looking in his general direction, that was very unusual. In fact, if he didn't know any better he would say it was staring directly at him. Could that cat see him? Perhaps he was just being paranoid. Yeah, that had to be it. Nodding to himself, Naruto grinned brightly as he figuratively dusted off his worries. There was no other explanation. Really, how silly of him. All he had to do now was move a little to the left just to prove his point, and the cat's eyes followed him. Okay, so that black cat across the street could see him. The cat was desperate? For what, Tuna? Was he really getting soft? Glancing at his surroundings to just make sure that it wasn't looking at anything else, Naruto turned his attention back to the animal and shrugged, deciding on taking a knee so that he didn't look too intimidating to the animal before softly patting the ground in front of him. Here kitty, come on over. If you can see me then you deserve a treat. Making sure to tone his voice down, he clenched his fist for a split second before opening it again. The cat's tail immediately perked at the sight of the tiny treat that appeared in his hands. Excellent. I see I have your interest piqued. Come to me kitty and be rewarded. The black cat didn't hesitate. In one graceful leap, the agile feline cleared the entire span of the wide road within seconds, landing without sound and prancing on light feet all the way toward the curious blonde's open palm. For a moment, it cautiously sniffed the treat, its slit pupils bouncing back and forth between the grinning blonde and the arguably delicious-smelling food. Finally it decided. With a thankful meow, the feline happily dug in, purring all the while. All right. One more fulfilled. Leaning down so he was closer to the cat, Naruto went to gently pet the furry creature only to instantly freeze in place, his nose twitching ever so slightly. Is that, oh my. He blinked down at the seemingly very pleased black cat. For a moment his expression remained unchanged, before a slow grin spread across his features. How very curious, you're a funny little kitty, aren't you? All right. I don't have much of a choice then if that's how it is. Standing to his full height, Naruto snapped his fingers and in an instant the man and the cat were inside of his shop. If the animal seemed put off by the sudden change in setting, it didn't show it. Instead, it merely stared up at Naruto's much larger body with what resembled a smile. You know, if cats could smile. Since you can see me, that means you're no normal fuzzy kitty. I can smell weird stuff coming from you. And last I checked, kitties were not sage material. Unless I missed something, in which case then I apologize for insulting your talent. The blonde bowed, his head dipped low in a genuine show of apology. Now then, to explain the purpose of this place. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, the second, but still just as awesome and most definitely better than the first, sage of the six paths. That probably means nothing to you, but who cares? It makes me feel great when I do it. The blonde grinned impishly while gesturing to himself. And you, my furry little friend, are the most desperate kitty on the planet if you managed to find your way here. See, my job's to help you, or anyone that manages to find me, realize their number one goal no matter. But there's a price you gotta pay if you agree. He winked. So, what can I do for you? Can you talk or should we play the guessing game? Oh, if we do, can we play charades? The cat blinked once, twice, and then meowed. I see. He nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders. I apologize for wasting your time then. Come back if you change your mind though, That is if you can find me again. Naruto then waved goodbye and snapped his fingers again. In an instant the cat found itself back on the sidewalk. Only this time there was no bright orange shop and no weird blonde guy talking to himself standing outside of it. It blinked slowly, then it mowed and made its way toward who knows where. A faint, "Bye kitty sage," echoing in its ears. If cats could smirk, the same black cat would most likely be doing just that right about now. Searzek Lucifer, formerly Gremory, was two things primarily: a man of peace and a survivor of war. As a known hero of two massive and bloody battles of legendary proportions, as the current Lucifer and leader of the new Devil faction, and as the wielder of destruction itself, he was greatly revered and respected by all. The Crimson Devil is what they called him, courtesy of all the blood he spilled during his long history on the battlefield. Devil, angel, and fallen alike. He had seen and done much in his lifetime. The slaying of him, the destruction of the original hell, or the underworld as it was called now, and its reformation into a bustling modern city, albeit one for devils. He had seen all of that and much more in his time. Searzek had practically carved his name not only in history, but its very roots. Needless to say, there wasn't much that could manage even a single raised brow from him nowadays. So, you're saying this human has enough power to blanket the entire city the first time he came around, can seemingly alter space and time at will, and is offering to help accomplish people's goals if they're desperate enough to find him? For a price. For a price. Searzek repeated slowly, crossing his arms as a thin frown blossomed over his handsome features. Of course. And you're sure he's human? Azazel nodded while absent-mindedly stroking his goatee. Most of him is, at least. He's not another god, he's no angel, and he ain't a devil. Not fallen either, or else I would most certainly know more about our mysterious little guest. TCH, really, this is all so annoying. A peculiar twinkle appeared in the former general's violet eyes after he said that. But I can't say it's not interesting. Wouldn't you say so, Lucifer? It even took me a while to locate the kid at first. I could only go on so much, and even then I felt as if he let me find him. Searzek sighed at his old enemy-turned-accomplice's explanation, filing most of it away for a later time. Do you think I'd be able to locate him then? The Grigori leader shrugged. Who knows? Maybe. All you probably have to do is channel that major cis-con problem of yours. That's desperate enough for you to see the store. In fact, I'm sure of it. Searzek didn't even look taken back at the obvious insult. Ah. He sighed blissfully, a blush adorning his cheeks as he spoke. I wonder how my lovely Rias Tan is doing right now. Maybe I should send more gifts. Do you think I should, Azazel? What am I thinking? Of course I should send her more gifts. Azazel groaned aloud while simultaneously avoiding eye contact with the super devil. I think you should send yourself to therapy. A weary sigh escaped him after. I can't believe you were the same guy tearing through legions of my soldiers without mercy all those years ago. A cis-con, he chuckled. You devils and your obsessions are strange, but amusing nonetheless. The two powerful men sat in silence for a moment after that. The tiny coffee shop in which they met in every month or so to discuss private matters wasn't as busy as usual. Azazel noticed. That was good for them. More privacy that way. Unfortunately, their food had yet to arrive. That was not so good for them, as he was pretty hungry. Searzek took this moment to ponder on the more important question dwelling at the forefront of his thoughts. Reality warping, huh? To what extent? He asked. The guy made me think I was going crazy. At his opposite's rather bewildered stare, he sighed again. Seriously, the kid would be leaning back on a recliner 1 second. I blink, then it's gone. I didn't even feel him do anything, and that's the scary part. If that he really wanted to, he could have easily killed me back there. So all in all, I'd say pretty damn good. That was worrisome. A sacred gear, perhaps. Azazel crossed his arms over his exposed chest and leaned back onto his chair. Maybe, but I highly doubt it. The kid wasn't really about hiding much. If he had one, he would have blabbed off about to me when I first met him. Unless he was just messing with me the entire time. Cheeky little shit, he muttered. Searzek blinked while internally fighting down the urge to sigh. Elaborate, if you will. Azazel brought his hands to his forehead and rubbed them slowly, fighting back the coming headache at the thought of it all. He supposed he was taking a moment to compose himself before explaining. If I remember correctly, he told me he was from another dimension or something along those lines. Got booted here after a huge fight. The super ultimate final battle, with the primordial god of his world for the fate of all mankind to be more exact. In the end, he sort of won. Those are his exact words by the way, and then got tossed into a rift at the very last second and chucked around the fabrics of time and space like a pinball before ending up here. Sirzek blinked once more, slowly attempting to process what he'd just heard. After a moment he spoke up. Do you think he met them inside of that time-space rift? The Grigori leader groaned even louder. Oh, I pray he didn't, and I'm not even allowed to do that anymore. The kid is a nut job, couldn't even keep himself on track for jack shit. He's even more airheaded than Gabriel, and let me tell you that is saying something. Sirzek thanked the waitress that brought the two men their orders with a kind smile, taking the chance to verbally apologize for his friend's rather frantic cries, and then waited until she was long gone before pressing on further. Do you think he's a threat? He asked calmly while taking a sip of his coffee. Do you think we could eliminate him if it came down to it? Azazel looked to be in deep thought for a moment, all traces of his earlier annoyance gone, before he responded in a somber tone. Is he a threat? No, at least not at the moment. That much I can safely assume. He could be later on down the line if he gets involved with the wrong faction, though. No way around that. As for his strength, I'm not too sure. The leader of the Fallen paused for a brief moment, as if weighing his next words. I honestly would prefer it didn't come to that if at all possible though. I've had enough fighting as it is. Sirzek gave a stiff nod while inwardly analyzing Azazel's words to the letter. Was this boy truly that strong? Or did Azazel just really not? No. Either way both left a nasty feeling in his gut. A powerful unknown like this one could either help their cause greatly or be used to secure its destruction. He hoped it was the former and not the latter. What did you say his name was again? Azazel smirked lightly. Naruto Uzumaki, the self-proclaimed second, but way better than the first, sage of the six paths. He blinked suddenly. Oh, I almost forgot too. If you decide to go looking for him, just remember this. He's got horns. You can't miss those, trust me. Sirzek pursed his lips. Ah, horns? Yo, pervert-kun. Long time no see. Issei exhaled a deep sigh as the now familiar chiming down died in his ears. Please stop calling me that, he responded rather sourly. Naruto merely shrugged. It was the truth though. It had been 3 weeks since he'd last stopped by. Which brought him to a different question, anyway. Why was it so much easier to find this place anyway? Issei curiously inquired. Now every time he rode his bike home through the Choi district, the neon orange store was always there, in the same spot day after day unlike before. He could even see Naruto waving at him from behind the windows of the brightly painted shop every time he passed by. That same wide grin spread across his peculiar features. What was even weirder was the fact that whenever someone caught him nervously waving back at the horned blonde, he'd get questioning and rather confused glances sent his way, as if he was waving to them or to nothing at all. Yeah, it was strange all right. Well, now that you've made an official contract with me, you can come here whenever you like. Just remember not to tell anyone else, or I'll kill you both. And anyone else they tell too. Just think of it, all that innocent blood would be on your hands. The blonde hummed aloud, stopping himself mid-sentence. Although you'll be the first I kill, so I guess that wouldn't matter to you now, would it? Naruto went to grin toward the most likely shell-shocked teen, only to find him already grabbing a hold of the door with his entire demeanor clearly stating he was firmly set on leaving. Oh no you don't, the blonde cried, quickly slamming his hand through the blue counter. Yes, through the counter. Issei almost fainted when Naruto's hand suddenly melted through the wall next to the doorknob and slapped the back of his own. Scratch that. He did faint. 3 minutes later and he'd awake to a cheerful Naruto hovering over him. Not just his face, but his entire body. Weightlessly floating a good 5 feet above his prone form. Couldn't he land some kind of break? What? What the hell are you? Issei mumbled weakly after a brief moment of silence passed, in which his brain was working relentlessly to make sense of everything. Naruto merely winked from his position. The question here isn't what I am, Issei-kun, it's what are you? If you remember what I said 3 weeks ago, at Issei's blank stare, the blonde sighed. I explained that only special people can see my horns 'cause of my illusion. Unless you really are human, in which case you're a special human like me, and there's even more crap about this world I don't know about than I originally thought. Shrugging, he slowly elevated himself until he was rather casually lounging back against his ceiling. I am human though, if it'll make you feel any better, just not the kind you're used to. I don't see why any of this would surprise you though. I've already told you all about me, and I mean I do have horns too, so it should be a given that I'm capable of doing some pretty gnarly stuff. Issei fought back the fit of bubbling regret. He was right, he should have been better prepared. Was he already failing his newest teacher? Soiling his only chance at accomplishing his ultimate goal? Was he even worthy of the title Harem King? Perhaps he should just give up now and... No, never. Besides, this was just more proof that Naruto could and would help him achieve his goal. I mean, if he could somehow learn to fly like that, the possibilities would be endless. A bright blush seeped over his pale skin at the thought of it, one that drew an amused smile from the upside-down blonde. When he locked eyes with those cheerful blue orbs, the same comforting and familiar sensation overcame him. Slowly but surely his worries faded away. So, Naruto began while idly glancing at his nails. What brings you here today? Ready to take the next step? Or do you want to give up? Issei shook his head slowly. No, I actually wanted to tell you some stuff. Oh. Naruto floated down to his level and motioned for him to continue. Good, 'cause you can't give up anyways. Anyhow, I'm interested, so shoot. Well, firstly, I finished all of the books. They were... Issei paused as he searched for the right words. Magnificent. An even brighter blush streaked across his face at the mere thought. Naruto nodded as if expecting such a response. Of course, you'll come to understand my master was years ahead of his time as you progress further along. I'm assuming that wasn't what you wanted to tell me though. Issei snapped himself out of whatever fantasy he cooked up in his perverted head and nodded. Yeah, you're right. Actually, I just started school recently and, What school? The blonde interrupted. Kuo Academy, he responded rather warily, lying to Naruto. Would serve no purpose, he could already tell that much. It's a great place. Lots of pretty girls to look at, and it's the home of the two great big sisters. Legends they are. Their beauty could strike you like a lightning bolt and leave you stunned. Turn you to stone even. I've even heard rumors of guys on the brink of suicide after being rejected by those two. Naruto couldn't help but grin in amusement at the younger teen's spew. Go on. Anyway, well, I guess what I'm trying to say is that things haven't been going too bad so far. Even better than I would have thought actually. Naruto-san. I have a girlfriend now. She's super pretty and has huge, perfect breasts. Her name is... A hand suddenly stopped him midway through his sentence. Congratulations. That's a worthy step toward your harem goal. Issei grinned brightly at the praise. Right. We're going on a date tonight too. But I also wanted to... Nice. Is this all you wanted to tell me? Well, I was just about... Nope. Not hearing it, don't care. If it isn't about business, I'm not listening. So if you're here to babble on about your day, then get the hell out of my store. I got things to do, you know, like running a rather successful shop. Issei went to angrily retort when the Naruto blew him a raspberry and simultaneously snapped his fingers. Issei blinked, and then quickly realized that he was somehow now outside the front entrance to the Gutsy Toad directly facing a "Sorry, we're closed" sign. He blinked again. Suddenly, the familiar feeling of cold steel numbed his palms. How did his bike get here? Wait, where did the bike rack go? Screw it. He was going home. He had better things to do besides torment himself for that blonde demon's amusement. I've got a hot date tonight anyways. Oh yeah. Things were really starting to look up for him, TPS. Naruto blinked down at the still body sprawled out before him, a sticky mess of gore outlining its prone form. Curiously, the blonde squatted down and then slowly poked the most likely deceased person's head a few times. Blue eyes narrowed in concentration for a moment as they beheld the torn and shredded remains of what used to be Issei Hyodo.
Oh yeah, he's dead all right. Shaking his head in disappointment, the shopkeeper released a long tired sigh. Boy, is this what a date is like in this world. Consider me a bachelor for life then. He leveled the corpse with a blank gaze. Just as you almost went and unlocked something honestly cool, you go and die one me. Too bad for you kid, you still owe me.
Naruto blinked, and suddenly what were once blue eyes were now a tinted dull purple with multiple thin rings surrounding the pupil. You don't get to escape, not even in death, he whispered. Now, come forth, O great king.
It was almost instantaneous. From underneath the hard concrete ground, purple flames burst upward and high into the night sky. When the brilliant fires finally disappeared, a massive and terrifying being was left towering behind in their wake. Naruto grinned up at the giant that was visible only through his eyes. Idly musing on what a comforting thought it was that even in a different dimension the king of hell would always remain the same.
If you would be so kind as to return this boy's soul to me, your grace? The king did not verbally respond. The only indication that it even heard his words in the first place was how quickly its massive maw seemed to almost unzip and open wide. From the endless darkness within, a single blue soul was spit out. The radiant orb shining brightly as it gently fell toward the grinning blonde. Naruto happily nodded to himself. Thank you as always. He then eagerly waved goodbye as the massive deity returned to wherever it first came from. What a swell guy. Grinning, Naruto shifted his attention to the soul that was now slowly melting into Issei's prone form. It took a few seconds for it to fully disappear, and when he was sure the soul had successfully merged with the body, Naruto placed a single hand over Issei's back and sent a pulse of his chakra to act as a crude variation of shock therapy. Only half a minute later and the previously dead Issei's heart thumped. Success? All right. All in a day's work, now I just need to. What the hell did you just do? Naruto was suddenly made very aware of the two pairs of eyes that were quite literally glaring daggers his direction. How in the hell did he miss those two? Seeing as the fuming redhead and her taller friend looked about ready to skin him alive, Naruto did what any sane man would have done in his shoes. He apologized and admitted to his mistake. Whatever it was, my bad, was I not supposed to do that? Chapter 4. When Issei next awoke, he quickly realized three things. 1. He was alive. 2. He had no idea where he was. 3. He really didn't like the wolfish grin that threatened to split Naruto's face. Glancing about at his surroundings, Issei realized he was in a desert, a seemingly endless one that stretched on for miles and miles as far as the eye could see. Strangely enough, it wasn't all that hot despite the fact that he was standing in the middle of a desert of all things. How did he get here? He had no clue, but he did have the gnawing suspicion he was about to rather unpleasantly find out. Uzu. At Naruto's narrowed glare he quickly corrected himself. Naruto-san? The blonde grinned once more and nodded happily. This guy. Where are we? Or more like, how am I alive? Across from him, Naruto placed both hands behind his head and kicked back, his feet levitating a few inches off the ground as he laid back midair before choosing to answer the nervous teen. We are currently in a pocket dimension I created last night. As for how you're alive, it's simple. I just brought you back to life once I found you. Laying in a pool of your own blood after your date. Weird date, by the way. You brought me back to life? Issei repeated slowly. Naruto nodded as if the two were discussing a common everyday occurrence, like the weather. Yup. Imagine my surprise when I feel the little connection we made suddenly vanish. So I thought to myself, there could only be one logical explanation. Your date was actually a fallen angel in disguise who wanted to kill you because you could have possibly posed a threat to her and her leader's plan of conquest. She probably stabbed you with some cool light-based weapon that I can't for the life of me learn how to use, and then left you for dead, he explained, all the while still grinning brightly. Issei blanched. Fallen angel, he mumbled weakly. Weren't those just a myth? Another thought immediately stuck him. So then, I really did die?
Naruto nodded. And in Yuma-chan, she really did kill me. Another nod.
Issei immediately dropped to his knees, his eyes wide and frame visibly shaking. Flashbacks of the prior night suddenly bursting to the forefront of his mind. He remembered sweet, innocent Yuma. His first girlfriend and quite possibly the only girl who wasn't his mom that actually paid him any attention. He remembered her shedding her human skin and turning into an arguably even more attractive version of herself, only with a rather skimpy outfit and black feathered wings. Apparently, they weren't. She smiled at him like the devil itself, and next he knew, he felt cold, his body unresponsive as it plummeted toward the hard ground. Her last words were a bit of jumbled a mess at the time, but he could still remember most of what she said to him in his supposedly final moments. I apologize, perhaps, sacred gear, could have lived, pathetic. Pathetic. He was pathetic. Issei's open palms dug at the sand underneath his fingers as he clenched them into tightly wound fists. Tears dripping down his cheeks and staining the pale sand below him a darker hue. How could he have been so stupid? Things were getting better. Yeah, right. If anything, last night proved that it was only getting worse. By all accounts and purposes, he should be dead right now. Ah, none of that now. Issei perked his head up and vehemently glared toward the still grinning Naruto, who was wagging a finger his way. You're about to have even bigger problems too. Worry about in a second, kiddo. That cocky, deluded, insane bastard. He reels him in with a bunch of lies. Scares the crap out of him. Forces him into some kind of deal. Threatens to kill him and anyone affiliated with him. Throws him out of his store, and now he has the audacity to wait. Bigger problems? As if reading his mind, Naruto extended a single finger. What happened next was a blur. Issei briefly registered something flying past him at untraceable speeds before an explosion literally shook the very ground he stood over. If he couldn't feel any winds before, the teen certainly could now. His dark brown locks flayed wildly as sand kicked up around him. A single bead of nervous sweat fell from his brow as the second year inched his head back to assess exactly what had just happened. A pillar of hot white energy was slowly dissipating into nothing, leaving behind a crater the size of an entire city block in its wake. What the fuck? Naruto's voice snapped him from his stupor. What's going to happen next is simple, Issei-kun. There was a definite reason as to why that grin made him feel so uneasy. I visited your attacker last night after resurrecting you, and I made them explain to me exactly why it was they so haphazardly decided to kill my customer. As it turns out, you're not an angel, devil, or fallen. You're just an unlucky human with something called a sacred gear implanted into your body. Naruto slowly unveiled a second, third, and fourth finger. Last night, in your utter desperation to live, you awakened a tiny fragment of that power. Enough to keep your soul in this mortal plane for just long enough so that I could retrieve it from my old pal, the King of Hell. Although it wasn't enough for that power to fully manifest. But lucky for you, I have a rough idea of what it's going to take. 4 tiny balls no bigger than a marble each formed at the end of each extended fingertip. So, now I'm going to try and kill you. Sounds fun, right? Issei paled. Oh, and remember to dodge. He didn't have time to protest or wallow in his earlier anger. He didn't even so much as blink before 4 tiny balls of concentrated energy that could easily evaporate him with a single touch were sent rocketing his way. Searzek sighed while resisting the urge to rub his temples. Okay, run that by your loving big bro one more time please. Rias Gramarye mimicked her brother's action amidst the confines of the occult research club room and let out a long, frustrated sigh herself while absent-mindedly flipping her long crimson locks away from her face. She hated having to repeat herself, more so when the subject involved her embarrassment. After last night's ordeal, Rias immediately sent word to her brother about what occurred and asked him to visit. Normally, she would never even dream of bothering the current Lucifer over something so trivial, but in all honesty, she really couldn't help it this time around. Last night she had been made a fool of in less than 10 seconds, and it was a massive blow to her pride as the future head of the Gramarye clan and as a devil overall. Unforgivable. He just showed up, resurrected Hyodo-kun with no clear indication as to how he did it, and when I asked him to tell me Rias felt a bit of crimson seep into her cheeks. He called me a tomato head before giving me the finger and then vanishing into thin air. She finished with a scowl. Sirzek knew he should have been angry. Furious even. No one treated his beautiful, smart, attentive prodigy of a little sister like that. No one. What's even worse is that same person had the nerve to respond with such a rude and immature gesture as the middle finger. What's even worse then, that was the fact that this person sounded strangely too familiar. Could you describe him one more time? He had to make sure he was hearing this right. Rias nodded stiffly. He was fairly tall, blonde hair, blue eyes. As for his attire, it wasn't anything lavish. A long-sleeved orange shirt and black pants. Next to her, Akano, the self-proclaimed sadist queen, spoke up. "Bucko, don't forget about his horns," she added with an amused smirk. It was all too rare to find someone who could actually manage to get past her king's usually unbreakable calm facade after a single meeting. And the fact that he was human too. Akano. Rias trailed off dangerously, her eye twitching. It wasn't hard to tell her queen found last night's incident to be somehow funny. Era, I apologize, my king. Neither of them noticed Sirzek freeze at the girl's mention of the rest of the blonde's appearance. Horns. No, it couldn't be. There was no way. Naruto Uzumaki, Sirzek whispered aloud to himself, blinking as he slowly realized his sister had come in contact with the enigmatic reality shifter Azazel previously warned him about, who apparently could now bring dead humans back to life on top of that. Naruto Uzumaki. Rias repeated slowly, the name all but rolling off her tongue. Is that his name? Sirzek nodded, all traces of exasperation instantly vanishing as the reality of what occurred last night dawned on him. Yes, one of my contacts has recently informed me of a new presence that has taken refuge in this city. A strange human with the ability to warp space and time. A human with bone-white horns. The same one who stole your peerage member to be, if my guess is right. I can't help but wonder. Why though? You say this Issei Hyodo is normally pretty unremarkable and a hugely disliked pervert. She nodded in affirmation. We'd been monitoring him for a while now. Besides the fact that he had a scared gear inside of him, he was a remarkably plain guy. Bucko set up a barrier last night so that we wouldn't be detected, and when we were sure the crow that had been targeting him was gone, Bucko was going to resurrect Issei into her peerage as a pawn, or perhaps a knight depending on how much potential he had and what sacred gear. As she spoke, Akino's smirk doubled in size. Before we could act, however, he showed up and released a burst of potent, but rather unfamiliar energy. The next thing we knew, Issei was alive again. Sirzek hummed aloud at her words. Curious indeed. What could his connection to that boy be? The taller redhead mused to himself while Rias and Akano listened on. From what I've been told, Naruto runs a tiny shop in which the goal is to grant the desires of anyone desperate enough to find him, for a price. It could be that Hyodo-kun managed to find his shop and entered into a sort of contract. It would most certainly make more sense than the man just randomly passing by and resurrecting the boy out of sheer kindness. That had to be it. Azazel described the blonde as being slightly off, in terms of mental stability. A random act of kindness seems too far-fetched for someone like that. A shop that grants desires. Akano repeated. That sounds rather interesting, to say the least. Rias nodded. Issei Hyodo does seem like the desperate type. I can't help but wonder, what price do you have to pay for his service, brother? The current Lucifer shrugged. No idea. There's a high chance the boy hasn't repaid whatever his debt was yet, if he so casually brought him back to life. A more serious edge crept into Sirzek's eyes. Rias, I'm going to have to ask you to let this one go. I don't know the full extent of what Naruto Uzumaki is capable of, but I know the man has proven to be dangerous thus far. He saw the brief frown that formed over his beloved younger sister's lips and only intensified his glare. I mean it, Rias. The tone of his voice left no room for arguments. This guy could be on my level of power, meaning he's very dangerous. You and your peerage won't be able to take on someone like that if you somehow manage to earn his wrath, promise me? Rias held her brother's gaze for a while longer before caving, letting out a short nod. That was fine, she'd leave him alone. For today. Tomorrow she would make sure to immediately begin her search. That blonde bastard took what should have been hers, and no one gets away with that. A devil's pride is important, that much was true, but their possessions were even more so. Issei could no longer feel his right arm. Mostly because he didn't have a right arm anymore. It was now buried in sand somewhere, never to be found again. That wasn't even the worst of it. For the past 15 minutes he'd be trying and horribly failing to avoid every single one of Naruto's almost unavoidable attacks. The demon had yet to move from his original spot and was still only using 4 fingers to throw continuous marbles of doom his way. The vast desert surrounding them was littered with craters formed into the sand as a result of the non-stop onslaught. Issei didn't even have enough time to muse on the fact that his entire arm had been blown clean off, and he was still somehow conscious before another volley was sent his way. "Come on, Issei-kun. Is this all you've got? You're really going to die at this rate? You're fucking insane," was his horrified response. Everything hurt. If even one of those glowing white balls touched him, the respective body part would just vanish, disintegrate entirely. If he even managed to dodge a marble of death, then the resulting shock wave from the explosion would send him tumbling along the sand like a rag doll. Unfortunately for him, there was no time to catch his breath, as the very second he managed to stand up, another wave was sent speeding toward his exact location. Naruto was now frowning lightly as he watched the heavily injured Issei sprint with all he had away from the incoming blasts, throwing himself out of harm's way, only for the force of the explosion to toss his withered form 10 feet from his original landing point. Why isn't this working? He mused to himself, waiting for the by now exhausted boy to stand again before shooting him with another round of his perfected dust release projectiles. Last night you almost lost control when that lady killed you. What am I missing here? Naruto hummed aloud to himself. Was he not giving him the proper motivation? But the threat of death was the ultimate motivation. It always worked for him, at least. Suddenly, a thought struck the blonde, and he couldn't help but grin. Slowly floating toward the still struggling to even stand Issei, Naruto stopped a few feet away and finally ceased his endless assault. Choosing to instead retract 2 fingers until only his index and middle remained. "I think I know what the problem is, Issei-kun. I'm not giving you the right motivation. You didn't gain that surge of strength from dying. No. That would be stupidly cliché." Issei, for the life of him, just wanted to die right now. Anything was better than this. Spewing a thick glob of blood from his parted lips, he managed enough strength to look up at the floating demon and glare daggers his way. "You cough bastard. Why did you bring me back for this?" Naruto only brought up his other hand and seemingly ignored the question. "I usually don't use jutsu anymore. My chakra is too potent. And if I do use one, it ends up being really destructive. But man, this one always manages to bring a real smile to my face no matter what." His eyes seemed to glow for a moment, and Issei had to cover his face when a visible burst of blue energy sprouted around Naruto's silhouette. "Prepare yourself, Issei-kun, for my signature move." Drawing in air to his lungs, Naruto called out his attack in a rather dramatic fashion. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The entire desert was clouded in smoke. Issei couldn't see, let alone breath, from within the huge white cloud that suddenly overwhelmed him. That was until an invisible gust of wind swept it away. What the fuck? Thousands. No more than that. Hundreds of thousands of copies of the same floating blonde took upon the endless expanse of the desert. All with the same grin, leering at him from miles and miles away. In that very instant, Issei Hyodo knew fear. All his brain could come up with was every single one of those clones raising their fingers and raining hell down upon him. This was it. After just recently being reborn, he knew he was going to die again. "Well, what do you think?" was the massive chorus from every one of them. Issei winced at the noise. "It ain't over yet," the apparent original stated in front of him as he drew in another dramatized breath before calling out his next, and most likely final attack. Oiroke no Jutsu. Issei shut his eyes and awaited the pain. "Wait. Sexy, Ooh, Issei-sama, won't you please look at us? That wasn't the low tenor he'd grown semi-used to. Not even close, in fact that sounded more like the sultry voice of a woman. Not just one either, but many. Cracking a single shut eye open, Issei hesitantly watched as the smoke once again vanished to reveal a massive harem of unbelievably sexy blonde girls. But more importantly, an endless sea of non-censored boobs. Thump. What? Thump. Thump. Issei-sama, won't you please play with me? No, no, me. Issei, please play with me. Thump 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 thump. From high up above, Naruto grinned as a pillar of green energy erupted from where Issei once lay defeated. Ha! I knew it. You're just as bad as that old pervert. Within the endless span of memories he was still sorting through, Naruto remembered a much younger and weaker him showing the same technique to Jiraiya all those years ago, instead of keeling over from blood loss like he expected. The super pervert only grinned and gave him 2 thumbs up while simultaneously gushing twin torrents of red from his nose. When the pillar of energy began to shrink in size until the only thing that remained was a panting Issei with a brand new toy for a left arm, Naruto gave a genuine smile. See, I told you, he cried from above, his gaze locked onto the still glowing green gem at the very center of the draconian-like gauntlet's dorsal side. It wasn't death that triggered it. It was you seeing real boobs. Issei could only blink owlishly at his words before exhaustion overcame him and he fell face first over the sand. When Issei next awoke, he once again quickly realized 3 things. 1. His right arm was back. 2. He was no longer in a desert. 3. He still didn't like the wolfish grin spread over Naruto's features. Yo! Welcome back. Quite the show you put on for me, Naruto stated happily while leaning over the counter of his shop. I'd say you did a damn good job everything considered, even if I had to slow my attacks down a bit for you to be able to react. Issei supposed he should have been angry. Naruto blew off his arm, tortured him for what felt like an eternity, and then scared the living daylights out of him by making an army of clones appear. Really, he should have been infuriated. But that last attack. Issei tilted his head down ominously, his bangs obscuring his eyes from view. That last attack, he began lowly, fists clenching at his sides until the knuckles were white. Teach it to me. There was a fire in his eyes that Naruto doubted an entire body of water could have doused. Oh man. That's awesome. I blow your arm off, put you through hell, and all you care about is that pervert jutsu of mine. You're a stand-up guy, Issei-kun. Hell yeah. Don't you understand what you did? You could fulfill my desire right here right now if you teach me that move. With that power I could rule the world. Naruto shook his head in amusement at his ramblings. I wish it were that easy, kid, but that ability comes with its own set of drawbacks. In all honesty, I don't think you can even use chakra, so if I did teach you you'd only end up looking like a lame weeaboo pretending to be a ninja. Naruto crossed his arms over his chest and then proceeded to float damn it all he loved doing that toward the visibly excited Issei. What you do have, however, is just a cool, check it out kid, your very own sacred gear. Issei blinked down at the strangely weightless gauntlet encompassing the lower part of his left arm. Sacred gear? He echoed. Naruto nodded. When I talked to the dudes who killed you last night, they explained everything to me. More than that jerk Azazel did anyway. It's some sort of gift from the god of this world granted to humanity so they wouldn't be completely powerless or something. He shrugged. I'm sure there was more to it all, but I didn't really pay much attention. Guy was kind of creepy. Naruto repressed a shuddered. Issei drank in the dragon-like weapon encompassing his arm, his eyes drifting over the green gem a bit longer before he glanced back up at Naruto and spoke. So then angels and devils are real? God is real? Does that mean that hell is real? He exclaimed. Naruto nodded sagely in response. Yeah, hell is real. It's called the underworld now though, that much I do know. The blonde pointed at the red gauntlet. This is a Longinus, supposedly a god-killer class among all the sacred gears. That creepy bird-brained guy said there were only 13 like yours in the entire world and that each was unique. Cool, right? Issei lifted his left hand up and admired the gauntlet. And this is mine? Yup. Just one more step toward realizing your dream of becoming a harem king, nay? With that kind of power you're sure to be able to protect your harem from all types of things. No doubt about it. Issei continued to gaze at the scale-like weapon attached to his arm in wonder. You're right. His heart raced at the thought. One question though, Naruto-san. How'd I get rid of it? Naruto shrugged. No clue. Maybe you just have to think it gone and it'll go away. Anyway, you're wasting my time. Before Issei could even retort, Naruto brought his fingers up and grinned. You know where to find me. Whenever you have free time, come on over and we can start training on how to use that thing. Until then, have a good day, Issei-kun. I'll have the next volumes ready for you the next time you drop by. Oh, and sorry for blowing your arm off and all that. He snapped. Issei found himself once again facing a "sorry we're closed" sign, with something akin to astonishment. How does he do that? Wait, that demon almost killed him. You bastard. You better believe I'll be back, and when I learn how to use this thing, I'm going to beat the crap out of you for what you put me through today. Random passers-by would find a rather peculiar sight to behold as they made their way down the Choi district. A disheveled-looking teen with what appeared to be a well-crafted cosplay arm of some type screaming rather obscene curses at an empty parking space. K-Otter 5 Naruto curiously blinked down at long, waist-length raven locks, or more at the person whom they belonged to. For a moment he tried his hardest to comprehend it all, but it didn't work. Seriously, what the hell was this? How did these weird people keep finding his store? It just didn't make any sense. First a fallen angel pervert, then a superhuman pervert, then a cat of all things, and now a 12-year-old girl who reeked of power. This city was either a gold mine or a vast plethora of strangeness. Probably both. How can I help you today, little girl? The child remained quiet, her dark violet orbs continuously staring blankly into his own blue pair with something akin to. Honestly, he had no idea what was going through her head. Naruto blinked again. I guess I'll explain the purpose of this shop then. He mumbled. This girl was a bit too quiet for his taste. If you found this place, then you're one day. That won't be necessary. I am aware of your purpose. Naruto tilted his neck and idly mused on the fact that her voice was surprisingly soft. It was to be accepted, of course, given her younger appearance, but still, the gentleness it carried was more than enough to catch him off guard. If it weren't for his advanced hearing, he wouldn't have heard her at all from across his store. You already know? The petite girl nodded, her eyes never once steering away from his own. As a matter of a fact, Naruto was pretty sure she'd yet to even blink once. I guess word travels fast around here. Okay then. Well, what is it that I can help you with, Loli-chan? Silence was her immediate response. Naruto raised a thin eyebrow. That's a new one. You know, I've only ever had about 6 customers since I've opened shop in total. Plenty of people have visited. Don't get me wrong here, but only 6 have ever agreed. No one really trusts a shop that pops up out of nowhere, I guess. He shrugged. Out of those 6, only 1 was ever able to actually repay their debt to me. Floating off the ground, Naruto crossed his legs midair and slowly hovered toward the seemingly unfazed girl. A wide grin spread over his whiskered face, unintentionally showing off his surprisingly sharp-looking teeth. What type of silence do you want, Loli-chan? Do you want someone silenced? Do you want to live in silence? If you do, what's the point of that then? It'd just be the same as being dead, really. We were born with mouths to speak, and without words we would be, well, we'd be mimes. And mimes are creepy. He beheld her from above, playfully winking down while continuing. Or maybe I'm just trying to sound smarter than I really am. There's a saying, you ever heard of it? Silent as the grave, they say. That does not sound like fun to me. Oh crap, I got off topic again. He shook his head sheepishly, blonde locks swaying about. My bad, Loli-chan. Tell me, what type of silence do you want? The girl only continued to impassively stare for what seemed like an entire minute before choosing to respond. Ophis. My name is not Loli-chan. It is Ophis. There was no malice or distaste in her rather monotone words, only fact. And I want absolute silence. The dimensional gap, there is something there that has taken up a rather unwanted residency there. It's overstayed its welcome. I want it gone. I want silence and my home returned to me. That is all. If you can do this, I will pay any price for this. Naruto lowered himself so that he was eye level with the expressionless raven-haired girl. He studied her tiny frame for a moment, as if searching for something. Dimensional gap, you say? He smirked while presenting Ophis with a thumbs up. All right, Ophis-chan. I'm game. Take me to this dimensional gap and we'll see if we can't fix this little problem of yours. Although I never thought I'd see the day where I meet someone desperate for silence of all things. He shrugged nonchalantly. Not my place to judge. Let's do this. Ophis nodded, then extended her hand. Within seconds, a rift appeared in the center of the shop between both of them. Naruto observed the dimensional tear with a subtle amount of awe. Oh, that's cool. I thought I was the only one who could do that. Ophis managed a single eyebrow at his words, filing away that tidbit of information for a later time and merely motioned for him to lead. With a rather energized nod, Naruto plugged his nose and proceeded to cannonball through the tear in space and time. The unknown to him, infinite dragon god glanced around the quaint little shop and momentarily allowed a tiny smile to grace her childlike features. It was rather peaceful in here. As if this place was disconnected from the world around it. She liked it. Not bothering to waste another second, the all-powerful being followed after the eccentric blonde shortly after and the portal shut behind her. Issei tried his best to hide the blush that was more than likely coloring his cheeks an impressive crimson while attempting to ignore his erratically beating heart from within his chest as the two most sought-after and well-known people in the entire school smiled at him. Rias Gremory, the first of the great ladies and the legendary Crimson Big Sister, was even more attractive up close, he noted, too attractive really. It was almost unbelievable. With every breath she drew, her chest seemed to magically bounce in a rhythmic, almost hypnotic fashion. Issei was in love. Next to her was the kind, gentle, and equally as beautiful but even more busty, Akeno Himejima. The perfect Japanese woman as she had come to be known as. The much taller, slender figure of the raven-haired girl was equally as arousing, and her massive chest managed to catch his eye for a bit longer than Rias's own fleshy pillows. Those have to be fake, there's no way. Wasn't she only like a year older than him? Screw it. Let's be honest, real or fake, who the hell cares? All boobs were great. Even better was the fact that the two great ladies, the legendary big sisters of Kuo Academy, were talking to him. About Naruto Uzumaki of all people. Oh, and they were devils. Gremory-san, I really can't tell you where that blonde bastard, Naruto-san, is. Issei responded rather nervously, his eyes darting from back and forth between the both of them. I made a promise to him, and if I break it, well, a rather cheery Naruto popped up in his mind in a cartoon-like thought bubble. A bright smile spread over his tan features as the horned blonde gently hovered above the blue counter of his store while wagging his finger a no. Just know I'll be watching. Remember not to tell anyone else, or I'll kill you. The thought bubble then shifted to the thousands upon thousands of clones surrounding him not but 2 days ago over the endless desert. If Naruto willed it, he could make an army of himself, and all he needed to do was point one finger. One little finger, and Rias, Akeno, and himself would be reduced to ash in a matter of seconds. He gulped. I'm sorry, but for your safety and that of my own I absolutely cannot reveal Naruto's location to you. He then paused, as if mulling something over. Besides, I doubt you would be able to find him anyways even if I did tell you. There's really weird conditions to seeing his stupid little store. Rias and Akeno shared a glance. For our own safety, you say? Rias repeated, placing a single finger under her chin while pouting cutely. But Issei-kun, I just want to talk to him. She leaned down and presented the already blushing second year with a generous view of her more than ample cleavage. Damn it. His conviction was quickly waning. Nay, Issei-kun. If you help us out. Akeno stepped a bit closer, a smile so seductive that it sent shivers running down his spine spread over creamy skin. "I'll give you a special treat." She winked flirtatiously while whispering sultry, "My bra and panties." For a moment, Issei almost broke. Almost. Flashbacks of his arm being painfully blown off, of him running for his very life while explosions that tossed him about like a cow in a tornado rocked the sands he sprinted over, of that wickedly disturbing grin and the amused cackles of a more than likely insane blonde all struck him. He shivered once more, this time out of absolute fear. Issei not surprisingly found his resolve. "I apologize, but you don't understand." His eyes were wide searched around the clearing the three occupied. He's a demon. If I tell you anything he'll kill us all. I can't put your lives at risk like that." The two girls blinked. What did he do to him? Rias mused, watching as Issei continued to nervously glance around. Wasn't this guy supposed to be a super pervert willing to do anything for a single peek at the female body? She was sure Akino's offer would have reeled the second year in no problem. Just what had Naruto Uzumaki done to him? "Akino, it doesn't look like he's going to budge." The king regarded her queen. "We'd have better luck just looking ourselves." The raven-haired girl sighed disappointingly. "It would seem that way, bucko. Too bad, I really would have given you my bra and panties. Maybe even a little more." Her words were like audible honey and more than a little tempting, but unfortunately for her Issei's fear far outweighed his seemingly one-track mind for boobs. "I really do apologize, trust me. This hurts me more. But it's for the greater good." He seemed like he was trying to reinforce the fact to himself more than them. Rias smiled outwardly, while inwardly withholding a sigh. Oh well, that was one battle lost, but there were many more to come. "It's okay. It isn't a problem, and I thank you for looking out for us. Although before we leave Issei-kun, I'd like to present you with a formal invitation to stop by and visit our club. If you like what you see, I'd be more than happy to offer you a spot." Issei perked up at her words. "Okay. Yeah, I'll try to stop by when I have some free time," he responded eagerly with a grin. Not at all bothering to hide his excitement. A personal invitation from Rias Gremory. That was like a dream come true. Maybe his luck really was turning around. Thank the actual and, apparently, very much real Lord for those books. Without them, he would probably be a bag of jello right now from just being that close to the two great ladies of Kuo Academy. As the Issei ran off, Rias narrowed her eyes at his retreating form. "Did you feel it?" Akino nodded, another thin smile, this one more amused than seductive, curling at her lips. "It seems Hyodo-kun has awakened to his scared gear," she responded. Era, I still say you should have just let me extract the information from him." Rias didn't bother commenting on her peculiar methods of extracting anything from a man. Instead, the redhead opted to only watch as Issei turned the corner and disappeared from her line of sight entirely. For a brief second she pondered on just what exactly it was that Issei Hyodo did after school that would prevent him from visiting her clubroom as soon as possible. Frowning, the Gremory heiress sighed lightly, not bothering to hold it back this time. "This is going to be rather troublesome. I can already feel it," she mumbled sourly. Akano wholeheartedly agreed. The dimensional gap was a vibrant mix of colors, primarily a royal purple, almost violet shade that matched the eyes of the child like being next to him. Not only was it massive, but from how his sensory skills seemed to stretch on and on, it was also very much endless in its expanse. For a moment, Naruto only grinned and inhaled deeply, letting out a satisfied sigh while simultaneously placing his hand over his hips. "Ah, I remember this place. Last time I was here I was being pulled to hell and back," he said rather casually. "So this is your home, nay, Office-chan? Man, no wonder you felt so strong. You have to be if you live here of all places." Office raised another slender eyebrow. This strange, seemingly dense blonde goofball had been here once before? How did she not sense it? Was it because she'd perhaps been away dealing with the Chaos Brigade? If so, why hadn't Red informed her of another trespasser in her domain? That insolent, arrogant, pathetic excuse for a dragon. If it did know and chose to personally not inform her, then there would be hell to pay for that delinquent. "All right. Let's do this, Office-chan," Take me to this intruder and we'll see if we can't work a deal out. Raven locks shook as the infinite dragon nodded. In a second, a wave of energy so potent that it felt like he was at the very bottom of the deepest oceans all but overwhelmed the endless space in which the two resided washed over them. Naruto actually blinked when a noticeable amount of pressure settled over his shoulders. He couldn't help but grin furiously at the amount of power her rather tiny body managed to conceal. This girl was practically on his level. Well, seeing as they both had endless amounts of power, he wasn't quite sure if there was a level per se. But either way it was more than impressive. When another equally potent wave of energy clashed with the Ophus's own, Naruto's grin threatened to split his face. Another dimensional tear appeared a ways off. This one, however, was massive in size, rivaling even the tallest of skyscrapers in the human world. If he had to compare it to the 10 Tails, he'd say it was 3 times the size. Needless to say, it was huge. "He's coming," was all Ophus said. Although the blonde could see the dangerous glint in her normally blank, violent eyes, his question as to what was coming was rather quickly answered. Red. It was all he could see. Big red. A lot of scaly, lizardly red. A dragon of massive, almost unbelievable size slowly passed through the tear. Naruto would like to say he'd seen a lot of things in his life. Even more so after the tailed beast's memories were synced with his own, but this was new to even him. "That is one huge lizard," he mumbled, this time not bothering to hide his surprise. Even his battle avatar wasn't that big. "Ophus." The dragon's words echoed loudly and somehow shook the empty space surrounding them. "What the hell do you want, you old witch?" Naruto blinked, tilting his down so that he could look at the not-so-amused Ophus. Old witch? Old? Wasn't she like 12? He knew better than to ask a woman their age, but in his defense he couldn't really help it this time around. "Nay, how old are you really, Ophus-chan?" The witch didn't respond. Instead, she only raised a single hand and pointed at the massive dragon. "This is my problem. His name is the Great Red, and he is an even greater annoyance. Remove him from my home and return the silence now if you would." Naruto idly noted that Ophus really wasn't much of a talker. "Okay, I'll do that for you, but first you have to enter a contract with me." The Ouroboros dragon turned her empty stare upwards to the grinning blonde who was now extending his fist and awaiting patiently for something. "What do you want me to do?" Naruto blinked. No one had ever asked what this meant before. Well, you're going to bring your fist up to meet mine, and through that I'm going to mix our energies. It's kind of like getting your signature, I guess, or more like a way for me to make sure you uphold your end of the bargain." He shrugged. "To put it bluntly, if you don't sign the contract, then I can't do anything about the oversized lizard over there." He jerked a thumb in Great Red's direction. The almighty dragon didn't take too lightly to the insult. The hell did you say to me, punk? Oversized lizard?" A growl escaped its tightly clenched maw, rows upon rows of jagged and sharp teeth glistening as a peculiar mist seeped through the cracks. "You want to die that badly? Is that it? I can help you do that? Yeah? I think I will actually." "Oi. Shut your yap, dumb ass. I'm trying to make a deal here." Great Red's pupils dilated and his body all but quivered with suppressed rage. "Who the hell do you think you are, you insolent little worm? Talking to me of all creatures like that? Bah. You're not even big enough to be considered a worthwhile snack." "Oh yeah? Well, I bet you were a loser high school," Naruto retorted, a smug smirk on his face. "Dragons don't go to high school, you ignorant fool, huh? So you admit you're stupid too." Ophus, for once in her eternal life, couldn't believe her eyes. "You're gonna regret that, scum." Red's massive eyes narrowed in barely suppressed rage. Slowly, the pressure that seemed to once match Ophus's in intensity was now significantly overwhelming the infinite dragon god's power. "I'm going to make you regret the day you insulted me, whelp. Prepare yourself for my foo." "Wait." Naruto crossed his arms in a time-out fashion and glared defiantly. "I'm not here to fight right now. While I would love spar with you, this isn't the time for that. I have a more pressing concern right now. Like why you've decided to come and settle in my customer's home without permission." Answer that, Red. Under normal circumstances, the almighty dragon would have never even considered such words and only attacked the arrogant human, but these weren't normal circumstances. Namely because that human, as he now recognized, was not only alive inside of the dimensional gap but was also matching his raw power in seconds. With something a bit more different. Although, Naruto's golden locks gradually shifted into a pale gray. You are strong, and I haven't gotten to really let loose since getting this power. Even I like to fight all out sometimes, you know. He grinned as he spoke, his skin turning into curious shade of pale olive. I haven't really mastered it yet, but this should be more than enough for some fun. Next to him, Ophis froze up, her hands trembling slightly at being so close to such a massive and terrifying power. What is this? He's matched Great Red with sheer killing intent alone? The now ashen-haired Naruto's eyes widened, and Ophis idly noticed they were no longer the blue they had been before. Now they were a deep violet with rings surrounding the pupil, like ripples in the water. When Madara took this form toward the end, it was almost impossible to touch him. We managed to take him down though. A rare scowl marked his face as he spoke. At a hefty price, of course. Naruto shrugged his shoulders, deeming old sentiment inappropriate for a battle. He then extended his arm up, spreading his fingers wide and smiled pleasantly. At any rate, 12 black orbs, the size of baseballs, slowly fell into position behind him, quickly forming into a perfect circle of the powerful truth-seeking balls hovering in place over his back. It's been a while, so please go easy on me. You are going to be an annoyance. I can already tell. Naruto grinned. The massive dragon snarled and then cocked its head back and opened its massive maw wide. I'll finish this in one move. It roared as a massive, bright ball of pure white formed over its snout. Naruto only grinned wider. That's gonna be a hell of an attack. I can already feel it from over here. I better match it or else I might get hurt. You might want to shut your eyes, Ophis-chan. Before his outstretched palm a tiny orb formed, the color of dark miasma. Within seconds the orb grew to match the same size and power of the true dragon's own attack. An inhumane sound echoed in his ears as the Great Red unleashed its attack. The beast fired off its blast at incredible speed, a beam of pure light that crossed half the distance between them in a split second. Simultaneously, Naruto unleashed his own attack. Bijudama. It was never a good habit to shout your attacks out at people whom actually posed some kind of threat to your well-being. He realized this over the course of his 6th month in this new world after taking time to reflect on his past and some of the mistakes he had made. Needless to say, from then on out he merely cried the names of his attacks within the confines of his own head when, rarely, being faced with such situations. It was also much more visibly appealing to just blast off powerful attacks without word. He was after all going for the cool big brother look. The two powerful attacks met in the middle. The explosion that followed seemed to shake the very core of the dimensional gap itself. Ophis having to shut her eyes, despite her openly ignoring Naruto's warning earlier, in an effort to block out the blinding light that resulted when the backlash from the clashing power dwindled. The two godly beings stood in silence, each observing the other intently with calculative eyes. Ophis couldn't help but watch on with barley-contained interest. Even she, with all of her immense and infinite power, had a rather difficult time matching the true dragon's raw power like that. Yet this human did so without fail. He didn't even look so much as surprised that he did. If anything, the wide grin plastered over his features indicated otherwise. The silence that fell between them was finally broken by a deep, almost amused fit laughter. When it finally died out, Red spoke. So you're a weakling in appearance only. I don't think anyone's ever faced me head-on like that with eyes like yours. Not even the witch next to you is that confidant. Red somehow grinned, although it only served to make him look all the more menacing. Alright kid. How about this? I like your guts, so I'll tell you. The truth is, I just like this place. That's all there is to it. Plenty of flying space and no one stares at me. It's perfect. The transformed Naruto crossed his arms and nodded. Alright. I guess can see the logic in that. How about this then? What if I make a new and better place for you to spread your wings in and have all for yourself? All you gotta do is leave this old dump behind to Office-chan here in exchange. And you can provide me with something like that? Red asked, disbelief dripping from every word. Very well. I'll amuse you. Explain now before I lose my patience and eat you human. Naruto jerked a thumb over his chest and puffed it proudly. You're looking at the ultimate manifestation of awesomeness itself. The one and only, Naruto Uzumaki, the second sage of the six paths. Although I'm way stronger than the first, I just think the name is cool. He grinned up at the towering red dragon, holding its gaze. Without falter. I'm strong, but I'm also really diverse. I don't just make holes in time and space. I can make entire dimensions too. They're not endless like the gap is, but they're huge, more than enough space for you to roam and fly without getting stared at, and I can suit it to your preferred climate. Hot? Cold? Moderate? Grassy? Chilly? You name it, big guy. I can deliver. Ophis couldn't believe her eyes, and now she couldn't believe her ears either. You are a strange human. If you manage to pull this off, I will pay the debt in full no matter what it is, she whispered to him. Naruto seemed invigorated at her words. Red blinked down at the tiny speck of a person below. Human, I am the dragon of the apocalypse. Why would I need something trivial like that? Like I said before, this place is just fine for me. I'm staying. Naruto pouted, although he doubted the mighty being could barely even see it from way up above. Oh come on. Don't knock it till you try it. I showed you some guts, and if you agree whether you like it or not, I promise we can have a spar some other time. Hell, I'll even visit you. It seemed insulted at his suggestion. TCH, I don't need your crappy little visits, although I would love to take you up on a spar. It's too rare when I get to flex my wings. I can't guarantee I won't rip your squishy pink flesh from your bones by accident though. Another grin leered down at him from above. This one more than likely aimed at being menacing. Although it didn't seem to faze Naruto as he merely shrugged. So long as you give it a shot, I don't really care. Red tilted its massive, muscular neck in a short nod. All right, human. I agree to your terms. Take me to a place, and then we'll see if I decide to eat you or not. Naruto nodded happily and drew on even more power, a vertical slit forming over the middle of his forehead in between bone-white horns. The slit instantly snapped wide open, revealing a third eye. Amanamanaka. In an instant, Ophis and Great Red found themselves floating atop a barren wasteland littered with high mountains and a beautifully lit, crimson sunset. Naruto spread his arms wide and smirked. Go ahead and test it out, Red. The true Crimson Dragon God snorted. Don't tell me what to do. It growled while glancing about the mountain-littered plains as it analyzed the new setting, begrudgingly finding them to be more pleasing in comparison to the blank, irregularly colored void that was the gap. It has been a while since I've felt the wind beneath my wings. It mused with a subtle amount of pleasure. The dimensional gap was a place of nothingness. Not even the wind could exist in the endless void. With his earlier bout of skepticism gone, the massive red dragon spoke once more. I sense no other life either. Your words proved to be true. Tell me, human, why would you grant me homage in such a place? You could build a world here and rule as God, as others have done before you. Naruto once again gestured to the smallest of the three. Ophis-chan came to my shop and told me what she most desires. It's my job to give her what she wants now since she signed the contract. Wait, he turned bug-eyed to the girl next to him. Aw damn it. You haven't even signed the contract yet. I got too distracted again. Gah. He pulled at his ashen gray locks and groaned. Not a second later and Ophis found that very same clenched fist hovering before her. Come on, Ophis-chan. We're so close, he smiled down at her. The child glanced between the fist and then brought her own tiny slender arm up before pounding her knuckles against his own. Unlike Issei, she immediately felt the foreign energy invading her system. Whereas the transformed blonde's killing intent was vile and downright malicious, Naruto's energy was bright and warm. Like a sun. Okay, he chirped happily, with this your contract is signed. Now, he turned his attention back to the massive dragon and spread his arms. What do you say, Red? All of this can be yours, plus visits. The Great Red remained silent for a moment before its massive mouth curled up into another vicious grin, and the scaled beast nodded. I like it. Promise me that the witch will keep an eye on that sleeping brat and never visit me unless it's to get your pathetic hairless hide kicked, and you have yourself a deal. You hear that, witch? You can keep that shitty old place and all its burdens as long as I can call all of this mine. Naruto's appearance immediately reverted back to his original sunny blonde locks and ocean-colored eyes. Yes, he whooped happily. You hear that, Office-chan? You got your home back. Office stared at the currently celebrating blonde with wide violet orbs, and for a moment, a pleased smile fell upon her dainty features. Yes. Thank you. Naruto leaned over the counter of his shop and happily smiled. All's well that ends well, he supposed. Well, that's it then, so let's review, nay? He floated up and over toward the expressionless preteen. In order to fulfill your request of finding silence and returning your home to you, I had to prove to arguably the strongest being I've met so far that I could in fact fight him head-on and create an entirely new dimension for him to live in. Naruto whistled. That's the biggest request I've ever gotten so far, so I'm going to have to ask for something of equal value. Now it's time for you to uphold your end, Office-chan. The girl nodded. I'm prepared to offer you whatever it is you desire. Money? Power? Women? Whatever you wish. Naruto rubbed his chin and hummed. If that's the case, then my pay will be a condition. Office blinked. A condition? He nodded. Yup. A condition I will set that you must uphold for however long I feel like it. And I suggest upholding it well, seeing as you know what I'm capable of now and all. And if you don't, then I'll just activate the fail-safe and well, I don't think you want to follow me around for the rest of forever. He shrugged nonchalantly. So, are you ready to hear it? Office nodded. He had returned her home to her, and in doing so, given her sweet silence she'd craved the most. She would abide to the contract. Great, since your request was basically two things, getting rid of Red and returning your home to you, I'm going to set two conditions. Office prepared herself as the blonde held up a single finger and gave a wicked grin. 1. You're going to visit me 3 days out of the week. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. She blinked owlishly at the first condition. And 2. You have to start calling me Big Bro. Excuse me? Hey, I didn't hear a big bro in that, Naruto pointedly stated. Those are the terms of the condition and there's no negotiating. You're gonna have to deal with it, now, he grinned. Come and give your newly found beloved older brother a hug. What the hell? Office, for the first time in her long-lived life, felt something other than nothing, namely disbelief. When Issei next returned to the gutsy toad, he idly noted that Naruto wasn't alone this time around. Now there was a loli sitting over his desk with a rather sour expression over her frail features. Yo. Issei-kun. What's going on? He stated brightly, sparing a wave while casually leaning over the counter. Let me introduce you to my cute little sister, Office. The girl looked absolutely livid at Naruto's words. I am the infinite dragon god. I was born within the vast void of nothingness. I am not your cute little sister, she whispered rather heatedly next to him. Naruto's ocean blue eyes flashed with something akin to a warning of some type, and the dragon of nothingness internally flinched. Beloved older brother. Issei couldn't help but deadpan. Meanwhile, outside of the gutsy toad, a certain crimson-haired princess who'd secretly been tailing one Issei Hyodo with the hopes of finding the location of the blonde's shop was pulling at her bright red hair while trying to figure out just how it was that Issei suddenly disappeared into thin air without warning. Troublesome indeed. Chapter 6. Naruto effectively ignored Issei's howls of pain while happily slurping up the last of his broth before slamming the noodle bowl down onto the table and releasing a long, satisfied sigh. The past 2 weeks had sure flown by, and I mean, how could they not, despite the fact that he hadn't had a single new customer in the span of those 2 weeks. Naruto didn't even feel bothered by it. With Office visiting him every 3 days and Issei coming in almost every day after school for training. Although the teen would define it more as torture, he found himself pretty occupied. So what did they say after that, Office-chan? He asked. I bet they were pretty mad, huh? Nay, is Red really that strong that you needed all that extra help in the first place? Ophis nodded her head slowly and slid the ramen bowl away from herself while responding with her usual monotone. Red is the strongest being in existence, next to myself. His power could bring about the end of the world, so yes, I did require a bit of assistance in removing him. Until I met you, that is. She paused after that, watching as Naruto eagerly grabbed her unfinished bowl and downed the salty food in one go. How can you eat so much of this junk with regurgitating it? Naruto only grinned. Ramen and I go way back. I could eat this stuff for days. It's awesome. Dare I say it? Of course I dare. It's the best food in the world. A warm bowl helps me keep my thoughts in check and reminds me of who I am, he explained while happily patting his stomach. Ophis raised a delicate eyebrow. Remind him who he is. What a strange human. I've found you to be the most eccentric of all the creatures I've met so far. She caught a glimmer of something in those blue eyes, and she couldn't help but fight back a sigh. Older brother. Naruto perked up at that. Of course. I have a reputation to uphold after all. Where I'm from, I was known to be a pretty unpredictable guy. Never knew what I'd do next to pull everyone out of a jam. Although, now that I think about it, they did call me a knucklehead too. Naruto placed a hand under his chin and hummed aloud. It wasn't until toward the very end that I got a cooler nickname. He shrugged nonchalantly. Someone please help me. Ha ha ha. Yes, flee pathetic human. Cower under my infinite power. Is this what qualifies a dragon is? Nowadays? Pathetic? I'll make sure to use your bones to decorate my newly acquired den. Ophis didn't know when things had gotten so out of hand, but she did know that Naruto Uzumaki was a definite cause for change. Through lulled violet orbs, the infinite dragon god watched as the pervert child tried, to dodge the massive claw that was quickly closing in on his location, only for his tiny body to be unceremoniously knocked across the expanse of the valley until it embedded itself into the dry and crater-ridden earth below. He's going to die. Naruto only nodded. Oh yeah, definitely. If he doesn't manage to make Red blink by the end of the week, I'm going to rip his soul out of his body. And this time I won't be putting it back. Teach him a lesson is what it will do. Once again, Ophis was reminded of the fact that this human was quite literally the most irrational, completely mad creature she had ever met. Why go this far for him? Fighting Great Red is suicide for anyone that isn't you or myself. His body was probably crushed by that blow alone. Why put him through all of this? It was a bit of a mystery to her. For the past 2 weeks she had kept up on their deal, if only for the principle of it. And every day Issei Hyodo would show up at the shop, whether she visited or not, and Naruto would effectively find some new way to utterly break his body and spirit until she was sure that the pervert had died. Then Naruto would resurrect the boy, and in spite all of the complaining that followed, he would still show up the very next day to do it all over again. Perhaps this was another mystery that somehow stemmed from humanity's lack of self-preservation. He's got a lot of potential. It's being channeled the wrong way, but he has potential. I want to bring that out of him. Stand, pathetic human. I've never had a toy to play with, and it would be a shame if you died now. Issei couldn't feel anything. The booming cries of the gargantuan red dragon were almost lost to him as darkness crept along the corners of his vision. In the past week alone, he had died every single day. On Monday he was burned to death. On Tuesday he was drowned. Wednesday he was blown to smithereens. Thursday, and quite literally the worst day, Naruto summoned that endless army of copies and beat him to death. A part of him knew the demon enjoyed it. Needless to say, Issei had died and been resurrected more times than Jesus. Today though, today was taking the proverbial cake. At least that blonde demon holds back. This guy, he crushed me with one blow. His arms and legs were bent at unnatural angles, and he was pretty sure that his ribs were broken and that one of them punctured a lung. Otherwise he wouldn't be choking on his own blood. This is the worst pain. With that last though, Issei Hyodo died. Red snorted as he felt the last of the human's life force fade away. Why you had that pathetic creature attempt to challenge my might is beyond even me. It said, fires spewing out of its nostrils. I even held back and he's still nothing but a broken mess. How pathetic. Is this really a scared gear user? TCH, I'll never understand what he saw in these squishy bastards. Naruto floated up next to that dragon's head and crossed his feet while leveling Red's massive eyeball with a sour glare. Hey, I'm human too. Ya know. And why make him fight weaker beings when he can fight people like Office-chan, you, and me? I bet if he tried fighting anyone else in this world it would be a breeze by now. I don't think that's how it works. Besides, there is always an exception. You are the exception for humanity. Human you may be in appearance and scent, but you're a lot more than just that everywhere else. Office floated up next to the blonde and nodded. I have to agree. She watched as Naruto extended a hand, and Issei's battered form rose up from the crater it lay in. Putting the child up against beings of our level won't make him any more stronger. If anything, you're just giving the boy nightmares. Naruto easily waved off her concerns. Nonsense. This is how I got strong. I mean, yeah, I trained and stuff, but most of the time I was just throwing myself head first against people far stronger and more experienced than me. He took a moment to evaluate the floating corpse's damage. Man Red, you sure did a number on the kid. I didn't even know someone's spine could bend that way. The true dragon only shrugged. A rather comical gesture due to its massive size. You said he could take it. Although, I never expected to find the Red Dragon Emperor sealed away into a child. A pervert to boot. Naruto blinked. Red Dragon Emperor. Why do you guys have all these flashy titles? He pouted. No one's given me any cool titles yet. Red ignored the blonde's antics. Diedrich, the Welsh dragon. A powerful being in his own right. Last I heard the Welsh dragon and the albino dragon were having a nice little get-together before the three factions intervened. Don't know what happened after that though, but it all makes sense now. What a weakling, having his body destroyed and his soul sealed into a scared gear. Huh. Had that been me I would've. Before the true dragon could begin yet another monologue of his greatness, Naruto intervened. By breaking down into an uncontrollable fit of laughter. Red and Office shared a single glance as the blonde doubled over, holding his gut as if he had been struck while hysterically laughing. We've made a serious mistake acknowledging this guy. Office titled her head in a short nod. Meanwhile, Naruto couldn't help but laugh at the irony. While not similar in circumstances, both Issei and himself had some all-powerful being sealed inside of them at birth that almost gets them killed on a regular basis. If God was the father of all humanity, that meant he was also technically Issei's dad. So it made even more sense. That was rich. No wonder he liked the kid so much. If Issei were awake and could read Naruto's thoughts he would wonder just how killing someone for a week straight meant you liked them. Oh man, I'm sorry, this is just great. Naruto did his best to compose himself. Oh man, you guys have no idea how funny that was to me. When I was born, I had a 9-tailed demon fox sealed into my stomach by my dad, so I kind of relate with the kid. He explained.
Just leave, please. I've had enough of you for the day. Quote.
Michael resisted the urge to rub his temples. I don't mean to be rude, dear sister, but could you please tell me why this particular piece of information was so delayed in reaching me? The seraph and current leader of heaven questioned softly. He knew they had been stretched thin, and he understood more than any of his brothers and sisters just how tough it was to run heaven and care for the mortals all at the same time, but this was a matter of the utmost importance. Please, tell me why something like the Great Red vanishing from the dimensional gap took so long to reach my ears? Gabriel let out a weak chuckle and scratched her head sheepishly. Well, you see dear brother. The news had long ago reached my ears, but I forgot to tell you. She explained, her voice squeaking toward the end while light blue eyes glimmered with unspoken apologies. Please forgive me. Gabriel bowed before her brother and prayed for forgiveness. Had it been anyone else, Michael might have been able to refrain from sighing, but this was his sister and equal in power and status, so he sighed. Gabriel, you and I share this responsibility equally. Whomever told you this rather disturbing information told you with the hopes that you would do something with it. You and I are the rulers of heaven now. Which means you don't have to ask me for permission. His sister looked to almost be in tears. Be you, but what if I mess up? I have to ask you, dear brother. Michael shook his head softly, long silky blonde locks swaying behind him as he did so. If you insist on being this way, then remember to approach me next time. The seraph said. Now, please tell me someone is at least making sure that what the Great Red was holding back is still being held back. If any of those monstrosities managed to escape and that vile creature began to spread its taint, then there would truly be no hope for any of them. Not with him being dead at least. Such was the power of that beast. Ah, well, apparently the infinite dragon has taken the dimensional gap back from the Great Red. Its power is more than enough to keep those empty shells at bay, so we don't have to worry much about that. Michael nodded while inwardly going over his sister's words. The Great Red was stronger than the Void Dragon. It wasn't defeated. So then, how was the true dragon removed from the very same place it was sentenced to by the Great Will himself? Although there was something else. Gabriel blinked as she tried her hardest to recall what it was. Oh, that's right. Remember that strange power we felt a year ago? Well, it turns out that same power was picked up entering the city where those two devil heiresses are, and was once again felt from outside the dimensional gap by the Watchers, she finished cheerfully. Michael felt the headache coming. After a moment of contemplating, banging his head over the heavenly throne and internally cursing, then apologizing to his beloved father for leaving him behind to deal with this entire mess, the seraph spoke. Do we have a specific location? If this being was strong enough to subdue the Great Red, then we have no choice but to seek an audience. Gabriel nodded happily. Yup. We found the place, but we can't seem to actually find the place. Michael blinked curiously at his sister's words, motioning for her to explain.
Ah, well, you see, dear brother. We have a general idea of where this being is, but whenever we get close we always end up in the same spot. An empty lot.
Michael's eyebrow twitched. An empty lot, you say? We can't seem to find exactly where, although we do know it's there. Some of the Watchers took it upon themselves to search for whoever is responsible and have noted that a human boy visits the same empty lot every day. We have no idea what happens to him though. According to them, he just vanishes without a trace, then shows up hours later in a very disgruntled state. Her lips parted into an "oh" as she recalled another bit of information. Also, the sister of the current Lucifer has been sighted near the lot as well, apparently stalking the human boy. Michael blinked for a second time, his lips forming into a thin line as he took a moment to process things. The Great Red disappearing was bad enough, but add the younger sister of a Mao to the mix and things just got needlessly complicated. Yup. There it was, the headache. I suppose I'll have to be paying a visit to the Earth very soon. Gabriel only beamed, her eyes lighting up like a starry sky. Michael could already see where this was going. Oh, can I come along, brother? Fighting down the urge to rub his temples once more, Michael released a long exasperated sigh and hesitantly nodded. Yes, Gabriel, you can come along as well. Yay. Road trip. Why, father, why? Naruto grinned brightly as he waved Issei away. You can take tomorrow off. I'm going to be busy anyway, he cried to the retreating teens back. Make sure to catch up on your reading. Issei weakly raised a single finger in his direction and then promptly shut the magical, because there was no other way to explain it, door behind him. When he was gone, Naruto turned his attention away from the door and toward his cute impromptu little sister. Her outfit had changed from the more revealing one she previously wore on their first meeting. Gone were the thin strips of tape that protected her underdeveloped modesty. Now she wore a long sleeveless Gothic-style dress instead, and strangely enough, no shoes. She'd practically shifted her clothing right in front of him, in fact. Something Naruto had no doubt she would never do again, seeing as he was still pestering her to teach him how. Just another thing he couldn't do besides those stupid light spears. So lame. So, what do you want to do now? Play cards? Discuss the meaning of life? Help me come up with different ways to train Issei? He twiddled his thumbs at the last one and chuckled. Kukuku. I can see why Kakashi-sensei and that old pervert found so much enjoyment in this kind of stuff. Ophis would have retorted with something witty no doubt, had the front door of the gutsy toad not been slammed open by a familiar and very angry-looking young man. Ophis. I finally found you. The stranger cried, eyes wide and filled with fury. How dare you? He pointed a finger at the indifferent preteen. How dare you take my chance away from me? In a flash of white light, what was once a human teenager was replaced with a suit of mail. White pixel wings that shimmered with a holy power spread wide across its back and bright glowing eyes. Divine dividing. Balance breaker, he roared. If I can't fight Great Red, then I'll just fight you instead, Infinite Dragon. Valley. Ophis said, her violet orbs blankly staring into his own obscured eyes as a miasma began to encompass her tiny silhouette. I have no interest in a battle with you. Leave now, or you will die. Her tone remained neutral. No hate, no malice, only certainty. Valley grinned from within his scale mail at her words. That's fine by me. As long as I get to die fighting the strongest, I don't care. Without another word he charged, only for a hand to suddenly clamp around his head and block his view. What, he didn't even see anyone move. Was that Ophis? The next thing the bearer of the heavenly dragon Emperor Albion knew, he was no longer inside a horridly decorated shop. Instead he was laying amidst an endless desert, looking up at a cloudless sky. A grinning blonde leering down at him with a massive fanged grin. Wait, are those horns? Hey there, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and normally I wouldn't attack my customer to be, but I can't have you outright assaulting my cute little sister, you know. Little sister? Before she could speak up, Naruto beat her to the punch. Zip it sis, or I'll make you say it in front of that overgrown lizard too. Ophis wisely kept her mouth shut. One idiot with blackmail was bad enough. Two was, well, she almost shuddered. Of course, she would remember this. Now then. He began again, turning his attention back to the transformed valley. Why not tell me who you are, and what you're so desperate for that it would warrant starting a brawl in my shop? Valley would have spat curses back in response had Naruto not spoken up again. No wait, don't tell me. You wanna fight, right? I can see it in your eyes. You want to beat the strongest and be the strongest. Naruto nodded his head. I've met plenty of people like you. Nothing wrong with that. Although, what would you say if I told you that I was stronger than Ophis over there? That even Great Red acknowledged my strength? What would you say? He leaned in closer, a vicious grin replacing the normally cheerful one. If I told you I got rid of Great Red and took your chance at fighting the strongest away from you? Valley quickly reached out and roughly grabbed the blonde's neck, squeezing it tightly as a grin matching Naruto's own spread over his pale features. Although the blonde probably couldn't see it. I'd say you're the guy I'm looking for then, divine dividing. It was instantaneous. Naruto felt his power dwindle while the armored teen's own increased. With a mighty push, Valley sent the blonde flying backwards and quickly stood, spreading his wings and flexing his claws with a pleased smirk. Amazing. That's some potent energy you have there. I can't wait to take it all from you. He smirked while reveling in his newly acquired strength. Come on then. If what you're saying is true, then prove it. If not, I'm going to beat you down anyways. A warm-up is always good before a huge event after all. Naruto only hovered to a slow stop and glared. Hey now, you can take my power and make it yours? That's even cheaper than the Sharingan, he said with a thin frown. What's this guy's story, Ophis-chan? Naruto's deep blue veered over to the expressionless girl. Well, beloved older brother. He is one of the members of the team I disbanded. The exact opposite of the human you've taken under your wing. His sacred gear houses the soul of White Dragon Emperor, Albion, the nemesis of Diedrich. Naruto whistled while turning his attention back to the armored teen below. Man, there's those fancy titles again. So how did you get him to join? Oi! Don't ignore me, you bastards. Ophis did exactly that and promptly ignored him. He's very one-track minded, a lot like you I suppose. Naruto protested the obvious insult. All I had to do was promise him the chance at a fight with the Great Red and he instantly joined. A massive scowl spread across Valley's veiled features. What the hell? I said not to ignore me. I'm going to defeat both of you. He raised his left arm and immediately a bright orb of light formed over his spread palm. Divine dividing. Naruto felt another chunk of his power disappear, while simultaneously Valley's own energy increased tenfold. So do you think he'd be interested in forming a contract then? Ophis didn't even want to answer that question. Divine dividing. Fortunately for her, she didn't have to. Meh, whatever, I'll ask him anyways. Turning his attention back to the wielder of Albion, Naruto slowly floated down to his level and waved. Yo, I'll fight you, no problem. Valley didn't understand what was happening, even as this guy grinned at him and extended his fist. The power he felt coursing through him was unreal. This guy should have been on his knees by now with how much energy he took away. Yet, here he was, looking for all the world like the stupid-looking blonde didn't have most of his juice. Instantly sapped away. What are you doing? The grin never let up, even as Naruto felt another chunk of his energy dissipate. I'm going to fight you. I can tell that's how you found this store. You're desperate to prove your strength. Desperate to fight those who you think are strong. So I'm gonna give that to you. Sign this contract, and I'll fight you to your heart's content. But, the grin shifted, becoming more malicious. You're going to owe me by the end of it. Valley scoffed. I don't care about all that. He eyed the extended fist while once again dividing Naruto's power. If I agree to this contract. Though, you'll fight me. No holding back. You know I might kill you, right? My power is unbeatable. Even if you are stronger than me all. Just keep taking from you until there's nothing left. Naruto only shrugged. This was like the 8th time today he had been threatened with death anyways. Sure, that sounds fine with me. Now come on. Seal the deal, baby dragon. Valley didn't hesitate. Bringing his own armored fist up, he pressed the knuckles against Naruto's unprotected own while internally promising to make him eat those words. Naruto's grin waned, until it was nothing but a pleasant smile. Well then. Let's get started, shall we? What happened next was horrifying, to say the least. Naruto's skin began to slowly peel away, revealing the red tissue underneath. His hair slowly faded away as a crimson mist began to seep off of his form. In an instant a pillar of red energy unexpectedly exploded upwards from the blonde's origin. Valley being blown away from the sheer force of Naruto's oppressive energy. A massive wave of what could only be called death, because that's all he could really surmise it as, crashed over his shoulders and brought him to his knees. It was unlike anything he had ever felt before. Valley fought desperately to try and gather his bearings while attempting to ignore the fact that he was somehow seeing his own death happen over and over again, each time more painful and gruesome than the last, but it was pointless. Before he could even blink, let alone react, a blood-red, clawed hand erupted from the still pulsing pillar of crimson energy and grabbed onto his form. The appendage extended the entire length set between the two by the resulting shock wave and almost squeezed the life out of him with a tight, iron grip. What the hell is this? Damn you! He growled out in frustration, struggling to set himself free. Valley could feel his armor sizzle as the corrosive energy burned away at it. Divine diving. Valley felt his own power jump in leagues but also noticed his opponent's energy only jumped alongside his. That wasn't right. That shouldn't even possible. From above, Ophis allowed a sleepy smile to curl upwards. You only get stranger, don't you? When the red pillar finally dispersed, what took the place of Naruto was something grotesque in nature. Anyone could smell the obvious blood that seemingly coated the hunched-over creature. The energy burning away at his skin and coated his visage in blood. Two long, rabbit-like ears swept behind him gave the already imposing monstrosity an even more demonic appearance. What caught his eye the most though were the slender tails flickering lazily behind him. 9 of them to be exact. A Kyuubi. No, this isn't a yokai. What the hell is he? As Valley struggled to comprehend just what had occurred, Naruto flexed his free hand and smirked, although the wide, jagged grin that was currently his mouth only made it all the more menacing. Despite having all of the abilities of the 9-tailed beasts and the power to take any of their original appearances, Kurama's form would forever remain his favorite. He may not be using it at full power, But this would be more than enough to teach this kid a lesson and successfully complete another contract. You know, I rarely ever take this form. Mostly because having my skin constantly burned off sucks, but seeing as you went through a transformation yourself, I thought it would only be fair. I'm a sucker for dramatics anyways. Naruto's voice was now warped and completely unrecognizable. Alright then, guess the time for talk is done. Valley-chan, let's see what you've got. Valley briefly registered himself being pulled toward him, it before an indescribable pain erupted from almost everywhere all at once. The scale mail he had called forth shattering after a single blow. He could hear Albion screaming at him from within, but he couldn't really make out what was being said. In that instant Valley understood the sheer difference in power. The gap between him and them was still too great. With that last thought, he peacefully drifted away to the realm of sleep. Naruto scratched his chin in wonder as he beheld the unconscious body of who he knew now to be Valley Lucifer. The kid couldn't even sit through one punch from his arguably shrunken-down chakra cloak. Without being put to sleep, and he was going after people like Great Red and Ophis? The boy must have really wanted to die at the hands of someone much stronger. Awesome. This kid had guts. Now the only question was, so how long do you think it'll be until he wakes up? I don't particularly care and I'd rather not stay around for that, big bro, was her uncaring response while she crossed her legs and leaned back into thin air, unintentionally mimicking Naruto himself. Once again, Naruto was reminded of how great a conversation partner Ophis really was, and still, at least she was remembering to say it now. Whatever would have come next was put off by the familiar sound of chiming bells. At the sight of the same black cat from before, who had somehow found its way back to his shop, Naruto blinked. How peculiar. Not only did he get a new visitor today, but he also got a reoccurring one. Today really must be his lucky day. Ophis on the other hand instantly recognized the furry creature, or more like, who the furry creature really was. Kuroka, she spoke up, nodding toward the tiny animal's direction. The blonde turned to her, and then back to the cat. Ophis-chan, did you name Kitty? Not that there's anything wrong with that, of course. I like that name, it suits her. Ophis only shook her head at how dim-witted Naruto could be, despite his rather cunning personality. Why was it that all-powerful men were either incredibly corrupted or just outright strange? Truly, it was a mystery. The black cat smirked. If cats could, you get the idea. Before his very eyes, Naruto watched as the four-legged feline underwent a metamorphosis and transformed into a very naked, very attractive girl with cat ears and two thin, black-furred tails lazily flickering behind her. Hi there, I don't believe we've properly met. My name is Kuroka, and I'm interested in your services. She winked his way flirtatiously, and Naruto's only response was to grin. Cool. I have two cattails too. From his lower back and over his tailbone, two much larger blue tails sprouted. Light blue flames licking away at the tips. Well, what do you know? Chapter 7. It was a beautiful day. The sky was clear and the sun seemed to shine brighter than ever. A cool wind contentiously swept through the streets. Birds sang, children played, and the various parts of the city were all bustling, more than just a bit crowded. For even the people who lived there could sense the peculiar serenity that came with this gorgeous day. Today was just one of those special days that would have seemed wasted if one chose to spend it inside. Which is exactly why Naruto decided to close shop for the day and wander about without a clear objective in mind. If only to unwind for a few. Let it be known that Naruto rarely leaves his shop, and when he does, well. Say, Ophis-chan. What do you want to do today? His grinned. A smile as bright as the sun. We could do whatever really, I just don't want to spoil such a great day by spending it in the shop. Too bad it didn't blind her. The darkly dressed youth spared the much taller blonde a dull glance. I'd like to return home to the rift and perhaps read a good book in peaceful silence. Or maybe contemplate how one day I will most certainly pay you back for this humiliation, dear older brother. Somehow, even as toneless as that was, he could still almost taste the bitterness. Naruto for his part only grinned wider. However, seeing as both of those options are more than likely out of the window, I'll just say this. Her lips settled on a thin line. I don't care. Just keep me out of any weird situations you will most likely get into, if you would be so kind. Naruto placed a hand under his chin and hummed. Well, you're not wrong about that, but are you sure there's nothing you want to do or try? Arcade? Pizza? Amusement park? We have a whole day here, Yano? With every suggestion he uttered, Ophis found herself resisting the urge to wince. Arcade? She'd rather die. Amusement park? More like torture. Pizza? Tempting, but not enough. I'm sure. Naruto shrugged in response. All right, fine. We'll do this my way then. I have a friend I haven't visited in a couple of weeks. Not since him and his goons killed Issei, that is. He nodded to himself in affirmation. Yeah, I need to get an update on how things are going anyways. So that's what we'll do. Maybe you know him, Ophis-chan? He turned to the Infinite Dragon. Tall guy. Dark hair, kinda. Looks like a vampire. Oh, pointy ears. He's got really pointy ears. Clutching at his hairs, Naruto groaned as he racked his brain for a name. What's his name? Kokabile. No, that ain't it. Coca-Cola. Damn, not that either. Let's see here. Kokabile. Naruto snapped his fingers and nodded. Yeah, that's his name. Kokabile. Say, how do you know him? Ophis felt her brow twitch. I suppose you could say he's an acquaintance of an acquaintance. So, you have met Kokabile? At Naruto's rather animated nod, she pressed on, all the while pushing back the distinct feeling that she didn't really want to know. Then pray, tell me, how exactly did this meeting happen? The horned blonde's grin instantly waned, going from bright to slightly embarrassed in seconds. His hand came up to rub the back of his blonde mop rather sheepishly as a weak chuckle escaped him. Ophis was already regretting even asking. Well, I met him, and after a little talk he attacked me. We fought, and, well, it's sort of hard to explain. You'll have to see it in person. Remember how I said creepy bird brain dude? At her nod he paused, as if searching for the right words to say next. Damn, how should I put this? Well, he's creepy because he really likes me a lot now. The Infinite Dragon God felt her brow twitch yet again. What the hell was that supposed to mean? Her gut churned in the familiar way it did whenever she felt herself about to be pulled into some disturbing occurrence, namely by the blonde towering above her. She'd been alive long enough to understand that in this world there were in fact plenty of things that managed to disturb even something like her. Red, and his great and powerful old fingernail collection were one of the first to come to mind. The almighty true dragon did indeed have a heavily prized fingernail, dragon nail, collection that he'd attempted to show her multiple times in the past. The very thought of it made her shudder. Anyways, let's just go. I'd rather not go alone, to be honest. Really, it was too bad she was bound to that deal, and were it not for her being so sure that Naruto could enforce it, she'd more than likely be gone by now. With a begrudging nod, Ophis watched as the world around her warped in what she'd come to know as Naruto's favorite method of travel. Local passerbys would go home that day and wonder if what they saw was real or a figment of their imagination. A darkly dressed loli. And a blonde delinquent both up and vanishing into thin air, and for a very short moment, the blonde one looked to have a pair of horns sitting proudly over his head. Michael blinked. Sirzek sighed. Azazel waved. Gabriel beamed. Hello brother, sister. Fancy seeing you here, As always, the fallen leader was as tactical as ever. An almost bored smile settling over his tan features as he beheld his siblings. Azazel, Michael fought back the urge to rub away the coming headache. What are you doing here? His partner, or more like tag along, was a lot more energetic in her own greeting. Hey Azazel. It's good to see you again. You look great in black, by the way. Gabriel gave a brilliant smile and a thumbs up. Unrestrained joy all but filling her bright blue orbs at the sight of her brother. Fallen or not, he was still very much dear to her. Gabriel, please don't compliment him. The fallen leader barked out a loud laugh. It's good to see you as well, Gabe. Violet orbs then trailed over to the taller blonde next to her. You as well, Michael. The current leader of heaven sighed once more, but offered a gentle smile his fallen brother's way nonetheless. "I'm happy to see you safe, brother." There was the ever-present warmth in those emerald-colored eyes. The same all-encompassing compassion that led to the unanimous decision by the remainder of their faction all those years ago, electing Michael as the only one fit to take his place. His kindness and Gabriel's innocence were about the only things left that could sustain the heavens after the Great Will's passing. Azazel's bored smile shifted to a tiny sad one. A pity really, because the death of their father hit Michael the hardest of them all. A family reunion. "I always love these. I would have dressed more appropriately had you told me, Azazel." Sirzek turned an eye his companion's way. "But judging by the look on your face, this wasn't planned. May I ask, Michael, what someone of your stature is doing here of all places?" He gestured to the empty lot beside them all. "I could ask the same of you, Sirzek," Michael retorted softly. "That you could, so, just to be clear then, you're not searching for a blonde guy with horns?" The seraph blinked, his head tilting slightly to the right. His expression was understandably one of bewilderment. "Horns, you say? Like the human interpretation of a devil?" Sirzek nodded. "Yup. 'Cause if you were, then I'd have to regrettably ask you why exactly it is you're searching for him. I say regrettably because of the way things have been going as of late ever since this enigmatic character made his appearance. Meaning that he had the gall to insult my Rias Tan, and I can't let that go unpunished." Gabriel brought a single finger to her lip and hummed aloud. "Say brother. Now that I think about it, the guy one of the watchers mentioned being seen outside the shop on a few occasions had blonde hair, and horns too." Michael visibly slumped. "Gabriel, you really need to tell me these things," he whispered in clear defeat. The blonde seraph only bonked her head playfully while putting together the most apologetic expression she could muster. Azazel released another bark of laughter at his sibling's antics. "Huh, man, you guys never change, do you?" Sirzek wasn't as amused. "Okay, so it's been established we're looking for the same guy. Could you tell us why you're looking for him though?" Before Michael could respond, Gabriel beat him to the punch. "The Great Red has disappeared from the dimensional gap, and we think whoever owns this shop could be responsible." Azazel only laughed even harder, watching as Michael's line of sight drifted away from the innocently smiling Gabriel and toward a nearby post, more than likely contemplating banging his head over it. "Father always did say his job was stressful." Once again, Sirzek was not amused. No, now he was downright horrified. What? The implications of what this could mean sent waves across whatever plans he originally came up with. If Gabriel's words proved to be true, then they were dealing with a creature that was on an entirely different level than themselves. "That's rather disturbing," the Crimson Devil admitted with a low sigh. Azazel snorted. "If we're all thinking of the same person, then I doubt you have much to worry about. Well, expect maybe a headache." That was bad news for Michael. He doubted he could take many more headaches. "Have you by chance actually met this being, brother?" Michael locked eyes with the fallen, a notable edge lurking behind those kind emerald orbs. The man nodded while simultaneously bringing a hand up to rub his goatee. "I visited this shop a couple of weeks back when he first settled here, found him by pure luck it feels like, and a major part of him actually wanting to be found. Weird kid. Told me this was a place that grants desires. For a price, of course. He's got even weirder abilities, but they're without a doubt interesting ones. Besides having some personality issues, he never struck me as a threat though. Strong, really strong and crazy as all hell, but not a threat." He paused. "What's even weirder though, is that he seemed like the most out-of-place thing inside his own shop. It was all empty, save for a few decorations and him." The corner of his lips twitched slightly and he gave a light shrug. I have a soft spot for kids though, so don't take my word for it. Just ask VA." The front door to the oddly colored shop suddenly burst open, interrupting the fallen leader, and a very distraught looking teen with silver hair poked his head out, a broom gripped angrily in his hands. "Oi! The hell is with all this racket out here? Don't you bastards know it's rude to loiter? I'm not above kicking your asses in the boss's place. Ya know. Icy blue eyes locked onto the four very familiar and very powerful beings standing outside the gutsy toad, all with varying expressions over their faces. Valley, what are you doing here? Azazel leveled his ward with an even glare. Ah, hey Azazel. I can explain, Naruto-sama. Kokebiel, survivor of the Great War, leader of armies and conqueror of entire battlefields, son of God, and commander of the fallen angels, neatly pressed his forehead against the abandoned church grounds with enough force to crack the old wooden floor before one sheepish-looking blonde. Kokebiel, the fallen conqueror, who bowed before none but his father, bowed before Naruto. Why? Why was he doing that? Ophis was starting to believe in a greater power that she wasn't even sure Naruto himself knew he had. Something she was beginning to dub the Uzumaki effect. Hey Kokebiel-kun. I'm here for an update, got anything new for me? Without lifting his head to meet the blondes, Kokebiel eagerly responded. Yes, Naruto-sama. The preparations you requested have been made. I've used all of my current influence to garner as much support as possible. Soon, your master plan will come to fruition and you can reap the benefits while I shower you with all too deserving praise. Was that a pool of tears spreading underneath his head? I'm so pleased, Naruto-sama. You have returned like you promised. I thought I'd failed you the last time. Such a mistake would truly mark me as unworthy, a dishonor of the highest. For you are all I can strive to please now. You, who have shown me the light. The pale looking young man shuddered, bringing a hand up to his chest and clutching it as if he was hurt. Oh no, I feel it, Naruto-sama. This beastly urge inside of me. This is devotion. His head swung back, and with arms outstretched, Kokebiel openly wept tears of pure joy. Naruto only continued to grin weakly. Ophis couldn't even fathom what had just occurred. What exactly happened during your fight? She turned a pointing stare the horned blonde's way. Naruto shrugged as he recalled the events of the rather one-sided, at least in his opinion, battle. Well, like I said, I came to ask. Why Issei was killed. He attacked me, we fought for a while. The rest is history. I guess somewhere along our fight he started having so much fun he swore his allegiance to me or something. A battle so pure. It was heart-wrenching. Kokebiel spoke up from his position, bringing his hands down to his chest as a peaceful smile spread across flawless skin. I hadn't felt like that in battle since fighting father himself. Not even my dear brothers and sisters could provide such entertainment. The feeling, it's indescribable. I knew then that my previous goal was for naught, pointless. Even more so. It displeased Naruto-sama. Unforgivable. I have found something better in Naruto-sama. Something I'd forgotten long ago. Ophis didn't even know what this was. Well, thank you. Anyway, that's great news, Kokebiel-kun. I really appreciate all the hard work you're doing for me. Do you need anything before I leave? Kokebiel looked to be struck once more. I'm unworthy of such kind words. All I ask is that you visit me again, Naruto-sama. Sadly, the rest of Team Naruto is not here at the moment, fulfilling their current duties in your name. They should be here next time though, have no doubts. I will make sure a proper greeting is arranged. Naruto nodded happily, as if one of the former generals of heaven wasn't openly weeping at the mere sight of him. Awesome. Remind Rainier-chan that we still have to finish our talk too, please. Thank you. The blonde turned to Ophis and motioned for something. What? Naruto's brow furrowed. Say goodbye, silly. It's the polite thing to do. He shook his head slowly. Geez, don't you have any manners, Ophis-chan? Her violet orbs locked with his blue in a battle of sheer wills. After a rather long period of silence where the two figuratively duked it out, the infinite dragon sighed in defeat. There really was no winning with this guy. Tilting her head goodbye, she turned and made her way out of the abandoned church that previously belonged to a rather shady and dangerous faction within the ranks of the Grigori. Now reduced to, what was the name? Oh, right. Team Naruto. The blonde in question only shrugged before following after her. He supposed that was good enough for now. Goodbye, Naruto-sama. I'll make sure to inform Rainier-chan. I hope to spar again soon. Call on us whenever you wish, I'll be ready. With a final wave, the duo dissipated into the wind. When Issei stepped into the gutsy toad the following evening, he expected to see the familiar face of a grinning blonde with horns, and a scowling gothic loli. Instead he was greeted with multiple curious looks from a multitude of very unfamiliar faces, although the brunette did note that one was a carbon copy of Rias, although male, and the others all had wings, one with a familiar black. Before the chiming could fade away, the youngest of the group of strangers all but shouted at him. Who the fuck are you? You trying to sneak up on the boss or something? Out of all of them, the last one had the strangest hair color. Valley was quick to level the shorter teen with a menacing glare, all the while flexing his power in an attempt to intimidate Issei. If only Issei wasn't subjected to the combined killing intent of Naruto and Great Red on a daily basis, then maybe it would have worked. I'm Hyodo Issei. Who are you guys? Where's the demon at? Demon? Gabriel leaned in closer to her brother's ear and attempted to discreetly whisper into it. Brother, that's the boy the Watchers mentioned. Michael's eyes rested solely on the visibly nervous-looking teen, while inwardly mulling over his sister's words and simultaneously ignoring her shabby attempt at being sneaky. His muddy orbs were not so discreetly jumping between all five of them with a nervous glimmer. Come to think of it, why was he so nervous in the first place? Relax, kid. No one here is going to hurt you. Azazel was quick to grasp Valley by the collar and sit him back down. It's not you I'm afraid of, Issei mumbled softly. He couldn't help but think this would be a new tour training method devised by that nefarious blonde demon. Sierzek instantly beamed at the sight of Issei's uniform. In the blink of an eye he was next to Issei, gingerly holding his hand with hearts in his eyes. A student of Kuo. Do you know my Rias Tan? Bah. What am I saying? Of course you know of her. She's perfect in every way, isn't she? So honestly it'd be more strange if you didn't know her, haha. Don't you agree that she's the best though? Nay. Isn't she? The two were practically cheek to cheek now. Issei was growing visibly uncomfortable and highly disturbed, more so the latter. Why, you're Gramarye-san's brother? The brunette managed out despite the close proximity of their faces. You guessed it, Sierzek, leave the kid be. You're scaring him. Before the conversation could proceed any further, a small pop resounded throughout the shop. All eyes immediately turned to the spot that was now being occupied by two people, one familiar, and one not so much. All four of the faction leaders immediately recognized the blank facade that belonged to none other than the infinite dragon god, Ophis. The scowling face of the blonde, however, was unfamiliar. Who the hell are you people? What are you doing in my shop? There was one clear defining quality in the blonde's appearance that instantly caught their attention and helped to shed light on who he was. Mainly the milk-white bones protruding from above his eyebrows. If the spiky blonde hair didn't give it away, that most surely did. Boss. I tried to stop them, I really did. But these guys, they're monsters of their own. Valley hung his head in shame. Naruto only waved his hand dismissively. It's all good, Valley-chan. I don't care about that. I just want to know who the hell you people are. If you're here on business, sorry to say I'm closed today. Bright blue orbs caught sight of a now ghostly white Issei from the corner of his eye. Oh, hey Issei-kun. Missed you yesterday. Issei only whimpered at the sight of that grin. The Great Red blinked down at the three gaping, and one amazed expressions of the four people before him. He could smell angels. And a devil. That wasn't any bit strange though. What was strange was the fact that the two opposites weren't currently trying to kill each other. How very curious. Last I checked your kind despised the other. What brought this change? TCH. Never mind. I don't really care enough about it to want to know. The dragon turned its thick neck toward the one grinning blonde. More training partners, Blondie? Naruto shook his head a no while floating the closest to the great being, his legs crossed in a wide smirk on his face. Afraid not. Red, these guys just wanted to make sure you were okay. They felt you disappear and got a little worried about it. You stinkin' lizard, you didn't tell me you were this popular. Naruto wiggled his eyebrows suggestively. The two spoke as if they were on equal footing. That alone was a testament to the blonde's power in the eyes of Sirzek. Amazing boss. To speak so casually to the Great Red. You really are worthy of being my teacher. Azazel turned to his ward and raised a single golden eyebrow. Teacher, I'm going to grill that brat as soon as we get home tonight. The leader of heaven had his own opinion as to what was going on around him as well. The Great Red and the infinite dragon god. Michael felt his eyes drift toward the two teens, one gazing at the horned blonde with awe and the other with dismay. Along with both of the heavenly dragons. With this much power, he withheld a smile. Did they now? Red blinked once and focused intently on the faces of the three angels floating a distance away. For a moment a flash of much younger counterparts enveloped their current appearances, and it remembered. Ah, I know you three. His children. You've grown up, brats. Gabriel happily waved to the massive crimson dragon. Hey there, Red Sama. It's very nice to meet you. Or is it see you again? I can't really remember. Although I must say, you're quite the handsome dragon. The 12-winged angel winked in the dragon's direction, and the weight of it was enough to cause the Great Red's cheeks to turn an even deeper color of scarlet altogether. TTCH, whatever, of course I'm as handsome as ever. Naruto tried his best to contain his snort at the sight of the Great Red blushing. Really he did. Despite his best efforts, though it was useless, he'd been quite easily heard. What was that, Blondie? You laughing about something over there? Why not share with the rest of us? Better yet, why not be a good little ant and stay still while I squash you under my claw? The tall mountains surrounding them quivered and shook with each of the dragon's words. On instinct, the faction leaders unconsciously tensed and prepared themselves. Ophis shook her head slightly at the unnecessary display, while next to her Valley held a now unconscious Issei who'd passed out at the very sight of the monstrous Red's power due to the sheer fear that struck his heart. Flashbacks of being squished, slammed, and burnt to a crisp overloaded his mind, and within seconds the poor teen had passed out. Who could even blame him? Naruto was more interested in picking his nose. You say something. He flicked a stray booger off of his index and turned his full attention to the now seething Red. Why you? I don't even want to be near your insane rambling. Out? Get out. I want all of you out. Leave me in peace. Grumbling to himself, the dragon spread its wings and prepared to take flight. I swear, you're making me start to sound like the witch with all this talk of being left alone. The Great Crimson. Wings flapped once and a storm of sand and debris enveloped the dry, cracked land below. Naruto happily waved goodbye as the massive dragon soared away, doing a good job of ignoring the scaly clawed finger being sent his way. The blonde inhaled deeply and then grinned. That Red, you gotta love the guy, dragon, girl? Any help here? He turned to Ophis, but only received a dry glare in return. It was pretty obvious he was alone on this one. TCH, figures. Stupid author can't even bother to think up any more decent lines anyway, so it doesn't matter. Releasing a low sigh, he rested a cheek against his palm and waved his free hand dismissively. Fine. Whatever, next scene. So here we are at last. Now that you've gotten what you came for, let's get to what really matters. Naruto spread his arms wide and gestured to the varying races occupying his various couches that were most definitely not there before with barley-contained glee. Seriously. They weren't. The blonde reached over and gladly accepted the fruity drink being handed to him by a more than willing Valley, who then quickly proceeded to kneel next to him in a similar fashion to how a Yakuza thug would kneel before his leader. With all this, threatening the very balance of all worlds nonsense put behind us, we can finally get to scheduling appointments for you all. Like I told you before, I'm off today, and tomorrow I can't attend to any of you on account of my cat being stuck in a tree. I'm totally free on Thursday though, so with that being said, who's first? Azazel? Siscon dude? Anyone? At the multitude of blank stares he was receiving, Naruto could already gauge their responses. It didn't mean he'd give up though.
Come on people. We're talking about your greatest desire here. Whatever you're desperate for, I can do it. Really I can. I promised to make Issei-kun a harem king. And I've already fulfilled my end of the deal with Office-chan over here, so there's my credibility. He gestured to the lowly floating next to him. Hell, you even saw red for yourselves. What more do I have to do here? Guys gotta make a living, ya know. Isn't that right, Issei?
The brunette in question was sleeping soundly on the lone couch furthest to the right. A light blush coloring his cheeks, no doubt due to whatever wild and perverse dreams he was having. See? Issei agrees with me. Azazel glanced about his companions and noticed that they were finally staring to understand exactly what he meant earlier on. His eyes met Michael's, and for a moment the leader of the Fallen had to fight back a chuckle at the sheer disbelief in his brother's eyes. Headache inducer indeed. I think I'll pass again. Genies are nothing but trouble anyway. The Fallen cut a visual path directly to Valley, who stiffened at the mere sight of his caretaker's piercing gaze. I hope you don't mind though, but Valley has to come with me. I'm sort of a father figure to him, you see, and I'd been wondering where he'd been the last couple of days. Naughty boy that one, had me scared to death. Azazel attempted to look the part of a concerned parent, but failed miserably. Valley quickly turned to Naruto and grabbed onto his elbow, clinging for dear life as he pleaded desperately with the blonde. You can't let him take me, boss. I don't mind taking the heat for you, but he's the worst possible fate for me right now. You gotta help me, boss. Save me, please. Those icy blue orbs seemed a lot less cold, and a lot more pathetic, as the teen shamelessly groveled before some of the most powerful and influential entities alive. Such was the nature of Azazel's twisted punishments, that even Valley would beg for assistance. Naruto observed the silver-haired teen for a moment before nodding to himself, while releasing a soft whistle of appreciation. Nice. Great form, excellent waterworks. Now that is the way to grovel. All right. Valley looked impossibly hopeful as Naruto turned his attention away from him and to Azazel. B-boss, you really are amazing, he was saved. You can take him, Azazel. His hope was instantly crushed, it stood no chance. Whatever stars twinkled in the eyes of Albion's wielder were swallowed by an inky wave of pitch black. B-boss. No, you can't let it end this way. Naruto only wagged a finger in the outraged Valley's face. Now, it's important to be considerate of your parents. Your boss I may be, but your father, surrogate or otherwise, I am not. Just please let him visit, Azazel. Well, honestly, either let him visit or I'll make you let him. I made a contract with Valley-chan here, so I guess you could say I'm his uncle now, and nothing you can say or do is going to change that. He paused for a moment. Does that make any sense to you? He inquired offhandedly. It makes all the sense in the world, Uzumaki. The Fallen responded while uncrossing his legs. Well, I'll be seeing you all. Lovely chat, but I have some rather important things to attend to at the moment. Azazel reached over and easily plucked the horrified Valley up by his collar and proceeded to drag the teen away, ignoring his ward's cries of mercy all the while. Just as he was about to step through the door, the fallen angel paused and then spoke. He supposed now was as good a time as any. By the way, Naruto, do you happen to know anything that could shed some light on the way Kokebiel's been acting lately? You see, he's been a little more intense than usual. Nope. No idea what you're talking about, really. Right. So you have nothing to do with it whatsoever? You're sure? A quick nod was his only response. So the shrine he keeps in your honor hidden away in his room is just a coincidence then? Naruto shrugged innocently. Must be. No other way to explain it. Azazel sighed. Of course, he shouldn't have expected any less. The ringing of the chimes drowned out the rest of his exit, and Valley's cries of terror, mostly. With those two gone, Naruto lazily waved his arm and the door quickly shut behind them. Oh well. You lose some you win some, he supposed. No point in crying over spilled milk, right? With that in mind, the blonde turned his attention to the remainder of his guests and grinned widely, his fangs glimmering in the light. Now it was down to 3.
So, what are you guys desperate for? Serzek didn't like that twinkle in the blonde's eyes. Honestly, this guy felt more like an actual devil than he himself did. Fighting down the urge to crawl into a hole to bury himself away, the Crimson Satan coughed into his hand and gathered his wit. It was time to begin with the negotiations. What would come next would surely shape the outcome of all the realms.
Chapter 8. Ophis vehemently fought the urge to sigh. The boy, Issei, was blinking back at her with a bewildered expression plastered over his idiotic features from across the dark blue counter. Though she couldn't quite blame him for his confusion, as she herself was a tiny bit confused by her current predicament. One day she would get her revenge on that blonde sadist. Rest assured that it would come. Today, however, was not that glorious day. Mostly because that same sadist wasn't around. So run that by me one more time? Issei asked. Without giving in to the urge of strangling the sacred gear user for making her repeat herself, Ophis did just that. Naruto is off taking care of a contract and left me in charge of the shop. I'm supposed to deal with any requests to the best of my ability and oversee your training for the day. Issei nodded slowly in response. Yeah, that's what I thought you said. He muttered slowly. So does this mean that I can get the day off? A light frown tugged at the corners of her lips. If I have to suffer, then so will you. Issei hung his head in defeat. All thoughts of a peaceful and productive evening completely tossed out the window at the girl's rather dry response. He mused on how strange it was that Naruto was actually out of the shop for the entire day. Must have been a hell of a request to drag him away from his pride and joy for so long. What about the other guy? Why isn't he here? Sparing him a glance, Ophis shrugged her shoulders and returned her attention to what Issei assumed was manga currently hovering in front of her face. Issei let out a tired sigh. Can you at least tell me what I'm supposed to be doing? Without tearing her eyes from the hard book, Ophis pointed to a mop and bucket leaning far off in the corner of the shop. Issei's brow twitched, and he inched his neck back to level Ophis with a look that clearly read, "Are you fucking kidding me? He wants me to clean?" The infinite dragon god turned the page and then nodded an affirmative. Issei was outraged. Are you serious? Clean what? This place is practically spotless. He gestured to the borderline empty store. Moreover, what the hell kind of training is this? When do I get my harem? None of this is what was promised. I swear he's just messing with me now. Ophis flinched at all the unnecessary yelling going on. Although she expected this kind of reaction, and luckily so did Naruto. Big brother also told me to remind you that it's either this, or I send you to Red for another friendly sparring match. You decide. Issei had crossed the gap between him and the mop in a matter of seconds. After a minute or two of nervously mopping the same spot while attempting to not pass out due to flashbacks of having his body crushed and spine shattered, he paused, and then hesitantly turned his attention to the still reading Ophis. Biting his lip, the teen considered his next words for a moment before nodding to himself. Oh Ophis-sama, could I maybe ask you something? Issei deadpanned. Right. Well, I'm just going to go ahead and ask anyways. Just how long did it take the demon to grant you your desire? Since he had to take on Red to give you back your rift, or whatever, it had to have taken a while, right? Days even? His eyes suddenly burst into stars at the thought. Naruto probably had to duke it out with Red, didn't he? Oh. That must have been such an awesome fight. He quickly realized what he had just said. Wait, what? No. Why would a fight like that interest him? Were he actually there, Issei had no doubts he would have turned tail and ran at the first sign of conflict. Still, lately, he couldn't deny the thrill of getting stronger. The feeling of coming closer to mastering his scared gear and the satisfaction. 12 minutes. Come again. Ophis spared the flabbergasted teen a glance. It took him exactly 12 minutes. 5 to talk to the overgrown lizard. 2 to impress it. 1 to create the pocket. 4 to actually convince it to take the deal. Issei twitched, the mop in his hands snapping in half as his rage consumed him. That lying, lazy, good-for-nothing bastard. Kuroka blinked owlishly, partly in curiosity and the other in mild amusement, as she watched Naruto hang upside down from the tall tree they were currently, and very discreetly, occupying. A pair of binoculars were pressed against his eyes and he was curiously humming aloud while mumbling incoherently to himself. Do you really need to use those? She asked. Naruto removed the binoculars and faced her, a wide grin spread across his oddly marked cheeks. Nope. But this is a stakeout. and I'll be damned if I don't look professional while doing it. Before the two was the most prestigious and recently now co-ed academy in the entire city, Kuo. The impressively sized Victorian exterior was impeccably maintained. The vibrant blues and pale whites looked pristine, serving to accent its raw architectural beauty. The building looked almost brand new despite its age, and radiated an aura of pure class. No pun intended. Why exactly were they here of all places? I bet you already know. You clever little shit you. Kuroka made a request and Naruto had to fulfill it. Well, I've spotted the person you described. Looks nothing like you by the way. And it looks like she is currently decaying away in a boring classroom. Oh, the poor soul. I don't think she's gonna make it. The heartfelt frown and genuine remorse that all but shimmered his eyes almost made Kuroka believe him. Almost. I expected nothing less. I doubt she would look anything like me with the way things are anyways, she retorted easily. Naruto discreetly noted the rather nervous edge flickering behind the girl's hazel eyes. Say, I'm not gonna lie to you. This is about the weirdest thing anyone's ever asked me to do. That's saying something too. Considering I'm supposed to give someone a harem of all things. I mean, I'm not even sure I can really charge you for something like this. He crossed his legs and ran a hand through his blonde locks. Naruto couldn't help but pry. His curiosity was honestly piqued. A single glance? That's really all you want? You need to see this? Person so badly that you're willing to make a deal with me of all people? Knowing that I could effectively ask anything I want in return? I could tell you to kill yourself for all you know and you'll have to do it. Like it or not. Kuroka smiled thoughtlessly. That's exactly right. I'll do whatever it takes, even if you were to say, ask me to bear your children. He groaned at the last bit. Not this again. Listen lady, I've already told you, not until I'm financially stable with a clear-cut plan for the future. I can't just have my kids growing up with such an unreliable dad, ya no. We can talk about it later down the line but not now. He paused, and then smiled. Although I suppose I can see where you're coming from. I have no room to talk myself. Given the chance, I would do anything to see the people I care about again. Even if it's just a single glance. Hell, I would probably bear someone's children too. A single brow was raised in response to his comment. Oh? She opted to ignore the last bit. I wasn't aware you even had people like that. You don't look like it. Everyone has people they care about. Saying something like that is almost the same as saying I'm not human or something, which I am. Kuroka waved of his concerns. An eerily cat-like smirk curling her lips back up. Of course, though that wasn't what I mean. She winked at him, her dark ears twitching softly while her tail swished about lazily behind. It's just the way you are, if that makes any sense. It makes it hard to imagine you in that kind of light. Doesn't seem like you were even born really, more like created. Naruto nodded an affirmative, which only served to confuse Kuroka. You're actually not too far off. He began as if nonchalantly discussing the weather. I was sorta kinda created about a year ago. Or is it reborn? That's a pretty good question honestly. He pursed his lips and adopted a thoughtful expression. Dimensional travel can be a bit complicated, more so when things turn out the way they did for me. He shrugged. Oh well, I don't fully understand it myself. All I can tell you is that I've got plenty of people I care about. I just can't ever see them again. That's a rather depressing thing to say. Not really, it's only depressing if you think about it. I'm just stating the facts. You're a pretty cool cat. Pun intended. And you're the first person to ask me something that didn't involve a selfish motive. You just want to see your beloved little sister, right? What was her name? Shit one. No wait, Shirome? Damn it. Shush. Shiron. She corrected him. Please don't butcher her name like that. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Sorry, I'm bad with names. Like I was saying though, I can definitely understand how you feel. For you see, he pulled out a picture of a scowling Ophis from seemingly out of nowhere. I also have a cute little sister to take care of. Although considering the trick she showed me last week, I'm not all that sure if she's even a she anymore. More like an it now, maybe? She did turn into an old man after all. He paused to ponder on it for a moment before quickly shaking his head and resuming. My bad, I get distracted super easy nowadays. I suppose what I want to ask you is why haven't you tried to do this yourself yet? You've had plenty of chances to, I'm sure, given your status as a stray. Kuroka couldn't quite fight the narrowing of her eyes. So, you know about me? She murmured cautiously. Underneath the sleeve of her kimono, she flexed her hand. Naruto nodded once while crossing his arms and beginning a brief explanation. Yeah. I had Sirzek tell me a few key details about the underworld and devils in general. Had Michael do the same thing only with the angels. Really, there's a crap ton about this world I didn't know. Gods. Devils. Dragons. Heroes. Nine-tailed foxes. Angels. The fallen. Senjutsu. There's apparently more too. I don't think I'd be able to count them all on just 2 hands. While it did sound like he was implying he could sprout more arms, Kuroka was more concerned over the fact that he had already made contact with Sirzek. You can relax, by the way. Naruto flickered his gaze to her obscured arm. I'm not gonna turn you in or anything. Personally, I think it's downright stupid that you're being treated this way for just wanting to protect your little sis. Kuroka inwardly cursed herself. For a moment, she had forgotten entirely that the same guy who was recently cracking lame jokes just a second ago was still a downright god-like being. Though that did nothing to ease her nerves, seeing as even Michael and Sirzek would be powerless against the horned blonde nonchalantly floating next to her. Long story short, if conflict did erupt, she would have a better chance at running away than actually fighting. And even then her chances were slim to none. She hesitated. It's complicated. Kuroka expected a many different things. For him to pry more, perhaps give some heartfelt advice. Maybe even outright admit that he didn't have all answers. Something that wasn't a short, almost bored nod and a casual dismissal of her blatant hesitation. All right. I'm cool with that, he said nonchalantly. I don't very much enjoy complicated stuff anyways. Who the hell was this guy? Besides, it won't change a thing. You're about to learn something, Neko-chan. When you makes deals with me, you can bet I'll deliver in surplus. A confident smile curled his lips upward and Naruto slammed a proud fist over his chest. Right over the bold lettering that read, Madara is a total douche. Uchiha are hacks. In rather cartoon lettering. Not a second later and he vanished from her line of sight. What? Kaneko was having a rather boring, but otherwise peaceful day so far. No stray devils to take care of, no wishes to fulfill, and to top it all off a very big bowl of her favorite candy was waiting for her back in the club room, prepared by none other than Akeno herself. Her bright yellow eyes fell into a sleepy haze at the thought. The line between reality and dream quickly blurred, and what was once a classroom full of students was now a bright world of giant edible candy. If only her dream could have lasted a little longer. Sleepy eyes blinked owlishly as her, and by now the rest of the class, realized there was a blonde stranger currently floating above her desk with a grin that could have rivaled a fox. Or maybe a shark. Yo. You Sharon? Kaneko's eyes widened. How did he? What? I'll take that as a yes. The blonde tilted his neck back, eyes locking with the visibly gaping teacher's muddy brown from across the classroom. Yo? Name's Naruto Uzumaki. Sorry to interrupt your lesson and all, but I need to borrow little Sharon here for really urgent family reasons. I've got someone who'd like to have a chat with her. You don't mind, do ya teach? Perhaps it was the now uncomfortably razor-sharp teeth or the blood-red demon orbs piercing through his very soul. Whatever the reason, the likely terrified teacher swiftly nodded his head. Oh, of course, you Uzumaki-san. Ju just be sure she gets back on TT time. His grin widened. Thank you, I'll be sure to do that. The now named Naruto returned his attention to a stunned Kaneko, and with a single wave of his hand the two were gone. See you around, everyone. Not a minute later the class burst into mass hysteria. Kuroka gaped. Kaneko glared. With a resounding clap, Naruto wiped the tears from his eyes and took a breath, fanning his face while speaking. I know this must be a lot for you guys to take in. But your family. You have to talk. What if one of you dies and then the other is left with nothing but questions? Is that what you want? Kaneko was not amused. Sister, where am I? Why am I here? Her eyes darted over to the now openly weeping Naruto. Who is this guy? Kukuku. Who am I, you ask? Slowly, almost ominously, Naruto rose. Arms falling limply to his side as a red haze began to wisp off of his body in a manner reminiscent to smoke. I'm a lot of things, ruler, first and foremost. Shaggy locks obscured his eyes from view. I am a conqueror of sorts. I've been known to be a kind of demon too. With a flick of my tails the oceans rise and mountains crumble. The room they were occupying was suddenly quivering. Despite their best attempts, both sisters couldn't help but gape in awe. I am Kura. Naruto suddenly stopped mid-rant and slapped himself. In an instant, the dark energy vanished. Oh my god. I'm so sorry you had to see that. Naruto chuckled sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head. An apologetic grin spread about his features. That happens sometimes when I get excited. He then wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. At least it wasn't Shukaku this time, he's a nut. Kaneko deadpanned. You're the nut. Kuroka had to once again refrain from tearing the blonde's face off. She nearly had a heart attack. You know, she shifted her attention back to her bound younger sister. I never told you to kidnap her. I just wanted to see her. Naruto easily waved off her concerns. I didn't kidnap her. I saved her. Trust me, she would have ended up dead with how bored she was. I'm still right here, you know. Naruto brought both hands up and slapped his cheeks. My god, there I go again. Forgive me please. I'll go ahead and give you two some privacy now. I'm sure you have a lot to talk about. A fanged grin threatened to split his face. If you'll excuse me, I'll be taking a tour of this place, for practical reasons of course. I'll be back in say, 30 minutes? Maybe an hour? Naruto shrugged. Screw it, I'll see you when I see you. With a final wave, he vanished without a trace. Leaving behind two sisters to, as he so promptly stated, talk it out, between each other. A task that was much easier said than done. Kuroka, despite herself, couldn't help the small smile that sprouted over her soft features. When she could no longer feel his presence. Yeah, Sharon was glaring daggers her way. A clear spark of resentment in her younger sister's eyes, but damn it if he wasn't right. It was nice to see her again. Well, Kaneko's glare intensified as she spoke up. This was a lot more than I bargained for, but I suppose it isn't too bad. I don't want to waste any precious time. So let's talk, Shiro-chan. NYA. At the older sister's happy chirping, the younger of the two quickly realized that her peace and quiet had come to a rather unsurprising end. Issei was sure he'd cleaned the gutsy toad inside and out at least 4 times now. A feat that took him the majority of the past hour. And throughout this entire time, Ophis hadn't spoken a single word. And the same 2 words continued to echo from within him. 12 minutes. 12 fucking minutes. Naruto had impressed Ri, who was about the strongest thing he had ever encountered, created an entire pocket dimension for the equally sadistic overgrown lizard, and apparently showed off his real estate skills all in one go. He could do all of that in 12 minutes but couldn't help him at least start his dream. As much as I love Jiraiya Dono's work, I'm starting to really want the real thing. The brunette stole glances toward the floating Ophis every now and again. And I'm starting to think he's secretly building his own while I sit here harem-less. Truly, Naruto Uzumaki was a sadist of the highest pedigree. Before he could even bother with opening his lips, Issei found the words and breath quite literally smacked out of him by some invisible force. Don't even try to strike a conversation. Your pathetic intent is written all over that mediocre face of yours. Ophis idly tended to a single strand of her raven locks that was currently blocking her line of sight. The only reason I deal with Naruto is because he's strong, and because I do owe him this much. You, and the rest of this annoying band, however, are not as strong as him. Therefore I can impose my will all I want. She spared him a single blank glance. To make a long story short, shut up, keep sweeping, and maybe I won't banish you to the 9th level of hell. Does that even really exist? The manga the darkly dressed girl was previously reading snapped shut, eliciting a slight jump from the paranoia-ridden teen. Perhaps, cared to find out? A venomous, snake-like aura surrounded her, and once again Issei was reminded of the fact that everyone around him could instantly crush him like a bug. He was thankfully saved by the doors of the shop bursting open. A confident, if not slightly bruised Valley swaggering in shortly after. "Boss. I'm back. When do we start my training?" As soon as his eyes landed on Issei, a scowl swiftly replaced what was once a wide grin. "Oh. You're here, Still trying to upsurge the boss's power? Well, I won't let you. That's a job reserved only for me. And I'll kill anyone in my way." A fire burst to life in Valley's orbs. "I'll be the one to defeat Naruto-sama." His closed fist met Chi's chest. "And then I'll oof." His rant was cut off midway as a clean towel and a bottle of spray collided with the snow-colored teen's stomach. Naruto wants everything in here to sparkle by the time he comes back. Not a single speck of dust, you hear? Otherwise a certain fallen angel will be catching wind of what you and everyone else in my little group was really doing behind his back. Understood. Valley needed no further encouragement. Like Issei before him, the chosen wielder of a dragon practically threw himself at his given task. Although with a noticeable amount of gusto. Of course. No doubt this is a task that he's cleverly crafted to conceal some type of training to make me stronger. And as the boss's second-in-command Office-sama, I won't refuse. I'll have this place so clean that the boss will have no choice but to acknowledge me. I never noticed how weird he was. Office mused to herself as Valley went on with his rant. Oh well, not really her problem anymore. From her position over the counter, Office watched as the two opposites began to clean and tidy the shop up. A shop that was, as Issei already noted, pretty damn clean and mostly empty. Though she tried to fight it, Office couldn't help the tiny smirk that curled her lips up. Naruto was a demon all right, but she supposed things haven't been as boring with him around. Rias released a low groan as she strutted down the empty halls of Kuo Academy. The perks of her overly protective, loving brother also being the head of the school itself were nice at times. This time around, however, she couldn't truly find any way to ease the doubt in her mind. In less than a week, she would be married to one of the biggest assholes she'd ever had the displeasure of meeting. Riser Phoenix was a holier-than-thou, narcissistic, arrogant, and distasteful bastard whose only interests were women and power. He was also the man whom her father had promised her hand in marriage to in an effort to combine their two pure clans and as a direct effect, increase both the Gremory and Phoenix family's power. The only problem was that she didn't want to marry him, or anyone at all. At least not at the moment. Rias didn't even want to think about what would befall her peerage were this to happen either. To put it bluntly, she was desperate, very desperate, and entirely out of options. So when word, and panic, spread around the school about some blonde devil kidnapping young women, well, she had a pretty good idea of who it was. Where the hell is he? I've set up wards and seniors everywhere, and I even contacted the student council, but there hasn't been another sighting of him. Her own thoughts began to slow when her bright blue eyes locked with a pair of shiny, bone-white horns and a mop of arguably familiar shaggy locks. All of which were connected to a somehow perched sideways over the wall blonde who was currently decked out in the male variation of the school gym uniform. There was no mistaking it. That was Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto seemed to have noticed her as well, because he was already waving animatedly in her direction with a wide grin on his face. "Oh, is that you, Tomato-chan? I didn't know you were a student here too. Sirzek never mentioned ya?" Rias's lip twitched ever so subtly at the unwarranted name-calling and the casual mention of her brother. It would seem the two had already met. Which could possibly mean her chances of securing the blonde's help might have taken a regrettable plunge. But she was desperate enough to try, and you know what they say. Hey, I couldn't help but notice this absolutely delicious feeling of pure defeat radiating from you. Desperation only attracts vultures. His grin seemed a bit more wild, and Rias could have sworn that fangs were now jutting from the corners of his lips. Luckily for you. Fixing people's problems and coming up with solutions is my specialty. I think I've messed with you enough as it is anyway. Why not come by my shop tomorrow and we can talk there? What do you say, little red? His close proximity wasn't enough to throw her off. The fact that she didn't even register him move from his previous spot over the wall, however, did. I don't know where your shop is, she admitted sourly after a moment. Naruto tilted his head. Of course you do. You've been staring at it for the past week now. Before she could even speak, Naruto raised his hand in an attempt to shush her. Trust me on this, just do what you normally do and I promise that this time around, you'll see it, he winked. You don't even know what I'm going to ask for. How are you so sure you can provide a solution for my particular problem if you don't even know what my issue is? Naruto only grinned. You're right, I don't, which means the only thing left to do is to come to my shop and find out if I can or cannot. He shrugged his shoulders. Either way, I've wasted too much time already. I've got physical ed next and I don't want to be late for that. I heard we're going to be playing dodgeball, which I have no idea what that is to be honest, but I'm assuming it involves dodging a ball. Rias was baffled by the sheer amount of inane babbling spewing from his mouth. Why was it that all of the insanely powerful beings were all batshit insane? I'm gonna be late, until next time, Tomato-chan. Just like before, Naruto vanished into thin air with a simple wave goodbye, leaving Rias behind to inwardly fume over the fact that once again she couldn't get a single thing from him other than a few taunts and a casual dismissal. For one such as her, it was admittedly a bit frustrating to say the least. Although one thing was for sure, Naruto Uzumaki was trouble, the type she never thought she would have to deal with either. Stray devils? Angels? Fallen angels? She could handle that no problem? A psychopathic blonde with horns who could casually warp the very fabric of space and time at will. Now that was an entirely different story. Another sigh escaped the red-headed girl. Time to alert her peerage of their newly found plans after school. P.S. I gave a little shout-out to an old favorite of mine titled Freedom Has a Price, in this chappie if any of you noticed. Chapter 9. So, Issei gulped. Tell me again how this is gonna work. Within the confines of the gutsy toad, Naruto grinned widely and explained it to him one more time. Well, princess here. Naruto gestured to the stoic redhead and her peerage standing at the far left corner of the room. Is about to get married to some dude, and the only way for her to not marry this dude, apparently, is by beating that dude and his friends to a bloody pulp. Now normally I'd be the one doing that, but you too. Bright blue eyes jumped between Issei and Valley. Need to start pulling your own weight around here. I already gave Valley his mission, so this one falls on you, Issei. Okay, I get that part. But why do you have to kill me to do it? He asked with an unusual calm about him. Rias took it upon herself to answer the teen's question. I can't use my evil piece on you, not while you're alive at least. While you're dying, however, we can make a pact and I can then resurrect you as a member of my peerage. This way you will be able to fight by my side during my match with Riser. Evil piece? What the hell was that? On the other hand, you're taking this all rather well, Issei-kun. Akeno added, a smirk on her face. He shrugged. I die at least once a week, every week. It's no big deal by now. Akeno was left, impressively enough, speechless. Rias would have continued her explanation of things, had she not felt a tug at the edge of her skit. She spared a glance down and was rather surprised to see something she thought she'd never witness in years. Kaneko was frowning. No, scowling more like. President, kill that man. She pointed a finger to the grinning Naruto. Rias deadpanned in response, caught completely off guard by the request. Next to her, the only male of the group, another blonde who looked too pretty to be a boy, placed a comforting hand over the ashen-haired girl's shoulder. A weak smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Kaneko, I don't think President can do that. This guy is supposed to help us out, remember? No, he needs to die. As for the blonde in question, he only smiled and waved. Yo, Sharon. Good to see you again. I didn't even notice you were here, you're so darn tiny. How'd that talk go? All at once, 4 pairs of eyes simultaneously widened. How does he know about that? Was the only thought that crossed Rias's mind. Naruto blinked owlishly at the sudden tension that had quickly overtaken the room, the smile on his face flipping upside down as a result. What? Did I do something wrong again? He questioned with a tilt of his head. When are you ever doing something right? A disembodied voice echoed. Rias and her peerage tensed even further. Oh, no. I forgot. I fucking forgot. Oh no, not again. Valley dropped to his knees, a visible shaking to his prone form. That really didn't help the situation in the slightest. Rias exchanged a nervous glance with Akano, who was already gathering as much magical energy as possible in the event of a surprise attack. Valley, the voice taunted, entirely void of any actual mirth or emotion. By the look on your face, I'd say you forgot to buy me the latest issue of Jump. Tisk tisk. I'm very disappointed in you. Out of seemingly nowhere, a child appeared, dressed in all black with strikingly violet milky eyes. Her tiny body hovering behind the collapsed wielder of the vanishing dragon as if held up by strings. You realize you'll have to pay for this, don't you? I want a pound of sweets, you know the kind, and the latest issue, by tonight. Do this and you'll live to see another day. Actually big sis, be big bro already gave me. I don't care what Naruto told you to do. I'm telling you to do something, and you will get it done regardless. Valley turned a weak glance to the aforementioned blonde, expecting some type of help, only to find him casually making conversation with the rest of Rias's peerage with his back turned to him. Big bro, why? So, your name's Kiba? I knew a Kiba, really good friend of mine. One of the best. Smelled like a dog though, but I mean that in a good way. The pretty blonde boy smiled sheepishly and nodded along while trying his best to make sense of the entire situation. Two heavenly dragons, a midget who could make both of them quiver, and this guy. Reality warping powers aside, it was pretty easy to tell this particular group wasn't anything to mess with. To think Issei of all people would be a part of such an eccentric troupe. Life was strange indeed. Oh, Ophis. I didn't see you there, you're so darn tin. Ophis smiled and flashed a picture of Naruto cuddling the giant claw of the Great Red while the two slept. To which Naruto instantly shut his mouth. Never mind. Ophis nodded happily. Tonight, Valley, she warned before floating over to Naruto's side. I think I liked her better when she was a power-mad tyrant. At least then she didn't boss me around as much, he thought to himself. Internally, his own dragon agreed. The months he'd spent with the Chaos Brigade were fun. If only because he was always flexing his muscle against worthy opponents. Speaking of the brigade, I wonder whatever happened to the rest of those guys. He gave a mental shrug. Oh well, probably not important. Cough. Rias, who had spent the better part of a week trying to find the elusive blonde, was promptly fed up. She'd be getting some answers, right here and now. Starting with how he knew Kaniko's real name. This has gone on long enough. I demand that. Hello. Naruto, are you in? The familiar chimes echoed and two more joined the party, one of them the ruined princess knew very well. Primarily because it was her older brother, the current Lucifer himself, dressed in a casual but still very much classy red suit. I found this cool taco stand by the north end of the city. The locals love it. Now I know what you're thinking. Tacos? In Japan? Preposterous. No, but seriously, you should come check it out with us. Oh, hey. Rias. Sirzek swooned and forgot all about the taco stand the second his eyes fell on his beloved younger sister. It was enough to make Azazel sick. We really have to work on that sister complex of yours. The Fallen commented offhand. Highly disturbed by the sight of one of the most powerful beings in existence rolling over on his back like a well-trained dog for his younger sibling. Thousands of years alive and he was still seeing new things every century. Ah, what a grand gift life and all its freedoms were. Hey yo. Did you guys say tacos? I haven't had those since my trip to South America. Hell yeah, I'm tagging along. Brother, Rias's brow twitched. What kind of sick joke are you playing at here? Wasn't that the super dangerous guy who she should stay away from at all costs? He was asking out for authentic Mexican cuisine right now. Ah, well, you see Rias. Naruto isn't really that bad of a guy. Batshit insane. Maybe. But not a bad guy. Sirzek said whilst blinking down at his peeved sister with wide, suspiciously innocent eyes. She'd probably never let him live this down. Maybe? Kiba echoed, more like definitely. Yeah. Sirzek and I bonded pretty damn well the last time he was here. He even made a contract with me. Naruto grinned. At the mention of the contract, the redhead devil winced. I thought we weren't going to talk about that. Sirzek mumbled weakly. Oh come on, it wasn't that bad. My clones and I really enjoyed it, and Azazel was too drunk to remember and doesn't ever want to talk about it again. Thank the Lord, he trailed off, brow furrowed as he thought back to the other night's events. Sirzek, plus karaoke, equals a very bad headache for his alcohol-induced brain. Throw in a room full of cheering clapping Naruto clones as the audience and it was all just a little too much for him. His only conciliation to his pain that night was the fact that Ophis was idly torturing Valley by making him dust the same spot on the counter, over and over again. Yeah, something about seeing that boy suffer after the lies he had been telling was more than just a good time. It was the sort of righteous justice only the only Regule herself could have delivered. This has gotten rather off topic, hasn't it? Akeno said aloud, her arms crossing underneath her ample chest. Next to her, Kiba wholeheartedly agreed with the queen piece. It would seem he has a way of attracting oddities to him, doesn't it? Who? Issei, or Uzumaki? Both, was his curt reply. All right fellas, let's be on our way. Ophis, are you coming? The infinite dragon god sighed. I don't have much of a choice now, Dai. Delivering a final glare to the still collapsed valley, Ophis allowed a rare smirk to turn the corners of her lips up when the already pale teen turned ghostly white. Oh crap. That reminds me. Before anyone could react, Naruto was behind Issei, and by the time Issei next blinked, he took note of the bloodied arm sticking out from his chest. Gee gaw. See, couldn't you wheeze have been gasp a little CL cleaner? He mumbled through the blood pouring out of his mouth. Nope. Naruto chirped, even as Issei's prone form dropped to its knees and then unceremoniously fell onto the ground. Valley, clean. The blood up before you head out, and you. He pointed a finger to the shocked Rias. Relax, that was an insta-kill, he didn't feel a thing. Now make with the resurrecting before I change my mind. For a second, the redhead didn't respond, until her mind finally made sense of what had just occurred. Later, but before she could verbally state what exactly was wrong with what Naruto had just done to a human kid, the blonde, along with the three other godly beings her brother included, outright vanished. Without a trace. Leaving a bloody Issei behind with a hyperventilating Valley who was as of now desperately searching for a mop with renewed vigor. We should have killed him, Kaneko trailed off. I don't think we would have stood a chance. I mean, I didn't even see him get behind Issei. Kiba added with an apologetic smile. That guy, he gives me the creeps. Both of the younger teens turned an eye to the smiling Akeno. A single raised brow, the only indication of how shocked Kaneko really was to hear those words. If she, the sadistic queen, of all people was saying that, then it was true. No doubt about it. That guy was on a whole different level. Who was that old dude with Sirzek, anyway? He looked familiar somehow. I can't quite put my finger on it though. Akeno mused aloud, more to herself. Yo, you all know he doesn't have much time left, right? Valley, being the ever-responsible one, decided to inform the group of their future members' current state of being. Namely that their window was running short and soon, Issei would be dead for real. As he watched them spring into action, their current thought process broken, the teen breathed out a sigh of relief. If that girl would have figured out who Azazel was, Boss would never hear the end of it from her. Now knowing that his work was done and his good deed in the name of Big Bro was accomplished, he happily returned to cleaning his training partner, rival's pool of blood from the ground. I really hope this won't stain. Did you really have to do that? Azazel asked the horned blonde sitting across from him. Of course I didn't, but 3 of the 9 voices in my head said I should. So I did. He grinned, and the fallen leader groaned in response. Why did I even ask? The four were now chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool. Ophis sat to Naruto's left, an authentic Mexican sombrero over her head that did an excellent job of blocking the sun's rays. Sirzek and Azazel sat across from them, side by side, the redhead mimicking the infinite dragon god's choice in hat attire. Man, this place really is great, and pretty damn cheap too. I might bring Graphia and Milikas here sometime. He let out a blissful sigh. Oh, times of peace sure are great, aren't they? Ophis spared the current Lucifer a glance. Peace? Last I heard the devils, fallen angels, and heaven were at the standby awaiting the next great war. Not even the minor gods are making any moves right now with how tense it is. Sirzek blinked, and then frowned. Ah, of course you'd know that. I forgot what it was you were up to before Naruto took you under his wing. The girl frowned. First off, I am not under his wing, I'm merely appeasing the terms of my contract. Here, her eyes narrowed. And second, don't think you can speak to me so carelessly, little devil. I could easily annihilate you and the whole of your army on my worst day. Remember that. The threat would have normally put Sirzek on edge, much like before when he knew nothing of Naruto and the Great Red disappearance. However, it was exactly because of Naruto that he knew that threat would remain just that, a threat, for now at least. There's a war happening? Naruto asked through a mouthful of burrito. Was. Azazel elaborated. It's more of a stalemate now. The only reason the Great War ended in the first place was because both sides took too many losses. Throughout the years, however, all three factions have slowly regained some of their power. Now it's just a waiting game to see who deals the first blow. Sirzek nodded. Not to mention the newer players. Some of the other gods have already made moves. All of them vying for dominance over humanity. At that, Naruto allowed a rare frown to turn the corners of his lips down. Dominance over humanity? Why? Because humans, believe it or not, amplify our power. Devils and fallen angels grow stronger with each sin, and angels with prayer. It's the same for everyone else as well. The more humanity believes in, or fears us, the stronger we get. Sirzek sighed. Of course we're already strong enough as it is. I don't see why most of our kind dream of more power. It only breeds destruction. Naruto clicked his tongue, his eyes closing as he spoke. How many of your kind think like that? Unfortunately, a lot. Sirzek trailed off. It can't be helped. You're devils, by nature you will always lust for more. Azazel said. The devil faction is currently split down the middle, although not everyone in the underworld is aware of the fact. And I myself may be the leader of the fallen, but we are exactly that, the fallen. I can't keep them all in line and they have their own agendas. You fixed this with Kokabeel and Valley, but there are many more. Naruto put a hand up to stop him. Say no more, being a leader doesn't mean you or the people you lead are perfect. Back home, even the strongest, most respected of shinobi, the Hokage. They all had the occasional roach living with them. A nasty scowl replaced the frown. A few of those roaches were damn hard to kill too. A grin instantly lit up his face. But that's all in the past. So, you're at the brink of war. Great. War always attracts customers. Ophis would have bonked him in the head had she cared enough to. A scoff, however, was more than enough. A war like this one will end up killing all of your customers instead, she added as an afterthought. Naruto made a face. No more customers. Azazel nodded his head. The infinite dragon god is right. The last war brought about the end of God himself and the original Lucifer. Two of the most powerful beings in the world. The latter was more of a blessing since it allowed Sirzek and his generation to come to power. But the loss of God, needless to say, it still hurts us. All of us. He put a hand to his chest and frowned. Just how strong were these two, God and the Og Lucifer? Naruto asked, the question faintly prodding at him from within. Surprisingly, it was Ophis that answered him. He was strong. Strong enough to make even the Great Red listen. I met both of them when he was still young, and Lucifer was still known as the Morning Star, Hellel. Before the seal, his power was seemingly endless and finite. Even Much like our own. After the sealing he lost much of his strength but was still a force to be reckoned with. Damn. Naruto whistled. Sounds like a cool guy. Father was eccentric, odd, and more than likely insane but cool. He most certainly was not. Azazel said, his thoughts drifting back to happier times. You guys have been alive for a long time, haven't you? Sirzek shrugged. I'm actually the youngest here besides yourself. Azazel's been around since the birth of time, and Ophis was one of the very first beings to ever even exist in our universe. Naruto glanced at the 12-year-old. You know, now that I know just how old you are, it makes me wonder. You're some kind of sick freak, aren't you? He himself was still a teenager physically, granted with the mental age of around 900 if you add up all the Biju's memories. But these guys, we're talking in the thousands, maybe even the 100,000s.
That was ridiculous. I choose whatever form suits my tastes. I like feeling young, and children are often underestimated. Even you made that mistake when we first met. Actually, I was just wondering how a kid managed to wander into my store. I didn't underestimate you at all. In fact, I could literally taste the power rolling off you. You're not very subtle, you know. Besides, I don't underestimate anyone ever. He let the topic drop shortly after and switched back to his first question. A war, huh? He spared a glance at the half-eaten burrito, and sighed. Suddenly I don't feel very hungry. War. Every bit of him disliked the word. We've been trying our best at an actual peace talk for years now, but so far none but a few have agreed to it. Michael's got his hands full just trying to run heaven. The devils don't listen to reason, only power, and my kind are, well, selfish. To say the least. Naruto hummed aloud. Yeah, that's one hell of a clusterfuck, I'll tell you what. People passed. Laughter echoed within his ears, and the sun beat down on them all equally. Why couldn't the world just be okay with that? Why did people always want more? I suppose we can take things one step at a time then. Naruto began after the silence had passed. How are you coming along on what you owe me, Sirzek? The super devil knew this was coming and was fully prepared for it. It's all set. You start tomorrow.
Ophis spared the blonde a glance. That reminds me, what did you ask for as payment? Naruto grinned like a fox. The odd marks on his cheek crinkling as he did so. For a second, he almost looked like the textbook definition of a scoundrel. Oh, nothing important. Don't worry about it, this time around you won't have to get involved. Her brow rose, but she didn't question it much either way. If she wasn't involved, then she simply did not care. Well, with all of that being said, let's finish our food. It's gonna be an exciting week for all of us, he cheered. Two simultaneous groans followed, while Sirzek raised a glass in response. Yeah. Let's get hammered and eat tacos, and so they did. Ophis was just a few inches shy of enjoying some cold brew, when Naruto snatched the drink away and shook his finger. You can't drink with us, Ophis-chan. You're still a kid. He playfully taunted the preteen. With a frown, Ophis clapped her hands. One very odd, very disturbing session that none of them would ever be forgetting for as long as they lived later, and a brand new, much older and much more developed Ophis sat in the same chair. She gingerly reached out and took the drink from a shell-shocked Naruto's hands and then gave a sultry smile at the sight of their flustered expressions. I'd say I'm old enough now, nay, beloved older brother, she purred. Neither Naruto nor Sirzek could speak, both for different and yet disturbingly similar reasons. The latter was trying his best to pick his loosened jaw up from the ground all the while. Nice jugs, Azazel said with a half grin, raising his drink up in appreciation. Thank you. A few feet away, an old man had a heart attack at the sight. Whether it was because of the morphing or the cleavage, we'll never know. Issei straightened his posture as the chatter of the classroom slowly dwindled. The room door slid open and in stepped the current chairman of the school. Which was an odd, but not entirely foreign event. This can only mean one thing. A new student. I hope she's a beautiful girl with even more beautiful breasts. Stars grew in his eyes as his mind began to wander to more inappropriate places. No doubt it would be a nice change after last night's events. Getting another hole blown through his chest and being reincarnated as a devil of all things was a far cry from his ideal day. Hopefully his luck would soon change. Already the excited chatter filled the room as the rest of the students discussed who the student could be. Or more importantly, their gender. When the arguably short man in a gray suit stepped onto the podium at the center of the classroom, he coughed one time to gather everyone's attention before speaking. "Hello class. I regret to inform you that Takasugi-sensei has been transferred to a different school. It was a rather last-minute and unexpected decision, but we were able to accommodate nonetheless. So there's no need to worry. Your new teacher is very young, and highly recommended by our board. I've heard he's a prodigy. So you're in good hands. In addition to this, you'll also have a new student joining you. Now then, please give a warm welcome to your new classmate, Valley Lusheifer, and to your new teacher, Naruto Uzumaki." Issei paled. "Boss. Why the hell do I have to fucking do this? I'm smart enough as it is. I don't need no stinking school." "Shut it. Think about the future, damn you. How are you ever gonna beat me if you can't even graduate high school?" Together, two familiar faces entered the room, and all at once Issei's entire world came crashing down on him. This was it. Game over. Naruto showed up in his room without warning. He ate breakfast with his family, hung out with his mom for Christ's sake. The only safe place he had left, his only haven, it was here, at school. And now, hey everyone. You can just call me Naruto-sensei. I don't really like formalities and all that, so if you don't, I'll fail you, he grinned. Anyway, I trust we'll all be getting along nicely, so please treat me well. Next to the blonde in the dashing orange and black suit, the ivory-haired teen wearing the standard Kuo uniform scowled. "Don't talk to me. Don't even look at me, and if any of you disrespect Big Bro here, I'll kill you." The now deathly quiet classroom was broken out of their stupefied states by the loud thunk of Issei's head unceremoniously dropping over his desk. "Oh God, why?" A sharp pain shot through his head at the mention of him. "Oh, that's right. I'm a devil. Even God won't help me now." Chapter 10. No. Here's the really good part. So then she turns around, right? And she's all like, "Will you die for me?" And then Issei's face, "Oh Red, you should have seen it." "Get off of me, you brainless idiot." Naruto pouted. "Oh come on Red, be honest for once in your life. You totally dug that and you dig me. I can see it in your eyes. You're both idiots." Three odd entities floated high above the skies of the true dragon's domain, two very tiny ones and one gigantic. The Great Red let out a sigh that resulted in a sandstorm below. "What the hell do you want anyways? I was napping before you came over to dick around." "I need a favor." Naruto cut straight to it, a wide grin on his face as he beheld the biggest beast in this universe. "A favor?" The Great Red repeated. Why in the nine hells would I do that?" Naruto glanced at the darkly dressed woman next to him. "Is that a thing now? Was that always a thing?" Ophis merely shrugged her shoulders and then attended to her tea, in which Naruto did the same and returned to the matter at hand. "'Cause I'm your bro, Narubro, is what you used to call me. Remember college together? You got so drunk on your 21st, I had to carry you back all the way home and you missed your chance with." "Shut up. Damn it. Why do you do this to me? I just don't understand you, meatball. You said I would live in peace. This is the exact opposite of peaceful." Fine. If you don't want to play along then I have another idea. How about a bet then?" Within the span of a second a great golden arm the size of Red's very own with black prints suddenly sprouted from the blonde's right arm, with massive claws for fingers and flames licking away at the edges. "Let's arm wrestle. If I win, you have to do me a solid. If you win, what do you want?" "I want cows," was the dragon god's immediate response. Naruto blinked. "Come again?" "You heard me, fool. I want cows, dozens and dozens of them. A field of cows? I haven't had any junk food in literal years. Uzumaki. The last time I bothered with any affairs in the human world they regarded me as a god and constantly fed me cows all the time. I had to leave, of course. I was losing my figure, if you catch my drift. You were getting fat, Ophis commented with a thin-lipped smirk. Watch your tongue, witch. I wasn't getting fat, I just lost sight of myself for a bit. Besides, that was ages ago. Before even he came into his throne and the power of Ball ruled the lands. Power of Ball? Naruto echoed, his interest piqued. A story for another time, but there were humans before these and there was a god before God himself. Naruto whistled. There was still so much about this world that he didn't yet understand. It actually served to make him a little excited. Okay, another time then. Right now, Naruto clenched his arm and the wispy specter responded accordingly. The Great Red merely glared for a moment, before finally it nodded its head. All right, I want those cows. You're on. Its massive arm latched onto the ephemeral figure and the dragon grinned, showing off its rows of menacingly sharp teeth, each one as big as a house. In between them, Ophis raised a single hand, her attention still on the teacup in her hands. Despite this, she still lowered it in the universal signal for them to begin. A dull smirk over her lithe features. The very ground underneath them rattled and shook, small hairline fractures forming and cracking the surface as a result of the sheer force being exerted above. At least she wasn't bored. The week had gone by terribly for Issei, as predicted, in spite of the fact that he didn't even attend class once this entire week.
In fact, none of them did. In their place, Naruto would leave clones behind while they took to Red's dimension for more training for the entire school day. Then, the clones would burst after school was done and Naruto would personally tutor the two heavenly dragons right after. The only bright side to all of this was that Ophis was officially really hot now and great to look at.
I mean, her breasts, they were even bigger than Rias's, it's almost unbelievable. Issei practically drooled as his thoughts began to wander onto the darker road. It wasn't until an invisible force slammed into his gut and knocked the wind out of him that he snapped out of it. The teen dropped to his knees shortly after and groaned in pain. No one saw Ophis move, so no one could prove it. But they could all see the satisfied smile on that normally expressionless face. All right. Gather around, team, we've got some things to discuss before our trip to the underworld. Naruto floated above his counter. A grin on his face with Ophis at his side. Era, our brave leader speaks. We must obey everyone. Akeno joked while crossing her arms. We should kill him. Kaneko, don't start this again. Kiba muttered while pinching the bridge of his nose. Out of all of them, Rias stayed silent, her fingers gripping the edges of her school skirt as she thought about what this battle would truly decide for her. That her very future was on the line. Hey, Issei, remember what I told you? Naruto nudged him and winked. Yeah, don't do anything until the very last second cuz that's how it works. And, Issei exhaled. And I'll be sure to do the thing right after, he grumbled. Naruto grinned so wide it threatened to tear his face in two. And in the hands of these guys, great, what could possibly go wrong? Everything. Everything could go wrong. All right, kids, hold on a sec while I make sure Sirzek is ready. You know, we could always just open a portal ourselves and, Akeno spoke up, only to be interrupted. No. This is for your own good, trust me, the horns on his head made it really hard to do that. Naruto dialed the number and put the phone up to his ear, then awaited patiently for the Lucifer to pick up. 3 rings later and a smooth voice could faintly be heard over the other line. Ah, Naruto. I take it everyone's ready? Yup. We're all set to go here, what about your end? We're good to go. It wasn't easy, but I managed to pull a couple of strings. Are you sure this will work? Positive. Minus a heart attack here and there, it'll be fine. Just chill out and wait for the signal. What's the signal? You'll know it when you see it, trust me. Roger, out. Naruto swiped right on the phone and ended the conversation before clapping his hands together happily and regarding them all. All right, class, Naruto-sensei here, it's about time we begin our trip to the underworld, in style. He winked, so buckle down, kick back, and try not to cry. The teens all exchanged a nervous glance with one another, none of them really liking the vile looks on Naruto or Ophis's face. Would you like to do the honors? Naruto extended the offer to the woman next to him. Of course. She responded, and with a snap of her fingers the proverbial shit hit the fan. Where the hell is she? Riser Phoenix sat within a perfect replica of the Kuo Academy's principal's office, his all-female peerage consisting of a whopping 14 members surrounding him. And even more, a crowd of devils who were patiently waiting behind an oddly colored veil surrounding them, and the entirety of what was Kuo Academy itself. His queen, a beauty with a destructive ability by the name of Yubaluna, smirked. Perhaps they were afraid. Riser-sama. You are unbeatable after all. I too would be scared. The man who inherited the will of the legendary Phoenix couldn't help but agree with her as he kicked his feet up and reclined. Who could blame them? He shrugged. I suppose we can just declare me the victor now and... Before the bird could finish his sumptuous speech, a flash of light blinded them. Riser turned his agitated eyes to window while ignoring the complaints of his peerage, where up in the sky, a darkly lit scar had suddenly made its home. It hummed an angry red color and spanned as far as the eye could see. No one, not even a blind man, could have missed it. All at once the attention shifted. What the fuck? What in the nine hells is that? Are we being attacked? The crowd voiced their concerns as they looked on at what was happening above, waiting with bated breaths as the crack in the sky widened, as if something were about to come through. 5 minutes ago. All right, so, here's the plan. We're gonna swoop in, scare the ever-loving shit out of them, kick their asses, impose our will, and then head back to the Gremory estate for dinner. Naruto explained. Everybody clear on that? Clear. Issei said. Ophis merely nodded in return and returned to her manga, which had now taken the place of her tea. What the hell is that? Kiba pointed up with wide eyes at the massive no at the enormous red dragon circling them from above. Or more like, where is this? Akano mused while her gaze swept over the desolate, dry landscape and distant mountains beyond. That's Great Red, he's my friend, and this is his home. Naruto gestured first to the dragon and then to their surroundings. He's going to help us make an entrance, of sorts. An entrance, he says, Kiba mumbled, finding it nearly impossible to tear his eyes away from the beast. Just who the hell is this guy? Rias looked at the Great Red, and then looked at Naruto, and then at the dragon, and back to the devil. That's the Great Red. I've heard stories but he's even uglier in person. I know what you mean. Naruto nodded, agreeing with her. Somehow the true dragon must have heard the blonde as a gust of wind so powerful that it managed to create a crater where he stood slammed down over him. To which Naruto promptly flicked the dragon off in the now universal, fuck you. He's a great guy, a bit shy and can come as off rather thuggish, but overall really cool. Naruto thumbed up in spite of him standing in a hole 2 times his size. You're insane. Yes I am. He waved his hand, and suddenly they were all floating up without the use of wings. Now when we show up, you need to show out. Get super serious. I want to see your best Uchiha face. Here, look at mine. The blonde sneered and pretended to look down on them while glaring daggers. See, it's all in the stare. If you can manage to master that, everything else comes naturally. Brother, I think you've told them enough. We're running a bit late. Oh, damn it. Naruto checked his wrist, which had no clock, and paled. Shit, we are running late. Like a super elevator, they rose higher and faster until they were face to face with the true dragon himself. Its eyes somehow piercing through them, and when it spoke, their entire bodies rumbled. I will seriously never understand how you get into these damnable situations, it grumbled. Naruto merely shrugged. Who knows, Red? I've always had a knack for trouble. I can see that. Remember our deal, fleshbag? I want cows. Lots and lots of cows. And if anyone other than you and the witch comes and bothers me, I'll burn your world to the ground until there's nothing left. Yeah, total annihilation, get on with it. Naruto ushered him along. The great dragon took a moment to return the universal, fuck you, before bringing up that single extended claw and tracing a line through seemingly nothing. Present time, Graphia, get the camera out. The high maid looked at her husband as if he'd grown a second head. inwardly disturbed by the giant smirk on his handsome features. "Excuse me?" she asked. "Are you not seeing this, Lucifer?" She stressed the title out. Sirzek didn't really seem to care. "Please, for the love of all nine hells, get the camera out. I'm begging you." Next to him, his father narrowed his eyes. "I hope you don't have something to do with this," the head of the Gremory family sighed. Today was bound to be a headache, he knew it. Something's coming out. Indeed, what looked like the peak of a mountain tore through the thin crack, followed by another, and another one, until it was torn all the way open and the fiery eyes of what most would constitute as a god burned through. A roar that rattled the very core of the underworld and the souls of all who were present echoed, and teeth that looked as if they could take a chunk off of the earth itself were displayed for all to see. It was a dragon, one bigger than anyone had ever seen or heard of. The trunk of its neck alone the size of the entire arena, and worst of all, it had its eyes set on them. It was a dragon, they were doomed. Devil kind. Hear my words. The great beast did not move its jaws when it spoke, but its voice could be heard regardless. "Today is a great day. I am the true dragon of the void, and I have come to observe this game of yours. If my allies and myself are thoroughly satisfied by the end of it, you will all live. If not..." From the very top of the dragon's head a torrent of golden energy burst outward, until it finally dissipated and a humanoid three-headed fox with 9 great tails sat in its place. "Hoi! Naruto Uzumaki here, people. The second, but infinitely better and less old and ugly than the first, sage of the 6 paths. And I'm here to deliver a message to you, and soon, to the entire supernatural world. But only if we have some fun, if not, you all die." He grinned and at once all 3 mouths sneered. "Let's enjoy the show, everybody." 5 beams of golden light rained down from the torn heavens and broke through the barrier that separated Riser and his peerage from the rest of the world. When the light dissipated, the Occult Club and Issei were all that remained, a cool sneer on each of their faces. Sirzek, Graphia couldn't believe her eyes as she clenched the yellow flag in her hands in preparation. "What is going on?" Snap. The flash of the camera caught the Queen of Lucifer off guard and left her momentarily stunned. "Got it? Malika's is so going to love this. I'm gonna frame this one." Sirzek admired the picture of his normally stoic wife's response to the dragon and the fox. "Your fan club would pay so much for this, you know," he trailed off while waving the camera, entirely unaware of his wife's growing ire. "Damn it, Sirzek. You do have something to do with this, don't you?" Zeoticus groaned. Sirzek turned an eye to his father and smiled. "I won't tell if you don't." He winked. "Although trust me, Dad, this is for the greater good." "He really is your son," Venelena Gremory sighed while pinching the bridge of her nose. Zeoticus couldn't find it in him to dispute his wife's claim. He could only hope his son was in the right mind, or else misery would truly fall upon them all. "The Great Red. I never thought I'd lay eyes on the symbol of the end itself in my lifetime," he mused as the head and arms of the great beast poked out from the dimensional crack. A beast that even he could not conquer, only ally with. "What the fuck is going on here, Rias?" Riser demanded, his fearful gaze on the monstrosities above. "This better not be some cheap trick." He scowled and pointed an accusing finger her way. The ruined princess uncrossed her arms and spoke, an unusual calm about her. She'd been nervous days before, but now wasn't the time to be nervous. They would feed off of it. No, right now she only needed to place her faith in her peerage and they would overcome. Truth be told, Riser, I myself have no idea what's going on. I do however know this. Today you will lose this game, Riser Phoenix. I swear it by the blood that runs through my veins. As the very words left her lips, her own peerage prepared themselves for battle. Kaneko slipped her delicate hands into a pair of sturdy gloves. Kiba took a death breath, and a sword instantly flashed to life in his hand. Akano had tiny sparks of lightning that danced about her robed form. And Issei, he was currently trying his hardest to stop his hand from quivering. This guy, he's the one. Why'd I have to fight? Why can't Valley fight? He's much better than me. Because Valley won't fight someone he deems weak. Besides, don't forget who you've been training with all this time. Have some faith. Be you, but I don't even have a real reason to. The man she'll marry isn't the man she loves, and he's a bad man. Isn't that reason enough? Don't overthink it. In fact, here's a tip. If you want women to love you, you gotta be the hero. One more quivering rat won't do you any favors, little bitch. Riser grinned as his own much bigger peerage followed suit. I hope you're ready, Rias. Because after this, I'm going to really make you mine. He laughed like a madman as hot white flames gradually licked away at him and the temperature around them gradually rose. I believe in you. All of you. Rias whispered, sure that every one of them heard. She already caught the nervous shaking of Issei. This guy, he wants to take her from her friends, and take away her choice. He was shaking, there's no way. His entire body was shaking, but he wasn't afraid. Boost. 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 He was excited. Boost. 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 There's just no way, Issei spoke up, his eyes a much darker green and practically glowing. No, he was angry. There's no way someone like you is gonna take someone like Rias away from the people she loves. The jewel in his gauntlet responded to his will, and a voice in the back of his head whispered, let's go, partner. With a mighty cry, a beam of green energy erupted from where he once stood and encompassed both factions. What? I told you. All it takes is the smell of a real battle and the dragon within him couldn't help itself. I'd like to think it was more than just the dragon. Naruto commented with a proud smile, his ears picking up on that final cry. Issei was a lot of things, good and bad. A terrible pervert and a lazy bum, yes. Impatient and dull, yes. Hard-headed and stubborn, yes. But he also cared. He cared more than a lot of people thought he did. He was beaten and killed on a daily basis, but he came back every day regardless to him, his abuser. Not because he craved power or a harem, at least, not fully. No, he came to him every day because as time went on, Issei noticed the change in himself. The change he wanted to so desperately see. In the end, the boy who seemingly only cared about boobs, wanted nothing more than the ability to change himself. He's a good kid, he just needed the right motivation. The thought of himself being forced to marry. The thought of his ability to choose or run away taken from him. The thought of leaving his friends, his family, his life behind. The fear, the pain. All of the things Rias probably felt, Issei took these emotions onto himself. And like that, he felt it, and he cared and he made it his problem too. You really are an odd one, I knew it the second I laid eyes on you. Ophis said from within the avatar, her spot next to his as always. Naruto only grinned in response. The #1 most unpredictable knucklehead ninja, that was the first title I'd ever gotten. When the light died down and those in the office could finally see. A suit of crimson lied in wait, metallic wings spread wide. The balance breaker. I am the hero. With that, Riser felt the air leave his lungs as a gauntlet was smashed into his stomach, the force of the blow tossing him out of the window, broken glass flying and debris tossed about everywhere as he was sent rag-dolling away only to body slam into the side of the main building, an indent forming around him and spit flying out of his gaping mouth. Back in the office, none could do anything but watch as the transformed Issei stalked after the immobilized and no doubt paralyzed blonde man. And all of a sudden, Rias felt her odds significantly rise. What occurred next was thoroughly a massacre. Look on Devil World. Naruto's voice boomed from the now violet heavens. Watch your brightest flame get snuffed by the most pathetic of humans, and know that I, Naruto Uzumaki, and the whole of my shop, are the official protectors of humanity. But not during business hours, he added at the very end, so with that being said. Do not fuck with us. Chapter 11. Following his declaration, all 9 hells broke loose. I told you we would be attacked. Fools. They charged at the 3 by the hundreds. Black bat-like wings spread wide and powerful attacks at the ready. He could literally taste the murderous intent being directed at them. From the very top of the Great Red's head, Naruto grinned from within his battle avatar at his begrudging companion's words. all the while his skin gradually turned a pale olive and his hair a snow white. Next to him, Ophis shut her manga and sighed. I suppose I could spare a minute. You owe me though. Naruto's grin only widened. Yeah, I get it. By now, everyone else should have already made themselves known to the lesser-known factions, and Kokebiel along with my clones are taking care of things in heaven. Right here is where we do our part. How you might ask? Well, it's simple really, we just have to raise a little. He paused dramatically. Hell. Ophis and Red both groaned. Naruto pouted at their obvious lack of a sense of humor. Oh come on. That was gold. He crossed his arms and huffed when they both ignored him. Fine. If you won't appreciate my humor, maybe they will. He jutted a thumb down at the approaching legion as his body gradually vanished in an odd vortex. Don't forget, we aren't killing, was his final command before disappearing completely. That's a rather difficult order to follow. These weaklings are like ants. I might accidentally crush one or two. TCH, at least you two will be showing off. The most I'll be doing is breathing on them. A dull smirk overtook Ophis's pale features as she stood up and stretched her arms, her bones popping as a vile, dark aura encompassed her figure. Oh well, we should probably get this over with. Agreed. Without warning, Naruto suddenly phased into existence in the very center of the attacking devils. Most didn't even notice the grinning blonde hovering in between them all as they zoomed past their target, the Great Red, and when a few finally did, it was already too late. In the blink of an eye 24 devils fell, their bodies dropping like flies from the sky and speeding toward the ground below. They didn't even have time to shout before sleep claimed them. That number doubled within seconds, then it tripled, and so it went. At the same time, beams of pure unholy darkness tore through the faction like they were made of wet paper. Magic circles with dull glowing infinity signs in the center sporadically overtook the battlefield, numbering in the hundreds. They flashed about and destroyed the opposition as ethereal snakes twisted among one another, passing through body after body. With every devil they touched, that devil's power was instantly drained and it fell like all the others. Naruto pouted, his arms crossed as a smirking Ophis gradually descended toward him. Hey, that's not fair. Red and I don't have super cool mellow powers like that. She shrugged. That's your fault, not mine. The pair was distracted by the chorus of loud cries and a loud boom. A sudden gust of powerful winds sending 100 bodies tumbling past them. From above, the Great Red sniffled. I sneezed. Yeah, it was pretty much a one-sided thing. This is getting kind of boring, so I'll just get on with it. Next phase, initiate, Naruto exclaimed before turning toward the approaching devils and spreading his arms wide, welcoming them. All right, go. Ahead and take me in. Be gentle though, please. Without putting up a fight, he was instantly dog-piled. Ophis could only shake her head at his antics before she followed behind him and raised her arms in surrender. Unlike him, however, she wouldn't be letting any of these cretins touch her. Another heaven-shaking boom and the winds rushed past them all yet again. Sorry, I think I'm coming down with something, Red sighed. Anyway, I did my job. I'm going back home to nap. Let me know how things go, meatbag, and don't fucking forget, I want my cows. From within the floating mass of blackened wings and bodies, a single ephemeral hand coated in golden flames broke through and thumbed it up. Dinner was eventful, exactly as Naruto planned. Even better actually, he had a front row seat to everything. Hey, can someone loosen these cuffs up a bit? They're kind of constricting my movements. Silence, scum. Sirzek cried, his lips pulled into a frown as he pointed a finger at the captured blonde. Who are you to invade our world and make a fool of our kind? Speak, human filth. Next to the Crimson Satan, Ajuka Beelzebub frowned. Hey now, don't you think you're laying it on a little too thick there, he muttered, trailing off. No matter how much Sirzek was denying it, Ajuka was almost positive that the redhead had something to do with this strange human presented before them. He four great Satans of the underworld. The highest judges in these lands. Although at the moment only 3 were present. Surrounding them were the leaders of each clan, pure and half-blood alike. Whether you were at the arena or not, no one missed the giant red dragon that tore a hole in the sky. Their tall thrones were each fit for a king or queen and arranged in rows with the higher-ups towering over them all, and they as devils wouldn't have it any other way. It was meant to be a sign. A symbol of status and power, because that was all that mattered in the end. He doesn't seem like a bad guy. He seems fun. Actually, he didn't kill anyone either. The final Satan and the only girl of the four chirped. Seraphol didn't have a problem with this human. He spilled no blood after all. Yeah. Listen to the walking wet dream. I'm not gonna hurt anyone, I promise. The razor-sharp grin on his face told them all otherwise. You forget, Leviathan, Ajuka said. While he and his partner didn't kill, they still set us back quite a bit. We could be attacked at any time now and suffer heavy casualties because of them. Actually, Naruto intervened. You won't have to worry about that. See, I'm only here to make a point. You're not the only place I've visited either. Heaven. Asgard. Olympus. Izanagi and Izanami. The list goes on. They'll all have their own problems for the rest of the week, so take all the time you need. No one was amused by his cheeriness. Well, no one but Seraphol. Explain, impudent human. Sirzek commanded while dramatically flailing his cape and making a showing of it. Most everyone in the room, his wife included, deadpanned. Naruto, however, was having quite the time. Foolish devil. You just don't get it, do you? I'm saying that I wanted to get captured. It was all a part of my ingenious plan. No duh, was the general thought that crossed the minds of everyone present. Anyone with a brain that watched what happened could see he'd let himself be captured. He stood up right after his deceleration despite the chains that tied him down and flashed that same predatory grin, radiating an aura of confidence all the while. A mouthful of knives flashing dangerously at every devil that looked his way. With only a tug of his bound arms, the chains that were supposed to hold back even an ultimate class shattered outright. He did the same to the ones on his neck and legs before stretching, letting out a small yawn. By now everyone but the four had risen from their seats. I just wanted to make this very clear, face to face, in case you didn't hear me the first time. He smiled, and a sudden pressure crashed over the entire room. The hairs on the back of their necks stood at attention, their chairs and the very ground underneath them rattled and shook, and along the walls tiny fissure marks began to appear. A few of the weaker ones actually gasped for air, finding it incredibly difficult to breathe at the moment. The human world is under my protection. His voice was completely unrecognizable. Every country, every city, every town, every soul. If I find out any of your kind have forced even one human to abide by that stupid chess game of yours, well, you may have an army, but me? I am an army. To further enforce his point, Naruto unleashed even more of his murderous intent. At this point most had already collapsed back onto their thrones, a cold sweat developing over their brow as they desperately fought to maintain composure. Even Ajuka was finding it rather hard to keep his knees from buckling underneath the immense pressure, to his own great surprise. He'd seen Sirzek's true from, watched the Leviathan freeze entire oceans, and done battle with beings that could have been considered gods in their own right, but this feeling, it was overwhelming. There was no aura, it was only pure killing intent, then it was gone, and so was he. Their captive's sudden disappearance was met with utter outrage as soon as the rest could breathe again. Do we still have the other one? Ajuka asked amidst the chaos while suppressing a groan, certain that he was about to experience a rather annoying headache because of this whole mess. Oh, Seraphol answered him. No, she complained about being bored, broke free and then left. The fiend. Sirzek added. Please stop. You're a terrible actor. Beelzebub trailed off while rubbing his temples. Honestly, he was embarrassed for him. The gutsy toad was busy upon his arrival. Busier than it had ever been actually. He counted a total of 9 people present as he warped in, surprising a few of them. Hello Team Toad, Naruto stated with a happy wave. Boss. Valley flung himself at the blonde and landed on his knees, showcasing a form of groveling that could only be defined as an art. Naruto-sama. Kokebiel followed suit, even going as far as to kiss the ground before him. His choice of maneuver being the infamous sliding grovel. Such skill. Valley exclaimed in his thoughts, sparing the conqueror a glance. I didn't even see him stagger once. Could it be? A true and faithful devotee to the boss like him? He grit his teeth. This he would not stand for. He would be the right-hand man who one day overthrows the leader. You people make me sick. Rainier commented, her arms crossed over her chest and a frown on her pale face. She caught sight of Issei and flashed him a dangerous smirk. Reveling in the way he cowered at the sight of her. She truly loved breaking men, making them grovel and fear her like dogs. It filled her with such ecstasy. You shouldn't talk down to Naruto-sama, Donasek added. Next to him, the shortest of what was Team Naruto, nodded alongside the taller trenchcoat-wearing man. Yeah, Rainier, why are you acting so high and mighty when you practically begged him not to key? A hand was quickly placed over her mouth, muffling the end of her sentence. Although she still tried to push it out, glaring daggers at the snarling Rainier all the while. I ignore her, Rainier-sama. The final member of Team Naruto, Kalawarner, said while flashing her a nervous smile. Rainier was the strongest out of them and also the one with the shortest temper. It wouldn't do any good for a fight to break out between them in Naruto's home. Thankfully, Naruto himself intervened. Ray, he patted the shorter girl's head and grinned, pulling her into a one-armed hug shortly after. It's nice to see you again. I hope you aren't killing random humans behind my back anymore, 'cause that would be bad. The girl fumed at their close proximity but didn't struggle much against it. Please get off of me, Naruto. She knew better than to throw a tantrum at this point. Getting rid of Naruto was next to impossible anyways. It was infinitely easier to just ask him politely. Right, sorry. He grinned sheepishly before turning his attention to the rest of his squad. All right team, report. Michael has received your message loud and clear, Naruto-sama. Kokebil began. My brothers and sisters in heaven won't be an issue. They're not the type to bring harm to humans anyway. Although the Saint system could use a few tweaks here and there, the Fallen shook his head. My apologies. Anyway, thank you for letting me lead this expedition. It was nice to see them all again, now that I'm not blinded by my hate. He finished with a genuine smile. Naruto winked and nodded before moving on to the next team leader. NYA, Odin had no problem with abiding by your said rules. He never really bothers with mortal affairs anyway. Too occupied with the women of Asgard to notice. So we're in the clear, Kuroka explained, licking at her hand as she sprawled herself out over his counter, much like a cat would. Her two tails flicking lazily behind her. Great. So everything went well. My clones talked to Izanagi and he said to just leave him out of the bickering of children. Izanami told me she would do anything so long as I stayed with her, so I left my clone there to hang. And everyone else was just too weak to oppose me. He grinned. We did a good thing today, you guys. If you mean to say that declaring war on every major faction known to man is a good thing, then well, you are beyond saving, Ophis added. Aren't we all? My dear little sister, aren't we all? He nodded sagely before clapping his hands together. All right then, we'll call it a quits here. I want you all back here in a week for a status update, except for you Issei. I need you here tomorrow. Till then, I've got some farmers to bribe. Come on Ophis. The infinite dragon god groaned but vanished alongside him nonetheless. That guy is a freak. Rainier whispered once she was sure he was gone. Next to her, Issei nodded his head. Try working for him, he trailed off. She spared her former victim a glance and stifled a shiver at the completely dead look in his eyes. God, whatever that demon had done to him was 100 times worse than her blatant murder. Probably, the next day came and went, but it wasn't until around noon that Issei decided to show up. The familiar sound of chimes echoed in his ears and for once, Issei found that Naruto was alone within the confines of the gutsy toad. Ophis wasn't by his side and neither was Valley groveling at his feet. He wasn't meeting a customer or chatting it up with Sirzek and Azazel. It was just him, an odd smile on his marked face as he sat behind the blue counter. Just like when they'd first met 2 months ago. Hey, glad you decided to show up. Did I really have a choice? Not really. Naruto chirped. Issei resisted the urge to sigh. He approached the blonde and then fell back, not surprised when his bottom hit a soft cushion that most certainly was not there before. So what do you want, demon? What kind of torture do you have in mind for me today? You're free to go. Issei blinked. What? Naruto didn't grin or gloat or make an offhand reference this time around. He merely smiled, that odd that he'd become so familiar with settling over him like a warm winter coat. You've come a long way, Issei. I can't do anything else for you from here on out. You've got your power and you found a good reason to use it. From here on out it's all up to you. He wasn't acting crazy or delusional. He wasn't spilling nonsense. He was calm. This was the first time Issei had ever seen Naruto seem so human. But what about my harem? I didn't want to be strong, damn it, I just wanted my harem. He cried, a bit let down. You killed me and turned me into a devil. You can't just toss me away now. You'll get your harem by remaining a devil, he interrupted his would-be rant. Let's be honest here, this is the 21st century, kid. No girl is into stuff like that. Hell, one woman is already enough in my opinion. But if you stay with Rias and her friends, you'll become stronger without a doubt, and more importantly you'll rise in the ranks. If you manage to become a high-class devil, you'll be able to achieve your ultimate dream legally. In a way, I guess you could say I already did my part, nay? He winked, a half-smirk overtaking the previous smile. This time Issei did deadpan. No you didn't. You've clearly been totally winging it this entire time, haven't you? Naruto had the decency to look a little ashamed. Yeah, you got me. This isn't some magical shop that grants desires or anything. I'm just a lonely guy who wanted a little attention, that's all. At that response, Issei's brow twitched. Unbelievable. You really are one peculiar shopkeeper. Oh, we did the thing. Issei didn't even bother with trying to make sense of what he meant by that. In all honesty, he had a feeling that this entire time it was something along those lines. Yet, somehow, someway, it still worked out for Naruto because indeed, if what he said was true, then Issei could get the harem he's always dreamed of. Drawing in a deep breath, the at one time human let out a long sigh. I suppose I've already come this far. I don't think I could ever live a regular life after all of this. Naruto shrugged. Sorry Issei, but you were never meant for a regular life in the first place. He let the words sink in and settle, and for a moment, the two only sat in silence. Until Issei spoke up with a nervous stutter. See, can I still come back? Here that is. See, can I still visit? He wasn't sure why he asked, only that he did, and he didn't regret it. Naruto blinked and then eyed the blushing teen for a split second, before grinning in response. Of course. You're welcome to come by here anytime. Although I'm surprised you would want to. Ophis and Red both bet me that you would never talk to me again after I let you go. Issei looked a bit offended at that. Hey, come on now, don't give me that look. I did get you killed on a weekly basis, you know? It would have been the natural response. He shrugged, either way I'm $40 richer. Issei would have questioned why the Great Red and the Infinite Dragon both carried cash on them, but of course, he knew better. Before you kick me out in some crazy way, I want to thank you. I feel like a better me. I'm proud of who I am right now, and I guess that's what I really wanted in the end. So, yeah, in a way you really did do your job. Issei flashed him a thumbs up and grinned in a familiar fashion, with his teeth bared and looking extra pointy for all the world to see. But there's no doubt that I'm going to get stronger, and one day I'll be stronger than even you. And when that day comes I'm going to pay you back for the hell you put me through, tenfold, believe it. Naruto instantly snapped his fingers and Issei suddenly found himself swimming in a nearby lake. He blinked once and then screamed at the top of his lungs while Diedrig's laughter echoed within his ears. Meanwhile, Naruto was clutching at his chest, a pained look on his face as Issei's last words haunted him. Believe it, believe it, believe it. At the same time, his chimes sounded. When Naruto cut his moping and looked up to see who his latest customer was, his blue met a pair of wide green eyes. It was a girl, a nun by the looks of her, with long flowing butterscotch blonde hair and a warm smile on her lithe features. Idly, Naruto noted it was probably the most innocent smile he'd ever seen. Hello, my name is Asia. She introduced herself. I was wondering if you had a map here that I could purchase. I'm a little lost, you see. Naruto stared. Asia stared back. This lasted for a whole half-minute. Then he grinned. Welcome to my shop, Asia-chan. As it just so happens I do have a map, but it'll cost ya. And so, the cycle begins anew. Chapter 12. Asia Argento didn't really understand how it happened, only that it did. Knock. 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 I'll get it, Naruto-sama. Please stop calling me that. The blonde grumbled. And don't bother, it's probably just another faction group come to pick a fight. You would think that they'd know better by now. Bright blue eyes shifted to the woman floating next to him, her legs crossed and a blank expression on her pale face. Ophis had decided to remain in her adult form ever since the Taco Shack incident, and he still wasn't 100% used to it. Naruto caught a glimpse of Valley's blush, his beady eyes shifting ever so slightly toward the woman's bust, and he stifled a smile. I suppose I'm not the only one who isn't used to it. Naruto mused to himself, watching with barley-contained amusement as the youth suddenly toppled over while holding his gut, a bit of blood leaking through the cracks of his clenched teeth. Ophis smirked at the sounds of his gagging. Keep mopping, albino. Oh, and you missed a spot. An ethereal snake phased through the ground right after the words left her lips, the area it touched turning a wicked black, the wood rotting away in seconds. His good mood was ruined. My floor, Naruto mumbled, shocked. Why the floor? He stood there in a daze for a moment, only staring at the still smoking wood before he immediately threw himself onto his knees, a brush and a bottle of bleach magically appearing in his hands and a wild look in his eyes. Knock. 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 Asia watched this all happen in wonder. Practically hypnotized by it all. No matter how many times she stood off to the side and quietly watched them be them, it still amazed her. Exactly a month had passed since she decided to make a deal with this proverbial devil, who promised to grant her ultimate desire so long as she was willing to pay the price. After everything that had happened to her prior to their meeting, the choice was almost painfully obvious. At this point, Asia was willing to pay any price. I'll just go and get the door then, she trailed off, a sheepish smile on her lithe features. Naruto nodded in the midst of his furious scrubbing. Fine. But don't say I didn't warn you. You might end up having to heal another one of Valley's limbs again. The teen in question groaned. Boss, why does she hurt me? Now she was here, one of them. Asia Argento had pledged her heart and soul to Naruto Uzumaki, to them, and to this place. But they were odd. This place was odd. And Naruto Uzumaki, he was the oddest of them all. She didn't fit in with them. It was just that cut and dry, there was no other excuse. A tiny part of her regretted saying yes that day because of the fact, but she knew it was too late to turn back now, far too late. Asia was inches away from opening the door when it swung open, the sudden rush of wind sending her long flowing hair whipping about. Naruto Uzumaki. I challenge you. Sirzek waltzed in, easily stepping past a dumbstruck Asia and pointing a finger at the madly scrubbing blonde. Last night was a fluke. There's no way in my nine hells that you could have outdrank me. I'm hundreds of years old and a damn devil. Damn it, Dad, why me? Azazel sighed as he followed behind the eccentric Lucifer. TCH, I really am starting to sound like Michael. Ah, welcome to the gutsy toad. Asia caught the brief wave from Azazel and visibly drooped. The ex-general of heaven and leader of the fallen angels. The current Lucifer and head of the underworld. The dragon of the void. And him. If she were to be honest with herself, Asia would admit to feeling like an ant standing among giants sometimes, just waiting to be crushed. Shut it, you sore loser. Naruto snapped, clenching the now dirty brush and swinging it dangerously at the Crimson Satan. I won fair and square, now get the hell out of my shop. I have to clean this damn stain that somebody. He paused to glare at Ophis, who only flipped a page in response. Made without bothering to stop and think first. Shame on you. This took me an hour to make. Screw you, I don't care about any of that. You cheated because you have, like, 9 different livers, right? That's cheating. Naruto snarled. I have the normal amount of livers, thank you very much. I bet you don't even know how many livers a normal person has. Shut up. I totally do. Valley groaned, his knees pulled up and arms wrapped around them as his entire body rattled. Help me, he whispered, vision foggy. Let it be known that Ophis never held back. Actually, you should come with us. We have an interesting bit of news you might want to hear about. Azazel stopped a few inches from the raving blonde, as cool as a cucumber draped in black, a smirk on his handsome face. It might just be very important to you. Naruto looked up at the older man skeptically. You sounded like a total weirdo just now. Azazel deadpanned in response. Look, damn you, it's about your story. You said you crossed dimensions, right? At Naruto's nod, the Fallen continued. Well, he suddenly paused, his violet eyes taking in the weird shop and its occupants until they landed on Blue. We might have figured out a way for you to go back home, Naruto. There was a notable silence that lingered for more than just a second, and for the first time in a very long time Naruto couldn't quite come up with an answer. What? Azazel nodded once. We have a lot to talk about and we can't talk about it here, it has to be in private. Sirzek picked up where the Fallen left off, all traces of humor gone. The sharp glint in his eyes and the thin-lipped frown on his face were odd, to say the least. He truly looked the part of Lucifer now. Naruto sighed and then turned to a still reading Ophis. Keep an eye on the place, I'll be back later, yup. Oh, and, Asia, can you heal Valley for me? Thank you. Without another word spoken between them, the three vanished in a familiar swirl, leaving behind a deathly quiet room. Naruto never noticed the frown lingering over her features, hidden behind her manga, and Ophis didn't want him to. The mood was soured in a split second. The bright and clashing colors of the gutsy toad did little to fill the sudden bleakness that remained in their wake. Away home, it had never occurred to her, to any of them, that he even wanted to go home. But lately, he's been different. And she wasn't the only one to notice. Issei, Valley, even Kokabule. They've all caught it. That shark grin didn't quite reach his eyes like usual, and when he looked at you, it seemed as if he could barely stand the sight. It was Issei that said it the best, however. That warm feeling I get whenever he's around, it's gone. Something was up, something had been up for almost a week now, but what? By the door, Asia bit her lip, unaware of anyone's thoughts but her own. If he goes home, what happens to my wish? The coffee shop they'd visited was busy, but Naruto managed to find a corner for them to sit and discuss what was a very important subject. At least to him it was. All right, talk. What do you mean by go home? Azazel and Sirzek exchanged a glance. Actually, we're waiting for someone else to join us, the Fallen voiced. Someone else? Naruto asked, his brow raised. Azazel nodded. Yeah, it's not normal for him to be late either. He half shrugged. Well, I suppose we can fill you in on the details until he arrives. Ever since you declared war on every other standing faction, things have gotten a little tense. Don't get me wrong, it did what was intended. No one is eager to cross you in your shop anytime soon. Humanity is safe. The fourth faction. Sirzek interrupted. That's what they're calling the gutsy toad, and you and your friends by extension. Naruto beamed. Cool. Yes, you may have less than 10 members in your group, but the weakest of you is still enough to wipe out a city. And the strongest, TCH, let's just say no one is all that willing to go toe-to-toe with the Great Red anytime soon. Man, why does Red always get all the credit? Just because he's bigger doesn't mean he's stronger, I can take him. Never mind that. You and the Great Red both put on a helluva show last month. The underworld is still reeling. A few of the devil clans have actually united underneath your name, and I'm pretty sure Ophis has a cult following. Sirzek interrupted again. And from what Azazel told me, Michael is up to his ass in complaints from various archangels and the principalities. You really sent a message. Naruto shrugged, leaning back onto his chair and leveled them both with a bland stare. That was the plan, wasn't it? There's no point in being quiet about anything. Besides, I'm the best at being flashy and loud. Azazel chuckled at that. That you are. However, like I said before, things are beyond tense between certain factions now. And there are rumors that a shady organization is acting behind it all. Okay. But what does any of this have to do with going home? I'm getting to that, he said, crossing his arms. I've a contact within that organization. We met up recently and he told me all that he knew. They don't have a name, but they do have an army, and a motive. To reach the other world. Azazel paused to take a sip of his drink and let the information sink before continuing. It may be a far cry from it, but that other world might just be where you're from. When Azazel told me, I asked Akuja to look into it, and lo and behold, there were a few notes and theories dating back to the First Age. As it turns out, the rift where Ophis was born isn't as infinite as we first thought. It connects 2 points, our world and mine. Naruto finished for him. Sirzek nodded along. We don't know why, but we do know that. I think I should take over from here. 3 pairs of eyes moved to the 4th empty chair next to Azazel, where Michael himself suddenly sat, a smile on his flawless face. Oh, hello everyone. I apologize for being late. Gabriel insisted she come along and I had to explain why it was a bad idea for both of us to be gone during such a crucial moment. Wow, that was cool. I didn't even sense you, Naruto said, blinking. Michael's smile widened by a tiny margin. Omnipotence, he explained. One of the many abilities Heaven's throne grants me. Azazel used to use it to peep on human women while they bathed behind father's back. Kihihi, damn good times. Naruto smiled wordlessly. Most people hated the idea of peeping, but the act only ever managed to remind him of Jiraiya. As Sirzek was about to tell you, this organization, who we believe to be scattered remains of what was the Chaos Brigade, want to awaken a creature that sleeps between this world and the other. The beast of the apocalypse. Trihexa. If Trihexa is gone, then passage to the other world is theoretically possible. However, Michael trailed off, taking a moment to judge each individual expression before continuing. What I am about to tell you is my biggest secret, something even you don't know, Azazel. He took a breath before continuing. Our father did not die in the Great War, only a shell of what remained died that day. Our father, our real father, gave his life to prevent that monster from ever waking up, for if it did, it would destroy everything and everyone. I know, Azazel said, taking another sip of his drink. Yes, I can see this might be a shock for you more than Naruto-san or Sirs. Wait, what? I know how he died. So do Naruto and Sirzek. I figured it all out a long time ago after I fell. The fact that I fell in general clued me into it. Michael coughed. Yes, well, as awkward as ever. I really missed that about you, brother. Azazel clapped his brother's back and grinned, ignoring Michael's protest. Bad news aside, sharing a morning with you makes this a great day. Naruto's smile stretched itself thin. Thankfully no one noticed. Trihexa. Sirzek mumbled the name. A being so powerful that the God of the Bible couldn't kill it, only seal it away. He sighed. And here I thought we were finally making progress. It's like 1 step forward, 12 steps back, isn't it? Things aren't going too well downstairs either. There's been a lot of tension between the Polars and the Satans, and someone is making moves behind my back that's bound to stir up trouble. Which is why we're all here now, Michael said. The leaders of our respective faction, and yes, that includes you now, Naruto. The angel silenced him with a glare before the blonde could even speak. Somehow, even though it was a glare, the action was still relatively kind. The church is angry, the gods are pissed, hell is a mess, and I'm losing my goddamn mind in heaven. We need a plan. Silence. Naruto, Sirzek, and Azazel all simultaneously blinked. Damn brother, I didn't know you had it in you. Holy shit, that's like the worst I've ever heard you say. Naruto whistled in appreciation. Sorry. Michael blushed at all the stares. Even the elderly couple a few tables away were looking at him. I suppose I am a bit stressed. That's an understatement. I think the last time I remember you saying the word damn you locked yourself away for a whole year. Even father couldn't get you to come out. Naruto snickered at that. That's funny. For being really strong, you sure are a big softy, Michael. No wonder Kokabeel never shuts up about you. Michael was inclined to ask what it was that Kokabeel said, but then he remembered the last time Kokabeel had visited, bringing an army of Naruto clones and a few others unfamiliar faces, and he decided against it. It was nice to see Kokabeel again, but just as when he fell, the man's personality had done a complete 180. Amidst their tiny conversation, Sirzek snapped his fingers and grinned. "I've got it." All eyes turned to him, and very eagerly, the Satan explained. "I know how we can solve our problem. We just need to lure our enemies out of hiding, right? That way we can take them out all at once. So what better way to lure them out than by giving them what they want? All of us, hell, the church, the fallen, and Team Naruto. We'll get together and offer to talk about peace and all that good jazz. They won't be able to resist the opportunity. You'd have to be an idiot. That would be a good plan, if it didn't risk hundreds of lives." Azazel pointed out the one major flaw in his plan. Michael agreed. "Indeed. We might win, but at a cost. We'd be needlessly putting our people at risk." Sirzek grinned in a very familiar fashion. "Yeah, but we don't have to. You guys forget about our secret weapon here." Coo. Blue eyes shifted to Naruto, and he blinked in response. "Who, me? What am I gonna do? Oh, no, wait, don't tell me. You want me to recruit Red, and then both of us take a trip to the Rift and look for Trihexa, and then we kick his or her ass and come back home, right? 'Cause I can totally make that happen." The blonde nodded along to his own plan. Can you actually do that?" The fallen general asked warily. "Isn't doing something like that, I don't know, stupid and suicidal?" "Yep. But that's pretty much me, 50% stupid and 50% suicidal. That isn't something to brag about." Naruto scoffed. "Of course it is. Besides, I think Red and I can handle ourselves just fine. It'll be a good bonding experience, and if anything goes wrong I'll just blink us back. Granted, I'll be entirely drained and at the brink of death, considering how intense the battle will be, and warping something as huge as Red will probably suck the life out of me, but hey, I haven't died yet, so fuck it." The two brothers were about to interject yet again, when Sirzek interrupted them. Okay. You should do that, but first, listen to my plan." Two sets of eyes glared daggers his way, and the redhead shrugged in response. "What? You guys don't know Naruto like I do. We spend a lot of time together. Besides, he's got us watching his back, so he'll be fine. All we have to do is be ready." Azazel blinked. That was actually pretty inspiring. Michael half nodded. "Indeed. You two are like two peas in a pod. You know that?" The both scoffed at the same time, and Sirzek stifled a smirk at the act. "Anyway, back to my master plan. So check this out, guys. First, what the hell do you mean just let him go?" Issei flinched at the sound of Valley's screaming. The ivory-haired teen was, for once, glaring Ophis down, his nose barely inches away from hers. A visible fire in his eyes and a snarl marking his boyish features. Long story short, Valley was pissed. Why? Because Naruto Uzumaki, the wayward shopkeeper, might have finally found a way back home. And that meant that he'd be leaving us. I mean exactly what I said. If that idiot decides to leave, let him leave. Ophis said, glaring back in her own way, meaning that her eyes were narrowed ever so slightly. Also, a black and vile aura was seeping from her body. Ophis, too, was pissed. We shouldn't be fighting. Asia tried to intervene but found that the combined pressure of both of their energies was too much for her. She could barely speak, let alone move. Her words fell on deaf ears, as expected. Don't you realize what this means? Boss won't be around anymore. He won't train me or the idiot, or go shopping with Asia, or spend time with you. No one is going to do that stuff for us anymore. Does that not matter to you? Does he not matter to you? Issei was at odds. This was the first time he'd ever seen Valley riled up about anything. And while his words did sting, they were true. Naruto had become a constant in their lives. Each of them derived something from him. A hole inside of their chests was filled because of him. Naruto had put the entirety of all humanity on his back for fuck's sake. He couldn't just leave. Right? He couldn't. At his sides, Issei's hands wound themselves into tightly clenched fists. Even Diedrich was upset. Asia caught the act and she frowned. This is terrible. The ex-nun watched the edges of Ophus's lips twitch and a flicker of something come to life in her eyes. She watched the woman's mouth open to speak, and her entire froze when the sudden wave of dread crashed over her and a vile feeling crept up her spine. And she, no, all of them, waited with bated breaths on what Ophus would say. It was terrifying. They were terrifying, and he was standing at the open door of the back room with a confused look plastered on his face. Yo, did you guys crank down the AC again? I told you not to do that, damn it. Naruto cursed, crossing his arms and frowning. Like that the tension dissolved in seconds. Boss. You're back. That I am my pupil, but not for long. I'm going out for like 1 to 3 days at the least, I don't know. It all depends on how long we take. We? Ophus asked. You haven't mentioned anything to me about another trip? Naruto shook his head. Afraid you're not coming on this one. Oh, it's actually Red and I who are taking a road trip. You know, quality bro time and all that good stuff. Plus I'm pretty sure he's going through a midlife crisis right now after stuffing his face full of cow, so I think he'll appreciate the chance to feel young again. Well, I suppose I'll just look after the shop then? You know it. Naruto blinked. Oh, and hey Issei, sorry I can't stick around buddy, but I gotta go. Super important business to attend to and all that. Asia, keep reading up on those books I lent you, and don't worry, I'll be back before you know it. Everyone, be nice to her. He finished with a thin, totally non-threatening smile. Anyway, I'm off. I've got a date with Trihexa, bye guys. Ophus's eyes widened. Wait, what? Unfortunately, Naruto was gone before she could even begin her sentence. Did he just say, Trihexa? As in, Eater of Worlds? Master of Death? God of Destruction? End of all things Trihexa? Valley uttered, stupefied. Ophus openly fumed. That fucking moron. Chapter 13. Little was known about the void. It was an endless expanse, or so one would think. In reality it was a meeting grounds, a point connecting two ends, and they were at the very center. The violet hues and whimsical colors he'd grown semi-used to gave way to a pitch black that stretched on as far as the eye could see. It felt like you were floating within an abyss. There was no light here, just the darkness. No warmth. No comfort. It was empty. He looked both the parts of an angel and devil floating in that vast nothing. Naruto's white hair and olive skin were a striking contrast to the inky blackness. He was almost glowing, rippled eyes gazing out into the rift. His heart raced, and he let out a long sigh in an effort to calm it before speaking. You know, somehow, I thought this would have been easier. His lips moved, a bitter smile working its way onto his face. You should have brought the witch with us. I warned you. This was a monster beyond even my comprehension. On his left shoulder rested a tiny lizard, no bigger than a common one you'd find in your backyard. The Great Red, once massive in its size, was reduced to this. Having exhausted most of its power battling against an army of 1 million ancient dragon males. The fight had indeed been a long one, and Naruto himself looked on the brink of death. His right arm was gone. For whatever reason, the severed limb was taking its sweet time in growing back. His flesh was scorched, his body ached. With every labored breath he regrettably felt himself grow weaker. And yet, he laughed nonetheless. Surrounding them, above, below, everywhere the broken remains of those ancient dragons were scattered like space debris. And amidst the wreckage of the fierce battle was the cause of his current condition. A being that, just as Red said, was beyond anyone's comprehension, even his own. If there was an end to everything, then this was surely it. This indescribable thing, locked down here, alone with its empty army. This was the apocalypse. It's sort of nice, he said fondly. I forget sometimes that I can be hurt. It's nice to be reminded that a little piece of me is still human. Even now he could see him, resting inside of that monstrosity, exposed for all the world to see. Sheltered by a bright ball of light, shining like the brightest star yet illuminating nothing. That light was the reason why this fight had taken a turn for the worst. A monster he could kill. A child? Never. And what slept inside of that beast was a child. Curled up into a ball, bright blonde hair framing his pale face. The moment Naruto laid eyes on him, he hesitated. And it was that hesitation which decided the outcome of this battle from the very beginning. Why does everything have to be so damn complicated? He mused aloud, shutting his eyes for just a second. Blame your rotten luck. Red said, grunting as it unfolded its tattered and torn wings. Well, I suppose this isn't a bad way to die, right? I've been bored of living for a long time anyway. I hope death will be a little more interesting. So you think there is an afterlife? Who knows, brat? But I suppose we're about to find out soon enough. The shell of a beast roared, an inhumane sound, somehow shaking the very nothingness itself with the act alone. It was angry and just as hurt, but the child slept on nonetheless, unaware. Hundreds, thousands of magic circles came to life above them, each a different color. They went on, of every size and shape, until it was all he could see. There would be no escaping this one. Indeed, it didn't take a genius to figure that out. He fought back a dry laugh. Oh, I get it. What a sore loser. It was planning on taking itself, Red, and him out in one final blast. The boy would survive and the body would probably reform as a direct result. Despite that fact, it made for a rather pretty sight, if Naruto were to be honest. A lot better than the decor, that's for sure. I'll let you know how it goes. Before Red could respond, the blonde spared him a glance and then smiled as if to say I'm sorry. That odd third eye on his forehead focused on its tiny form, blinked once, and then the dragon vanished. Teleported away as far as Naruto possibly could with home in mind. Moments later and a torrent of white encompassed everything and anything, turning the dark world a pure white. The sound of the blast was deafening. Ophis sat at the counter, her legs crossed while she floated midair behind the blue oak. In her hands was her favorite manga and floating alongside her was a bowl of white chocolate pretzels. Valley was gone, having stormed out after their argument and not returned since. The fool was probably out looking for Naruto right now. Issei only stopped by a few times a day to ask if Naruto had yet to return, only to leave empty-handed, hiding behind that lecherous smile. He could try and fake it all he wanted, but she knew he was worried. The only person keeping her company, so to speak, was Asia, who had been relevantly quiet for the most part. Nervously sweeping the same spot all the while stealing glances her way every now and again. Besides that little inconvenience, however, it was fairly quiet. By all means Ophis should have been pleased at the lack of any noise or interruptions. Instead, however, she felt empty. A feeling she was no stranger to, but this time it was different somehow. Whatever the reason may be, that was the last straw. It's impolite to stare, she said abruptly, sparing the blonde girl a glance. Asia flinched, her cheeks flushing red. I'm sorry, Ophis-sama. You're still doing it. Sorry, Ophi. Stop apologizing so much. You haven't done anything wrong. If it's my wrath you fear, you shouldn't. Unlike the rest of these idiots, you're relatively tame. Asia almost bit her own tongue when the word, sorry, threatened to leave her lips for the third time. Thankfully, a sharp glare from the woman helped to remind her. All right. It was at this point that Asia realized she had nothing else to say, which ended up with her staring again. I'm beginning to see a pattern here. Naruto was adopting them. The idiots and the outcasts of society. He was taking them in, one by one. And she was playing nanny of all things while he, can you please stop staring? Ophis snapped her book shut, unintentionally spooking the dazed Asia. The blonde jerked back in surprise and fell against a row of empty shelves behind her, knocking them over in the process. Oh ouch, you really are hopeless, Ophis said, watching the dazed girl struggle to stand again. Asia let out a weak laugh at that. Why yes, I suppose I am. Ophis watched her for a moment, violet eyes studying the blonde, and then she fought back a sigh. That isn't a bad thing. If you're hopeless, you've an advantage many do not. It means you have absolutely nothing to lose and everything to gain. Was that supposed to be a pep talk? Asia mused to herself, stunned. That was terrible. Anyway, like I said before, stop staring at me. It's very distracting. The woman continued. I'm aware that I have the ideal body image, and you're questioning if you're starting to fall in love with me. Which you probably are. But I don't very much appreciate being ogled. What? Forget I ever said that. She groaned. I need to stop hanging around that idiot so much. I see. With nothing else to say, and with the hopes that she wouldn't be caught staring again, Asia began a vain attempt to clean up after her mess. All the while Ophis watched her until she could no longer hold it and the words left her lips, a question that had been bothering her for some time now. Girl, tell me. What was your desire? Naruto hadn't spoken a single word of it to her or anyone else for that matter, and at this point she was more than just curious. Asia stiffened at the mention. Ophis could hear her heartbeat grow erratic with every breath the girl drew, and the song it sang was melancholy. The girl bit her lip before she spoke. I would rather not talk about it. I made him promise, Naruto-san that he wouldn't either. A raised brow was all Ophis managed in response, the smile that threatened to come to life squashed down as quickly as it came. A promise, a vow forged by words alone. How very simple, idiotic even. Of course Naruto of all people would find something so insignificant, so easily broken sacred. He was the embodiment of all things human, everything moronic, right down to the fragile nature of what was called the soul. The link shared between all living things. What made them want, strive and achieve? What caused them pain and endless suffering? Shortly after meeting him, she began to wonder if she were any different. Could a creature born from nothing have one? A soul? A heart? Asia awaited the darkly dressed woman's response, and when she found none, the girl decided amidst the silence that lingered in between them to ask a question of her own. Ophis-sama, do you think that he'll leave us? Violet eyes blinked back into focus and the words that Asia uttered bounced around in her mind. A dozen different responses came to mind at her question, and yet Ophis couldn't translate a single one of them into proper words. She tried to stave off the peculiar feeling in her chest at the thought of him leaving, but it was pointless. Whatever it was, it hurt, and it stabbed her and buried itself deep within her bosom. But there was no blood. Only a creeping numbness. If this was the soul, then Ophis was better off without it. Her lips parted, and she paused. What the hell are you on about? Ophis blinked. Asia gaped. The Great Red was very confused, but only for a moment. The instant it laid eyes on the two, it all clicked, and a rage it hadn't felt in a long time burst to life within its now tiny lizard body. The weakened dragon could only curse its begrudging friend's name. Naruto, that fucking moron. It's dark, but it's warm too. I'm safe here. I am. I don't. It's ugly out there. I don't want to see any of it. I want to stay here. Play? Okay, I'll play with you, I promise. But, you have to promise me something. Promise me that no matter what, you'll stay by my side. Promise me I won't be alone again. It was a gathering unlike any before. The gutsy toad was packed. Team Naruto in its entirety took up most of the space inside of the shop, and the tension was palpable. A grim, heavy feeling that lurked in air. The news had been quickly shared and no one took lightly to it. We need to move out, right now. We can't just sit here while the boss takes on the fucking end of the world by himself. Valley wasn't just upset this time, he was downright livid. I agree. We're wasting time as it is. Issei was next to his opposite, a fire burning within his eyes. The green gem lodged above the back of his hand glowing brightly in response to his resolution. If he's even alive, that is, Rainier mumbled, her arms crossed. Next to her, Kokebile looked as if he'd been stricken. You take that back, you? Naruto-sama would not fall in battle, especially not to a creature most unholy. I would lead a crusade against such a beast and make sure my last dying breath is spent avenging our glorious leader. For if that is to be my purpose, then by my father's will and by his perfect light I will fulfill my duty." He gripped his chest, tears trailing down his pale cheeks as he wept. "Oh, this swelling in my chest. This feeling, could it be devotion? Of course. Hear me, Naruto-sama. We are coming for you." A few scooted away from the openly weeping man. Valley was blinded by the act. "This light, he really is. There's no way I'm letting you rescue him first," Valley cried, pointing an accusing finger at the older teen. "I'm the #1 subordinate here. I'll be the one to show my devotion and come for Naruto-sama." "Oh my." Michael repressed a thin-lipped smile and a blush at the thought. "Oh God, my sides." Azazel was dying of laughter, having to lean on a giggling Sirzek for support. "I liked it better when he was evil." Kuroka mused to herself in her cat form, watching the events unfold with something resembling a smirk. If cats could, well, you get the fucking picture by now. As for Valley, he remained entirely ignorant to the shitty dialogue joke the shitty author of this FIC came up with. What did I say? Why are you all looking at me like that? Who cares about that? We're wasting time. Issei was quick to put everyone back in line. As much as I want to help, don't you think we should come up with some kind of plan first? I mean, we are about to fight what is essentially the apocalypse, right? Donasek was all about saving Naruto. He thought he was a call guy. But unlike most of the people around him right now, Donasek wasn't god tier. All Trihexa had to do was think in his general direction and he would most likely explode. A gruesome end indeed, one he hoped to avoid. The rest of his party agreed. We probably should. Naruto is tough, he can take care of himself for a... Azazel was cut off by a very irritated Red. Did you blank out during my cleverly cut out explanation, Bird? In which I will now recap a small portion of in order to reach a certain criteria of words. TCH, how typical. Listen well to my words, Naruto is clinging to life right now. And that's if we're lucky. That last attack was meant to be a one-way ticket for all of us. There was no way out, at least, not for the both of us, it sighed, thinking back on that smile. I don't think I could have made it out of that in one piece even in my prime. That monster has too much power. More than I ever imagined. That didn't help. Not one bit. Deep down they wanted to believe Naruto would be okay, but the thought still lingered. The unease, the fear. The guilt. Ophis bit her lip behind her book as she watched them all bicker. People she'd never thought she'd know or bother to spare another glance. This room was full of them, full of emotion. Full of life. Naruto is alive. He's got to be. He's not. That's what her inner voice told her. An annoying little thing that had made its home within the confines of her mind some time ago, and hasn't left since. What she knew of that monster told her that Naruto was surely dead. No one. Not God, not the Great Red, not even her could take that beast on alone without losing something in the process, their life. Such was its power, it could not be defeated. Sirzek nodded his head grimly. I'm afraid I have to agree with Azazel. If anyone other than Ophis or Red enters that place, they will die before ever even reaching the middle. Even I would perish if exposed to the powers inside without the proper precautions. Red growled. My apologies. I forget how weak you all are sometimes. Ah. No worries. Kuroka said, deadpanning. So then, what do we do? The silence was broken by a meek Asia, who voiced the question on most everyone's mind. Red. We're going. It was Ophis who found the answer. About damn time. The tiny dragon unfolded its wings and flew to her shoulder, acting as if he'd expected as much. I can guide you there. If we move fast enough, we should be able to make it in 10 to 15 minutes. The dark-haired woman stifled a frown. That far? I'm afraid so, which? Then we shouldn't waste any more time. Ophis tapped her finger once on the air and a portal opened. Wait, I'm going with you. And I as well. Valley and Kokabiel followed behind the duo, only for a venomous glare to freeze them in place. Ophis tilted her head back, her glowing eyes visible for them to see. You will both remain here, and make no mistake, I'm not doing this to save that bastard. He will die. And his death will be long, painful, and more importantly, dealt by my hand and mine alone. A sharp grin made its home on that usually blank expression. Remember these words, weaklings, and know that I will one day destroy you too. Until then, take care of the shop for me. It was as if fire and brimstone had invaded their souls. It burns. Valley thought to himself, sweating all the while. Her stare, it hurts. Ophis nodded and then turned their back to them, only for a third person to hold her up again. And what the hell am I supposed to do then? Ophis's fiery gaze fell on Issei, who in spite of the fierce glare did not stand down. The boy seemed to struggle for a moment, before all but yelling the words out. He's my friend too, you know. Ophis wasn't entirely prepared for that. It almost wasn't even fair really. At the word friend, she blinked once, and all the fake bravado turned to ash and soot. This boy, she fought back a smirk, maybe he really isn't so worthless. It's simple. You'll remain here. The woman began. Just like them. It's what you can do right now, and you will do it well. She watched his hands ball themselves into tightly wound fists, his entire form quivering. We each have a part to play. I will play mine, and you will play yours. That fool will appreciate it all the same. So clean up that snot and stop being such a wimp. I'll bring him back. I promise. She didn't smile, but the conviction in her eyes was clear as day. And when I do, I'll gut him myself. You didn't really need to add that last part. Issei trailed off. Oh, but I did. And I will. Tisk. Fine. But you'd better not mess up. Issei walked toward her, that same determination in his eyes, and then he stopped. Or I'll kick your ass too, and that's a fucking promise. He then extended his fist and waited patiently. Ophis couldn't help the smirk this time. Fine. She brought up her own fist, and just as it was about to meet Issei's, the center of the room warped. A black hole came to life in the very middle of the gutsy toad, and its occupants quickly gave it room, preparing themselves as best they could for what came next. Unsure of its origin or its purpose. The black hole fluctuated a few times, and then out stepped a child. Not even teenager yet, with golden hair and impossibly blue eyes. Is this the place? The child spoke, a soft tenor. Suddenly they were all made very aware of the person lugged over the child's small back. Naruto weakly lifted his head up, his one good and not swollen shut eye taking in the blurry faces of Issei and Ophis. Then he grinned. Yeah, we made it. Author's note. Thank you for reading everyone, sorry about all the mishaps that happened along the way, but now the entire story is better for it and I can have some peace of mind that you're not being fed entirely too much crap. A small note, if you haven't already, join our Discord. We're pretty popping now and have a lot of cool authors, and some very cool people. Do it. For me. The link is on my page.